1. Naval. On the outskirts of London, in a small school named Naval, a young boy was being confronted behind the main building. "Serves you right for not doing as we told you." The three boys blocked the exits as they spoke to him. He trembled and said in a weak voice, "What do you mean? I haven't done anything wrong." One of the boys kicks him over and spits. "We told you before, stay out of this school and out of our sight, or we'll knock your lights out, fam." He takes his hands out of his pockets and cracks his knuckles in a threatening manner. "We're gonna teach you a lesson so you won't forget next time." "I can't stop coming to school, though," the boy shouts as the three approach and start beating him. When he wakes up, school has already ended. He pats himself off and tries to cover the cuts, scrapes, and wounds with his scraps of clothing. No one takes notice of him leaving in a pathetic manner, limping out of the school premises as he curses all those around him. On the way home, people watch and comment on his fat, disheveled appearance and cheap clothing as he waddles back to his house. When he unlocks the door and enters the house, he finds his alcoholic mother astride on the floor with an unidentifiable bottle of whiskey next to her. He leaves her laying on the floor as he goes through the hallway, up the stairs, and into the bathroom to clean his wounds and take a bath. A few hours later, he is hunched over his computer making grunting noises as his father walks through the door. He almost jumps out of his skin as he rushes to close the various tabs he has open. His father notices the situation and leaves the room for a couple minutes. When he comes back, he knocks on the door and asks in a quiet voice, "Zachary, are you done surfing the web yet?" Zach replies in a weak voice, Yeah, I was watching a video on WahiTube." His father walks in without minding the sweat still on Zach's brow. He sits on the bed and says, "I noticed the blood in the sink. Maybe you should slow down." "Dad, I had another fight in school. It's not what you think it is." "I thought you had sorted it out with those kids." "They want me to leave school. What is there to sort out?" His father sighs and says, "Zach, you know we can't afford to move, especially with your mother." Like that. Zach ignores his father's words as he continues to play his favorite game, Counter's Fight. He wonders to himself, why did it turn out like this? I gained weight when I was 13 even though I was eating properly. I didn't exercise a lot, but was relatively active for my age. But I still ended up an acne-ridden obese otaku with no friends. Not even my childhood friends want to associate themselves with me, for fear of being ousted. Zach likes to immerse himself in escapism culture. Things like games, novels, manga, and other activities that let you ignore the existential existence of everything. He finds himself extremely anxious when it comes to things that make him remember that he is in fact a person, living here and now. Either way, he isn't satisfied with his current life. He looks at his father, puts on the biggest smile he can muster and says, "Dad, I know about our situation. It's fine, I'll deal with it tomorrow." "Don't worry." His father sighs. "I know you're going through a lot right now, but it will get better." As he leaves, he looks at his son playing Counter's Fight, smiles, and closes the door. Zach thinks his father worries too much. It's not like he's going to self-harm or some other self-destructive thing in that area. "I haven't lost all hope just yet." He goes to sleep with these thoughts still plaguing his mind. In the middle of the night, while Zach sleeps, a shadowy creature covered in a black fog-like mist appears outside of his house. It cradles something in its arms carefully as it fades into a shadow and slithers up the wall of Zach's house. It stands by his bedside and slowly compresses itself until it disappears. When Zach wakes up, he finds something by his bedside. He looks at it. A four-sided object that looks suspiciously like a spinning top called a dreidel. When did I buy this?" He quickly forgets about it, brushes his black hair, washes his acne-ridden face, and starts getting dressed for school. Too much encouragement. As Zach walks out of his house and into what can only be described as a slum, he starts walking towards his school while ignoring the missing person posters scattered around. He begins to tremble as he thinks about the beating he will receive when he gets to school. He knows that even if he reports the acts of violence committed against him, the school administration and police would merely scoff, pat him on the back, and give words of encouragement. It seems like I'm the only rational person around. Zach sighs to himself as he listens to the jangling of the lunch money he stashed in his shoes to avoid it getting stolen by his bullies. Not that those that beat him are above stealing his shoes as well. During the 15-minute walk towards school, he notices the various police cars patrolling around the area and tries to spot the unmarked ones. He thinks that it's nice that they are trying to stop the rampant crime in this area. The thought that they might help one person is a nice one, even if a large percentage of the crimes are ignored for various unknown reasons. When he approaches the large school gates, he sees the P.E. teacher standing at the entrance keeping watch. He walks past quickly without making eye contact and goes to class. His class's tutor is named Mr. Robinson. He seems interested in getting involved with Zach's issues at home and with the bullying, but doesn't seem able to do much. He smiles at him as he writes his name down for attendance. "Morning, Zach. Did you get to school all right?" Zach glances at him and retorts, "Yeah, the increased police activity in the area is helping, I think. It's good they are finally doing something about that area. Some awful things have been going on in past years." Zach nods and sits in his seat at the back of the class. Luckily, the three from yesterday aren't in this class, or his school life would be a living hell. Class passes quickly. Zach's not particularly smart, but he tries to improve his knowledge in hopes of getting a good and easy job. His grades are average even when he studies more than others. Again, he thinks to himself that life just isn't fair. Ring, ring. The bell goes, notifying the students that it's time for lunch. Zach stands from his chair and quickly heads to the cafeteria, his stomach growling from not having breakfast. Midway down the hallway, he's spotted by someone, one of the three boys from yesterday. The brown boy Sajid, whom Zach assumes is the leader of the group, walks up to him, pulls his collar and says, "Did you not hear me yesterday? You're in for it now. Don't struggle or I'll kick your teeth in." Zach knows what's coming and pushes Sajid away and bolts towards the exit of the hallway, continuously turning corners, right, left, and down the stairs. Students look at the two boys running through the school, but don't react to them. Sajid is already infamous for this kind of thing. Zach eventually reaches the exit of the school. Bang! While concentrating on the danger behind him, he fails to notice himself being tackled from the side by someone. He falls frailly to the floor. It seems as if the pursuit is over. Zach, having experienced similar situations in the past, attempts to scramble off of the floor. Thud! He is kicked in the face by Sajid, who was previously sprinting, making Zach almost pass out instantly. Gritting his teeth and barely holding onto his consciousness, he shouts, "Stop, stop. What do you want? I'll do anything. Stop." Sajid, who had just kicked him in the face, grins and gauges the other person. One of Sajid's followers from yesterday, Amir, laughs while placing his foot on Zach's back. "You won't listen. Leave the school or else." Zach reaches into his pockets and tries to find something to bargain with. His hand touches something sharp and it pierces his finger. He yelps in surprise but is astonished by the various numbers and words from an unknown language flashing in his vision. In the perspective of Sajid and Amir, Zack seems to be blankly staring at them like he is looking into the void with glazed-over eyes. "You think Acton is gone save you today?" Sajid punches him in the stomach and shouts. Realizing he is in peril, Zack pulls the sharp object from his pocket, stabs it towards Sajid, who is closest. It stabs into Sajid's arm, making a horrific sound. Puchii. He steps back after receiving the blow, looks down blankly at his arm where a gash is. Amir, who is close by, screams with extreme tension in his eyes. "Why put your knife down before you regret it?" Zack glances after just realizing the severity of the wound he had caused. He gets a cold sweat and starts to back up. He takes the chance to escape and retreats out of the school, taking a longer path towards his house to make sure he isn't being tailed. 3. Dreidel. Zack gets home and quickly closes the door while panting. Shit, I actually stabbed him." He looks down at his hand that still holds the object he stabbed Sajid with. What he sees is the familiar-looking four-sided spinning top that he left on his desk this morning. Wait, where's the blood? Realizing there is no sign of the blood from earlier. The cut still on his hand, still oozing blood, confirms that what happened earlier was real. While trying to figure out what had just happened earlier, why he had the dreidel in his pocket, what were those numbers, and where the blood had gone, he realizes his mother is still supposed to be home. He scans the living room and checks the couch where she usually is. He sees her laying there looking as unkempt as usual. She seems to be sleeping, so he leaves her alone. He sees a cooked pot of plain pasta with no sauce on the stove. Ignoring tonight's dinner, he walks upstairs into his room. Entering, he throws himself into the bed, exhausted. Sitting up on his bed, he takes the dreidel out and looks at it cautiously. Examining it more carefully reveals that its point is a lot sharper than a normal spinning top. Considering he had just caused a stab wound, it now had made sense to him. On top of the handle of the relatively large spinning top, to what seems to look like a button, it makes a click sound as if it was a pen when he presses it. System formed blood contract with recipient Zachary Miller. Absorbed small amount of blood from a human +1. Enabling assistance mode. Host can receive information from the system. What is this? Zach drops the dreidel when lines of text start streaming down his retina. After he calms down, he reads the text that looks like it was photoshopped from an RPG. Information. "Oh, okay, system, what are you?" Information limited. The system is a tool that you can use to make you stronger, affect the world in limitless ways, and evolve the human condition. Make me stronger. Yes. Would you like to see host's current status? Zach is worried about this system. Don't things like this usually come from the devil and demand your soul in return for power? Yes, show the status. Zachary Miller, human, male, condition, fine, strength 8, intelligence 9, agility 11, stamina 7, spirit 8, luck 5, skill, quick retreat, LV1, pain resistance, body mods, N/ALV1 exp, 1/10. What does condition mean? Condition is your state of health. Current is fine, which denotes that damage was recently taken. What is the average person's stats? The average person has a 10 in their stats. It should be noted that it is unlikely for a human to be completely average without changes. Can you show me Sajid's status? Utilizing the blood collected, his status can be roughly determined. Sajid Mansur, human, male, condition fine, bleeding, strength 11, intelligence 10, agility 9, stamina 10, spirit 6, luck 10, skill, intimidation, cooperation, pack leader, body mod, N/A. What does the pack leader skill do? Enables skill holder to gather a group of people with lower intelligence and strength more effectively. Makes sense. Zach ponders whether this is actually happening and his future possibilities. With the system I should have unlimited potential. System X means experience, right? Yes, what happens when it reaches 10? Host will have an opportunity to increase their abilities. How do I gain exp? Absorbing blood from creatures, largely affecting the world and making accomplishments. Can you give an example of affecting the world? Destroying cities, building cities, exterminating races are all applicable. Zach gets a cold sweat. This is definitely from the devil. How do I make accomplishments? Mastering a skill, defeating strong opponents, conquering large amounts of women, strongly going towards one alignment such as good/evil, lawful/chaotic. So it's basically impossible. Zach takes note of the conquering women while salivating. Host has 5 stat points and a spin available for use as a reward for activating the system. Are any recommendations on the allocation? Host's luck is extremely low and can result in disasters just by existing. Wait, really, is that why my life has been hell? It's a possibility. Allocate all stat points to luck. Zachary Miller, human male condition, fine strength 8, intelligence 9, agility 11, stamina 7, spirit 8, luck 5, 10, skill, quick retreat, LV1, pain resistance, body mods, N/ALV1 exp, 1/10. Zach heaves a sigh as he thinks that all his troubles were caused by missing 5 stat points. Now I gotta deal with Sajid. System, is there any way for me to avoid being stabbed by him and his goons? Host still has a spin to use. Spin the system for a random reward. So the shape isn't just aesthetic. Zach sits at his desk and prepares to spin the dreidel. Here goes nothing. He spins it as hard as he can. It spins for what seems to be forever and slowly wiggles, then falls to the side. The side that's facing up glows and has an icon on it. The icon looks like an eye that's half opened. Congratulations, host, for getting skill, unveiling eye. It allows user to see weaknesses in things they look at. Zach feels a stinging pain in his eyes and closes them. Host, please keep eyes closed until change is done. Please note, if you open your eyes there is a possibility of permanent blindness. What? Not even a warning. Zach shouts as he clenches his hands, feet, and even butt, trying to endure the pain. After a couple minutes, he gets a notification and opens his eyes. He looks down at his desk where the dreidel lays. He sees a subtle black line running through the middle of the table. In fact, he sees small black lines on everything except the dreidel. He musters his courage and presses down on a black line on the desk, and nothing happens. Maybe it requires something else. He grabs the dreidel, aims down at the black line, and puts strength in it. The desk splits in half and falls to each side. My desk. He immediately regrets his curiosity as he tries to tape the desk back together with the utility tape from his parents' room. Zach thinks about what would happen if he used it on a human and shudders. I don't have the courage to use this on a human. 4. Caution. After accidentally destroying his desk, Zach puts on his jacket and leaves the house quietly, closing the door behind him. He walks through the slum-like area towards a local park with no one inside. The usual police cars are visible. For some reason, black vans with faded windows can be seen occasionally. The police cars don't pursue them, so they must be connected somehow. When he gets to the park, he heads to a wooded area that is well covered. He starts to collect sticks, branches, and stones from the floor and gather them in one area. Okay, let's check out what this skill can do. Zach concentrates his eyes on the branch in his hands, revealing small black lines across the surface. He taps the lines with his hands with no results. He ends up propping it up and doing a karate chop he saw on TV. Snap, the branch is broken in two. So a strike is required. He puts a rock in a secure area and concentrates on it, revealing a smaller black line compared to the branch. Zack takes out the dreidel that he brought with him. When he holds the handle, the small black line turns into a slightly larger black dot. So it changes based on what eye use. He strikes the rock with the dreidel as hard as he can. Smack! A large crack appears on the rock, but it doesn't completely fall apart. So the ability changes on what eye use, the strength of the object, and how hard eye hit it. Crunch! He hears something rustle in the dead leaf behind him. Surprised, he stumbles back and falls on the stack of rocks he had made. What he sees is a hedgehog on the floor. Suddenly, an awful idea arises in him. Should I test it on a creature too? He sits for a while, contemplating whether or not it's the right thing to do. I need to test the effectiveness on a living thing. He prays for its safe journey as he concentrates on its body with a stone in his hand. A large black spot envelopes its head. He brings the stone down while closing his eyes. Splatter! Its head explodes in a spectacular manner. Blood covers everything in the near vicinity. He opens his eyes, looks, and vomits with trembling hands. After a few minutes of retching, he pulls out the dreidel and drops it in the blood. Small creature's blood +1. Show me the status. Zachary Miller, human, male, condition fine, strength 8, intelligence 9, agility 11, stamina 7, spirit 8, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV1, pain resistance, unveiling eye body mods, N/ALV1 exp 2/10. 8 more creatures to kill. I crushed some ants earlier, so really small animals like insects don't count, I guess. He scratches his head and ponders his next move. I can't test anything more due to them involving achievements. Light starts to fade and the sky turns orange. The sun can barely be seen over the horizon. It's getting late. I should probably be getting back. He mutters to himself. When he gets home, he notices his father isn't back from work yet. Not that he knows what job his father does. He thinks it must be a nightclub job or something similar. His mother is awake in the front room, still drinking, taking no notice of him. He goes upstairs, washes the blood off of his body, and goes to sleep early in preparation for tomorrow's school day. As Zach approaches school, he makes a game plan in his head. He will avoid areas that he is usually in to try to evade Sajid and his goons. Other than going to class, there is nothing else he needs to do. Spending the rest of the day in the nurse's office or in the toilet would be fine too. He gets to class and is greeted by Mr. Robinson, who notices his presence. Zach, were you ill yesterday? Yes, I was sick, so I left early. Sorry for not telling you before I left. Be sure to tell me next time, yes. Zach nods or seats himself in the corner. Class goes by quickly and once again, the bell rings for lunch. He leaves the class without mention and starts walking to the nurse's office. The school is quite big, but only has 2 floors, making it a chore to walk through. Most of the time, you won't even see half the students in the school due to how large it is. While walking through the corridors, he sees someone who looks familiar. It's his childhood friend who abandoned him when he started gaining weight and losing friends. Zach feels like his heart is being squeezed as he watches her walk past, chatting to her friends while doing so. It wouldn't have been that bad if she had just stopped hanging out with him. But to make space between him and her, she had publicly humiliated him in front of all their friends, further ruining his reputation. While watching her back move into the distance, he spots the third one of Sajid's goon group. Rahim approached them with a broad grin on his face. My childhood friend Grace seems to be in a good relationship with him, as she stops chatting to her friends and walks off alone with Rahim. Damn, he's the reason she abandoned me. I feel so pathetic. Rahim walks off with his arms slung around her shoulders. Zach feels anger brewing inside his stomach, like butterflies are about to burst out of his chest. He has the odd thought of maybe I should test the dreidel on a human again, but brushes it off as a momentary lapse in thinking. He walks to the nurse's office that's close by, opens the door and finds no nurse inside. Why isn't the door locked if she has already left? He mutters to himself either way he needs to hide from Sajid, and this is the best place at this time of day. He lays down on one of the vacant beds and closes the curtains that is revealing his existence in the room. After a couple minutes of laying down and reading some of the old magazines left on the desk nearby, he hears someone come in. 5. Absent nurse Zach is sweating bullets at his current predicament. Why did it have to be today of all days? Even if they don't spot me, am I really gonna have to listen to them fuck? The steps of the two invaders get closer as Zach tries to channel his willpower to disappear. It obviously doesn't work. Eventually, they reach the bed he is laying in and begin to move the curtain. We can't. How am I gonna go back to class all sweaty? You will figure it out after we're done, babe. The sweet talk abruptly ends as they spot the fat acne-riddled specter known as Zach lying in their bed. It's you, bruv. Saji said to fuck you up if I see ya. It's my lucky day, Rahim exclaims as he looks around the room, finding an Roman 4 drip stand in the corner and picking it up. Grace stares in shock at Zach as she steps back and makes sure the nurse's office is locked with malicious intent in her eyes. Zach tries to brainstorm a way out to no avail as he takes a hit over the head with the stand. Looking at it deeply, he can see a black line through the middle of it. Rahim swings Roman 4 stand with his muscular body at Zach while laughing. Zach receives a number of blows on his arms while trying to strike the black line. Mustering all his strength and courage, Zach punches at the Roman 4 stand. It lands onto the black line and splits it in two like the branch he had tried it on previously. Rahim seems shocked at the development and blanks out, giving Zach a chance to strike his exposed side. He punches with his left hand, aiming at the inconspicuous black dot on the side of Rahim's neck, his fat body lunging with all its weight. Bam! The sound of Zach's fat fist striking Rahim's neck sounds through the room, along with an additional whack as Rahim collapses to the floor. Grace, while watching the fight, is struck speechless at her previous childhood friend's strength, as she watches her boyfriend fall to the floor while frothing from his mouth. Zach ignores the pulsating pain in both of his limbs as he looks at Grace. You never thought your piece of shit boyfriend would be beaten by me, huh? He approaches her while smiling innocently, blood trickling down the wound now on his head, changing the comedy scene to a horror one. I didn't mean it, Zach. You know he forced me, right? She says, while reaching out for his cheek. Zach slaps the hand away, retorting. Maybe you should sleep with your boyfriend. You did come here for that, right? He then karate chops her neck on the black dot, making her pass out. Exhilarated by the feeling of dominance, Zach starts to giggle to himself uncontrollably. If karma exists, then this must be divine retribution. After calming done, he starts to consider his options. A. Leave without doing anything. B. Try and erase the evidence that he was here. C. Payback. He thinks to himself that he can't choose A and leave without making any countermeasures. And B. Trying to erase the evidence is useless since there are two witnesses. So that leaves C. Steal some blood to advance my level. Kill. He cuts himself off with this thought. There isn't much time, so I might as well have as much fun as possible. He walks up to Grace, puts his hands together in a stereotypical prayer-like manner, and asks her to forgive him. As he starts stripping her naked and laying her on the bed in a weird position, he looks towards Rahim, and a smile creeps across his bloody face. Also stripping Rahim naked, he puts him on the bed with his anus pointing upwards. He positions Grace's body in a way to prop herself up. Zach begins to think that if anyone found out what he was about to do, he would definitely go to prison. He balls Grace's hand into a fist and rams it into Rahim's exposed hole. It takes a while due to the tight fit, but he eventually accomplishes it. I almost forgot the most important thing. System, can you take blood without killing them? Make a small wound on the body and press the system against it. It will drain about as much blood as a blood donation, causing no damage. Good. He pierces a hole onto Rahim's skin and presses the dreidel against it. After a couple minutes, he does the same to Grace, who still has her arm up to her elbow inside of Rahim. Absorbed blood from 2 humans plus 9. System, to you, give more X based on the amount of blood you take. Amount of blood, purity of soul, strength of person and bloodline is a factor. Makes sense, show me the status. Zachary Miller, human male condition, fine strength 8, intelligence 9, agility 11, stamina 7, spirit 8, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV1, pain resistance, unveiling eye body mods, N/A LV2 exp, 1/20. Host has increased in level, 5 stat points can be allocated. Host can spin once. I better do this at home. I can't pass out here right now or I'll be in the shit. Zach rubs his head and looks at his hand, finally realizing the extent of his wound. When he sees his hand covered in blood, he asks the system, System, can you absorb my blood? Host's blood can be absorbed, but no exp will be given. Can you at least clean the blood off of me? Rub the system onto the wound and blood. Zach does what he's told and cleans the blood off of him in this manner. After finishing, Zach looks back at the disgusting scene he has created. He then unlocks and opens the door while widely propping it open. He looks around to make sure no one can see him, and then shouts loudly, "Oh my God, what the fuck are you two doing in the nurse's office?" As lunch has just finished, and children are returning to their classes, there are many eyes around to see this magnificent scene. The loud sound of students approaching the office has an ominous tone to it. Zach ducks out and heads to his class to tell his teacher that he needs to return home due to him falling ill. I can't wait to see the reaction the school will have tomorrow. I guess Tuesday is now my lucky day. Zach happily thinks as his fat body skips home. 6. Anticipation. Zach gets home and starts to walk to his room, but he stops at the sound of someone speaking. "You're home early. Could it be you're bunking?" His dad crosses his arms and looks at him suspiciously. "No, I don't feel well, so I decided to come home early." "Suo, I'm going to my room." He tries circle round his dad, who's blocking the staircase, but is stopped again. "If that's the case, you better complete a week's worth of homework to make up for it." "Yeah, sure, I'll do it. I'm going to my room." Zach gets past and hops to his room, heaves a sigh and sits on his bed. As he does this, he remembers he still hasn't completed his level up. Should I spin first or add stats? Thinking about it more carefully, he determines that spinning first allows him to add stats to support the ability he gets afterwards. Okay, it's decided. He looks at the desk that was recently taped up and prepares to spin the dreidel. Zach spins it faster than last time, and it makes a shua sound as it spins. A minute or two later, it slowly stops and lands on its side, revealing the number 216. Congratulations, host, for winning a bundle. Choose one from the Demonic Body mod bundle. prehensile tail, frightening horns, wings of defiance. Wait, explain each of the options. Prehensile tail grows a long, thin tail on the coccyx. Its strength is based on the host's strength, and it is almost impossible to cut off due to its metallic-like properties. Frightening horns grows a pair of goat horns on the user's head. It increases user's spirit stat and intimidates those who look at host. Wings of Defiance grows a pair of bat-like wings on the host's back and enables the user to fly after their strength stat increases to 30. So no matter what, I will become a freak of nature. Can I refuse to pick system? Host cannot refuse at this time. Zach has a vein appear on his forehead as he curses everything for a moment. The only thing I can conceivably hide would be the tail. System, how long is the tail? 1 meter long, but its length can be increased at will. So I can just about hide it in my clothing. He takes a moment to prepare. I pick the tail. Suddenly, an intense pain channels itself at his coccyx. Not long in the past, at naval school, there is a big commotion outside the nurse's office. 2 people engaged in a disgusting act suddenly regain consciousness. A scream rings out from one of the 2. Why does my ass hurt so much? G.G. Grace. Get your hand out of my ass. Grace is made sober by the horrific scream produced by her boyfriend as she realizes she is elbow deep in his anus. She pulls her arm out, making a pop sound, and vomits on the floor. The 2 fail to notice the hundreds of people outside the room, watching with wronged eyes. Raheem makes a weird face filled with pleasure, but regains his composure. Raheem speaks in a gravelly voice. It was him that did this. He must be fucked in the head to do this. Grace nods while wiping the vomit from her mouth. I need to get Amir and Sajid to get payback. I'll fucking kill him. He plans in his head, but a voice comes through the door. What on earth are you 2 doing on school property? Principal Jelani looks at his son's friend and bursts with anger. How dare you? Both of you get dressed and come to my office at once. The 2 students whimper as they follow his orders. Back at Zach's house, inside his room, there is a blob squirming on the floor. On closer inspection, it is in fact Zach, who is barely conscious. A grotesque boil appears on his coccyx and grows larger. It suddenly bursts into blood and pus. A long black object shoots out of the remains of the boil like an arrow and pierces the wall. 10 minutes after this happens, Zach wakes up. He rubs his head with his hand and grunts. Oh, that was worse than the other time. What's all this shit scattered on the floor? He tries to bend over to look at it but gets stuck halfway. He looks back and sees a long black tail protruding from his back, piercing into the wall. This is a nightmare. He wills it shorten, and it does. It shrinks to a length slightly longer than his leg height. Taking a closer look at it, the tail is covered with metallic scales overlapping each other with a long, menacing-looking spike at the end of it. This is gonna take some practice. He finally looks down at the blood and pus covering the carpet in his room and exclaims, "This is gonna take some cleaning as well." After cleaning the floor, he takes a bath and remembers he still has stat points to allocate. What should I use them on? Zachary Miller, human plus male condition, healthy, strength 8, intelligence 9, agility 11, stamina 7, spirit 8, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV1, pain resistance, unveiling eye body mods, prehensile tail, LV2 exp, 1/20. I think equalizing my stats first is a priority. I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to have to fight soon, though. I'll allocate 3 points to strength, 1 to intelligence and 1 to stamina. Zachary Miller, human plus male condition, healthy, strength 8, 11, intelligence 9, 10, agility 11, stamina 7, 8, spirit 8, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV2 pain resistance, unveiling eye-body mods, prehensile tail, LV2 exp, 1/20. Zach gets out of the bath, the water clinging to his large body slides off, making the floor wet. He looks down at his pot belly and becomes depressed. He asks the system, hoping for a positive answer. System, will I always be fat? Host genes have an inclination to store fats. Host can lower fat percentage by eating less, doing exercise or increasing stamina. Stamina affects my weight. Stamina is linked to the constitution of the body and changes it based on what increases overall effectiveness. So I just gotta increase stamina, huh? Zach says while forgetting the former options. 7. Alligator belt. After raising his status, Zach decides to train to use his tail while multitasking. He makes sure his bedroom door is locked and opens up a game on his computer. He sits down and places his hands on the keyboard. His thumb isn't sitting on the spacebar. Instead, he uses his tail to press it when it's needed. After a few hours of this, he begins to use it for other keys as well, slowly gaining control and precision. It's not as good as my arms or legs yet, but it will do for basic tasks. He thinks back to his previous actions and begins to ruminate about the possible retaliations. They will definitely try to attack me if they see me. Zach thinks to the past when the bullying started. It was just when they had started attending naval school. Zach, with a slightly smaller build, was participating in a P.E. session. Everyone was told to practice football by the lazy teacher, and so we divided teams. Me and my friend Grace were on the same team, so we decided to stick together. Halfway through the match, a boy called Raheem decided to start harassing Grace. Due to my attitude back then, I wanted to intervene. She looks at me with pleading eyes. I walk towards them and ask, "Yo, she's playing football with. Come on, Grace, let's go." She tries to follow but is stopped by the angry 13-year-old Raheem. "What? I'm just talking to her." "Fuck off, mate." "Dude, stop, she doesn't want to talk to you." I say. Raheem shoves me onto the ground. The lazy teacher doesn't notice anything, so I decide to fight back. I punch him in his nose and probably broke it, but immediately after that, I feel an impact to the back of my head. The world becomes dizzy and slow motion as I fall to the floor. I look back and see a young Sajid looking at me with a grin. "You made the wrong decision, fam." He looks to see the status of the teacher. The teacher is being distracted by Amir pretending to be sick. Raheem, holding his nose, stamps on my legs, and while I'm still dizzy, they both drag me behind the shed where they keep the equipment and beat me until class ends. I thought it was fine because Grace was still safe, but a few weeks after this incident, she shames me in front of all my previous friends. As Zach thinks up to this point, he feels the urge to destroy something, his tail shivering with excitement. Well, it's all in the past. Now I will have strength. If they try anything, I won't hold back. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sounds are made in the direction of the door. "Zach, it's Wednesday tomorrow. Stop playing your games, or you won't be able to get up for school." His dad is heard telling him to sleep soon. "I'm just finishing up a game. It'll be done in 10 minutes. "Okay, night." Zach stops playing Counter's Fight and decides to sleep. I have been too preoccupied to play he thinks to himself as he passes out. Light is shining through the cracks in the blinds, indicating the time of day. Zach yawns and stretches all 5 of his limbs. He gets up, showers, and puts on his school clothes. Where should I put the tail? He thinks as he shrinks it to its smallest size. He tries many positions, including down his leg, making his crotch bulge look impressively fake. I might as well shove a cucumber down there if I try this ridiculous place. He eventually wraps it around his waist, creating a scaled belt that looks natural and expensive to an untrained eye. Satisfied, he walks downstairs seeing his dad sitting at the table. He immediately notices the thing wrapped around Zach's waist. "That looks kinda expensive. Where did you get it? You didn't steal it, did you?" His dad machine guns questions at him. "No, I have been hunting lots of grass snakes and have finally completed a belt." "Is that so?" His dad obviously doesn't believe him. "Zach, I don't mind what you do, but please stay out of trouble," he says with concern. "Don't worry, Dad. Have I ever done something wrong?" "That's not the point. Trouble seems to have a way of finding you. So keep safe, will do." Zach eats some buttered bread that's not toasted and heads out. He knows that going to school is definitely not the right thing to do, but his morbid curiosity makes him not able to control himself. "I just gotta see what happened to them afterwards, then he'll leave." But his father's foreshadowing seems to be effective, as he spots Rahim and Amir standing at the gate, already staring daggers at him. They start walking over with a quick pace. "You can only play when my boys aren't around. What now, you fat fuck?" Rahim exclaims as he breaks into a sprint. Zach runs away and looks for a secluded spot. He finds an alleyway with no one around and stops with his back against the wall. "Are you dumb? You take us to a place where we can fuck you up even more." Amir says. Rahim carries on sprinting and throws a roundhouse punch at Zach. But Zach's prepared this time and sidesteps him, sticking out his leg at the same time and letting Rahim's momentum carry him, making him trip. Amir isn't doing nothing though, and he kicks at Zach's stomach, hitting him, making a solid sound. Zach, expecting an impact, braces himself but feels a small pressure, but it quickly dissipates. The kick hit the tail belt. He grins and swings in a wide motion with a roundhouse punch. It's blocked, but the straight punch he threw with his left hand isn't, and it strikes Amir cleanly in the face. Amir spits out teeth and falls to the floor. Zach looks at his hands in awe but feels something strike him on the back. Bash! He is kicked in the back and turns around only to receive a punch on the forehead. He retrieves his calm and forms a crude stance, looking at Rahim. "You gonna pay for what you did to us yesterday?" He throws another kick. Zach can see the weakness in his kick and focuses on the black line on top of the knee. Moving sideways and lowering his elbow is a swift manner, making a crunching sound as it connects with the kneecap. Rahim falls to the floor with his kneecap on the side of his leg clearly dislocated. Zach walks up and does the same to his other leg. He screams in pain. It seems having both kneecaps dislocated is pretty painful. Zach chuckles to himself as he pulls his leg back into a football kick, preparing to punt Rahim's head. Ducky falls unconscious. Zach needs to leave the area quick before someone finds him, but needs to do something before he goes. He pulls the dreidel out and absorbs some blood and leaves. 2 humans blood absorbed plus 12. Zachary Miller human plus male condition healthy strength 11 intelligence 10 agility 11 stamina 8 spirit 8 luck 10 skill. Quick retreat, LV2 pain resistance, unveiling eye body mods, prehensile tail, LV2 exp, 13/20. Checking his system, Zach leaves with a satisfied face. 8. Kaido impossible Zach walks out of the alley while brushing himself off, but stops when he spots movement. He looks to the side and sees a short Asian boy with large backpack looking at him with sparkly eyes. "You're okay?" "Yeah, I guess." "Were you watching me?" No, I was getting ready to call an ambulance for when they left." Zach chuckles. Well, an ambulance is probably still needed. He points towards the 2 collapsed figures in the alleyway. The boy approaches them and stamps on Rahim's already disfigured leg with an ecstatic expression. Ah, so satisfying. Zach's dumbfounded by the sudden actions of the boy and rushes to stop him. Wait, stop. Do you want to get into trouble or something? He pulls on the boy's bag and stops his abuse. The boy looks back in annoyance. Come on, let me hit him a few times. You had fun, now it's my turn. It was self-defense. Capping both of a defenseless man's legs is self-defense, huh? The boy retorts in a brutal fashion. I was afraid for my life. Zach crosses his arms and looks away, trying not to laugh. He had always been terrible at lying and can't hold a straight face. What's your name? Kaido, you. John. The boy smirks mischievously from behind Zach. So everyone in school calls you Zach as a joke, right? That's pretty funny, it's such a stupid name. Veins appear on Zach's forehead but release as he asks. Wait, you attend Naval? Yep, I'm the same year as you as well. You're not here to blackmail me, are you? What would I gain from blackmailing the disgrace of the school? Truth be told, I also have issues with the cunt gang made up of Sajid, and those too. They are infamous for a reason, huh? If it was just erasing them, it would be doable, but the main problem is their connections. I don't know if you have noticed, but there are a lot of police in the surrounding areas, but they are not looking for crime. They are rats in the system sent from various gangs to keep their underground business afloat. Zach ponders after he says this. That may be so, but what do you want me to do about it? Nothing, but the way you are acting, you might just disappear before you even hit graduation. I can handle myself, he says confidently. Can you dodge bullets? Can you protect your family? You're not Superman, you can't go against them. Kaido points at his face. Then what should I do? You help me, I help you. It'll help keep you off of the radar, and when I need assistance, you will come. What kind of assistance? None of your business for now. All right, fine, partner. Zach holds out his hand, waiting for a handshake. Kaido's fist bumps him and turns bright red. This He runs towards the school after accidentally ruining his mysterious aura. Zach bursts into laughter as he sees him scuttle away with a huge backpack. Zach starts heading for school, a big smile plastered across his face. He gets to school at the last second, avoiding the bonus homework. The first thing he notices when he enters the building is student-made news articles stuck to the walls detailing Rahim and Grace's vile acts inside the nurse's office. Some of them even include pictures of Rahim and Grace being escorted out of the office by the principal. You can even spot the shit stains still all the way up Grace's arm and Rahim walking in an awkward manner. Zach's previous smile gets even wider as he can't hold the delight that's building up inside him. He wants to cheer out and start singing but refrains. He is already an outcast. What would they think if they saw him dancing and singing in front of these articles? He walks towards his classroom, while voices of disgust towards the news can still be heard. He enters the familiar classroom and cheerfully greets Mr. Robinson. His teacher has a grim face when he sees Zach. Hello, Zach. Sorry for the trouble, but could you go see the principal in his office? What's the occasion? He says while getting a bad premonition. I don't know, but the principal is furious. If anything happens, please tell me afterwards. I will report it to the higher-ups. Will do, thanks for the concern. He heads off to Principal Jelani's office. When Zach gets to the office, he knocks on the door and waits. He hears a rough voice from inside telling him to come in. Zach enters, seeing a fat foreign man sitting at his desk smoking. Smoke fills the room, giving it an uncomfortable feeling. Hello, Principal, I'm Zach. You called for me. He looks Zach up and down, then scoffs. Do you know why I called you to my office? No, sir. I have received various complaints from students about your misconduct and have decided to review it. Zach plops down on the seat, frustrated. What? I'm the one getting bullied. Why am I the one being punished? I have received no such information, so I can only think that you are lying. No, ask around the school. Sajid and his goons are literally infamous for this exact thing. Now you're grassing out your fellow students with false evidence. I will give you a chance to admit you're wrong, so your punishment will be light. Zach fumes as he spots a slight smile on the sack of shit and hypocrisy sitting in front of him. What would my punishment be if I don't admit anything? Expulsion. The words slam into him like a truck. It was hard enough getting into a decently rated school, and now he's at risk of ruining years of work. After a minute, Zach answers, I admit my faults and am prepared for the punishment. He bows his head in a respectful manner. The fat man grins at this. Your punishment will be a suspension of 1 week starting on Monday. It will be noted in your file, but no other actions will be taken against you. Thank you for your kindness. Zach stands up and preparing to leave, but is stopped by some words muttered by the principal. Serves you right, you little shit. Without turning around, Zach quickly leaves the office and heads back to his class, his forehead creased and a terrible expression on his face. 9. Is that legal? Opening the door, Zach enters. Mr. Robinson and his classmates notice his terrible mood and quieten down. His teacher starts speaking first. So, how did it go? I'm going to be suspended for a week starting Monday. Wait, why? The principal seems to think that I am harassing my fellow students. Thoughties. It's okay, I have already accepted my punishment. He nods as Zach sits at his desk that's in the corner of the class. A lanky young man with short hair approaches me in a friendly manner. Hey dude, haven't seen you on Counter's fight in a while. You got better things to do than play with me. Tom, one of my only remaining friends, tries to cheer me up, though I completely see through him. Just family stuff, yawno. That reminds me, how's your mum? She is doing fine. Tom looks at me inquisitively and says, Yo, if there is anything that you need, just ask dude. I know you're having it rough at the moment. I heard some people were looking for you yesterday, so be careful. Yeah, thanks. Class resumes, and the extra point in intelligence is like magic. I can understand things that confused me beforehand, and I am improving at a significant rate. Ring, ring. The bell rings, signaling for lunch, and due to 2 people donating to me earlier, I can afford a feast. When I enter the lunch hall, I spot a foreign boy in the corner. I call out to them. Kaido, what's up? Looking alert, he looks at me and gestures next to him. Sit, sit. Why are you talking to me in school? We're partners, right? He flicks my forehead. Secret partners, you idiot. How am I supposed to protect your identity from people while being seen with you? I don't know. Wait, if you are protecting me, then why did I get suspended? I don't care about small fries like the principal. He's not something you should be worrying about. Just try not to actively provoke him, and you'll be fine. Small fry. Forget it, just try to keep your distance. He hands me a piece of paper with some numbers scribbled on it and walks away. Man, what does he think he is? 6th grade syndrome, Men in Black edition. I chuckle at that thought as I look at the food being presented. Cafeteria pizza, huh? I buy a large amount of food and find a secluded spot to eat my food. Last thing I need is someone stealing my food too. Zach feels a chill on the back of his neck. He turns around and spots a small brown boy watching him from a distance. The boy notices his gaze and scampers off. Feels like everything is getting more complicated. Zack mutters to himself. He thinks about the recent incidents and reflects on what Kaido had said previously. I need strength, join a martial arts class. No, I don't have any money to pay for a decent class. I need money then. With that I can buy weapons, protection, move my parents to a better area and hire some security. Money, money, money. These thoughts fill his head and he imagines the quickest and easiest methods. Stealing, I guess I can say I'm fighting evil with evil. First, I need to get stronger. The bell rings and everyone starts heading back to class. He finishes the large plate of food and goes back to class. He doesn't spot Tom in class though. Must be sick. During class, Zack is brainstorming ways to collect fresh blood. Blood bank, not fresh enough. Should I just dress up in a costume and go beating up thugs? Saving people, collecting blood and practicing fighting all at the same time. The more Zack thinks of the possibility of being a hero, the more appealing it sounds. Class ends, he waves bye to his teacher and Tom. Leaving quickly, he goes straight to the shopping center. He gets to the large building with missing person posters plastered on almost all of the windows. What kind of sick fuck would kidnap children? He thinks to himself as he glances at them before entering. He walks down the large walkway and heads to the charity shop. Entering, he sees a large amount of old people examining the clothing looking for a bargain. He approaches the selection looking for plain, strong clothes that won't be destroyed in a scuffle. He finds some ripped black jeans that are his size and a black long-sleeve t-shirt that has curry stains on it. He approaches the counter and buys them with the money he has left from Rahim and Amir. Nodding his head towards the elderly cashier, he leaves. I need a mask now. I remember a fancy dress shop just opened. Zack heads in the general direction that he remembers. Finding a shop with skulls, hearts, and other gothic pictures like that on the windows, he enters. What he sees is a fat man in a denim doing something to a man on a large chair, a subtle buzzing sound running through the room. Thanks again, Kev. I'll be back next. A man stands from his chair after wiping blood off with a tissue. Zack's eyes light up when he spots the blood and watches as the man throws the bloody tissue into a bin on the floor next to the wall. The denim jacket-wearing man, who was called Kev, wraps cling film around the man's arm, covering a new tattoo. He turns around and looks towards Zack. Do you have an appointment? No, I was just looking around. Plus, I don't think I'm old enough for a tattoo. Nah, I'll do you a small one if you got the money. Zack knows he definitely doesn't have enough money to pay for a tattoo, and he won't just give him the bucket of bloody tissues either. How much is a small one? The smallest I can do is some words for 40 pounds. Zack's monthly pocket money adds up to roughly 20 pounds. He only has 60 pounds on his debit card. How about you give me a discount and I will come round occasionally and clear out your trash for you. I won't dump it somewhere. I will dispose of the hazardous stuff properly. He looks at Zack suspiciously. Boy, do I look like a fool. Come on, mister. My family is having a hard time, so any contacts of potential income is truly needed. If I do a good job, perhaps you will pay me for more work. Zack gives the most innocent smile he can give. The man sighs and says, Your situation reminds me of an old friend's. Shame he has to work that awful night job almost every day. My father works the same actually. I still don't know what he does as a job. The man looks at me funny when I say that and starts observing my face closely. Say, could it be your last name is Miller? I look at him dumbfounded by his psychic abilities. He laughs. I'm not magic. It's just my friend and your pa are the same person. What a coincidence. The world truly is small, isn't it? He exclaims while excitedly patting my back. So you were saying about my dad's job. Leave it if he hasn't told you, yet then neither will I. Zach, who is growing increasingly more interested in his father's career, decides to drop it as the conversation won't go anywhere. So about the deal. He blinks his eyes and says while crossing his arms, fine, but if you get me in trouble, I'll break ye legs. Also, I want to choose the words I tattoo on ya. Sure, but please mind my dignity. 10. All the blood. Zach sits in the chair and mentally prepares for the tattoo that's about to be put on him. He doesn't know what it's gonna say, but apparently it's gonna be on the left side of his neck. Zach asks Kev if he can place it somewhere where it won't be seen. What, you scared of people being afraid of your tattoo? No, but I will probably get expelled from school. Fine, where do you want it? Can you do it under my armpit or something? Kev looks at Zach's chubby body. He scratches his beard and says, sure, I think I can make it work nice like. He gets his equipment out and goes to his laptop that is at the side for a second, pulling up some weird foreign text on Google Translate. Zach can see him grinning to himself and starts to worry about what it says. Kev gets out some paper and traces the words from the laptop. Practicing for a few times, he looks satisfied. The words are placed vertically and look nice aesthetically on the paper. Zach thinks it won't be too bad. He walks up to Zach and asks him to prop his arm up. He cleans the rib area and prepares the tattoo machine. It buzzes to life as he tells Zach that it's gonna hurt. Due to Zach's passive resistance to pain, it hurts less than it would, but he still feels an intense pain on his ribs as Kev does the tattoo. After 20 minutes, Kev wipes the last of the blood. Tossing the bloody tissue away while looking at his work, he mutters, "Nice, it came out better than I thought." He wraps the area in cling film and asks, "You want to see it?" Yes, Zach timidly says. He shows Zach a large mirror. Zach lifts his arm, revealing a bold foreign word going vertically from just under his armpit down to his pelvis. The words say Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Zach doesn't recognize them, but remembers that this language is used in a lot of the animes he had watched. Kev laughs as he sees Zach staring at the words. Why is it in Japanese? Kids nowadays think it looks cool, so most of the tattoos I do are like this. What does it mean? Ha ha ha, if you want to find out, look it up, you little blood sucker. He starts dreading what the words mean, but realizes that he is never going to take his shirt off, so it's probably fine. Thanks, I guess. Where is the waste that needs to be taken care of? There is a bunch of stuff left over that I haven't gotten round to cleaning yet. It's been pretty busy today. That dustbin out the back has it all stashed. Zach becomes excited after hearing this. He walks out the back door carrying the into an alleyway that has a large dust bin and trash scattered around the PL key. Zach opens the large dustbin and throws the contents of the small bin. He also drops the dreidel inside and leaves it for a couple minutes. He receives notifications occasionally. Absorbed human blood +1. Absorbed human blood +1. Absorbed human blood +1. Absorbed human. After a while it stops and Zach takes a look in the large bin. All the previously stained tissues are now void of blood and just have a dreidel sitting atop them. Zach picks it up and the system gives a notification. Host has leveled up. Please allocate your stats and spin. Smiling at this, Zach cleans up the rest of the trash and walks back into the store. I have gotten rid of all the hazardous material properly. That should be it for now, right? Yeah, thanks. To be honest, I usually just throw all the bloody ones away normally. But if you think that it's hazardous, then go ahead. Thanks for the tattoo. See you again sometime. Yeah, see ya, kid. Zach walks out, only just realizing he needs a mask before all the stores shut. Shit. Rubbing his still throbbing side, he runs towards the direct he thinks the store is. He finds another store that actually sells masks and looks around trying to find the perfect one. Ghost, devil, zombie, which are just some of the many masks shown on display in this store. Zach doesn't know what to choose as he picks up and tries each of them on. He is approached by a blonde-haired busty girl with an innocent face while looking at her. Assets, he notices a name tag hanging from them. Is there something wrong, customer? Startled by the sudden words, he turns red and sweats, then replies quickly, Nothing's wrong, Zoe, nothing. I'm good. She looks at him weirdly, looks down at her chest, and realizes that she has a name tag and smiles, revealing a pair of dimples. Is there something specific you're looking for? Playing it cool, he leans on a shelf and says, Why, yeah, I was invited to a fancy dress party and need a mask to attend. While standing up straight, pushing his pecs out, he accidentally knocks a mask off a shelf. Panicking, he jumps for it at the same time as the girl is trying to pick it up. Crash! Zach accidentally knocks her over and falls into an awkward position with his knee between her legs and both arms placed on each side of the floor next to her head. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean that. He tries to ignore her blushing face, gets up and holds his hand out for her. She grabs his hand and pulls herself up. It's okay, please be more careful next time, or you might hurt yourself. The atmosphere gets awkward for a while, but she lightens the mood by showing Zach some masks that might be good. What kind of party is it? It's the kind where nobody knows who anyone is until the end. So completely covering the face, but easily taken off. Is it horror-themed? Yes, definitely yes. Then I would recommend this one. She pulls out a demonic-looking mask with red skin, long teeth, bulging eyes, and long ears. Let's see. Zach puts it on and it fits perfectly. He starts posing in front of the mirror like a Power Ranger. Sir, that mask is 20 pounds. Finally stopping the posing, he stops and takes the mask off. Isn't 20 pounds a little much? The mask is designed for paintball, but no one has bought one in a while, so they are on sale. Is that so? Can I pay with card? That is fine. They approach the counter and she circles around, entering the details on the register. That will be 20 pounds, please. Zach takes his debit card out and enters his code on the card reader. Luckily, Kev gave him a 10 pounds discount, or he wouldn't be eating for the rest of the week. Thank you for shopping with us. As Zach was turning around to leave with his new mask, he stops and asks, Is there more stock of this kind of mask? Yes, there is. Could you reserve one or two for me? I am clumsy and may break it before I use it. I can only reserve it for a few weeks before we sell it. If no one buys, then we can reserve it indefinitely. Oh, that's great, thanks, see you later. Bye, she waves him out. All right, it's time to get back before it gets dark. I also need to level. When I get back, Zach reminds himself. 11. Pranked and spanked. Nothing noteworthy happens on his way home, but noticing an unfamiliar van at his house's doorstep, he becomes suspicious and cautiously enters. Zach hears laughing and the sound of drinks being poured. Thinking that his mother invited friends round, he walks into the front room. Ha, who would think that he's your son? You didn't have to go so far though, did you? You really wanted me to do one, huh? No, Definitely not. After walking in, he sees Kev and his father drinking merrily. What are you doing here? I was paying a visit to return your money to you. Why? You really think I'd give a 15-year-old a real tattoo? I'd be in prison by the end of the week. Zach rubs his side that's still throbbing and covered in cling film. But you used the tattoo gun on me. Haha, I didn't fill it with any ink and drew over it afterwards. Zach's a little embarrassed at being pranked so viciously as he receives the 30 pounds. His father looks at him angrily. How dare you try to get a tattoo? What are you thinking? But Daddy, being cut off, he continues. You also spent your money on getting something so worthless. If not for me knowing Kev, you would have been scammed. Come here. He drags Zach over, places him over his knee, and begins to pull down Zach's pants to spank him. Zach suddenly realizes what's about to happen and needs to stop it before they see his tail. Stop, wait. At his sudden outburst, Zach's father stops and looks at Zach deeply. You're not too old to receive a spanking. I need to discipline you. I'm really embarrassed, though. I'll take any other punishment. Putting Zach down, he ponders about what he can do. He honestly doesn't want to punish him, but discipline is needed. It's not just this. I also got a call earlier today from your principal telling me you're being suspended for a week. I'm being framed. Why would I harass other students when it's me being bullied? I'm not saying that I don't believe you, but I don't think your teachers would lie. I'm taking away your pocket money and increasing the chores you have to do around the house. No questions asked. Zach is frustrated by his father's attitude and snaps. You don't understand, it's not me. He runs upstairs carrying the recently bought items. Behind Zach, his father still sitting, sighs to himself. Looking at Kev, he says, he's right, I don't understand. Kev replies after sipping his drink. He's just going through puberty, he'll grow out of it. I don't know. I wish Diane would act more like a mother instead of wallowing around like a waste of space. I can understand why she's so depressed when you have to work that job. They stop speaking under the somber atmosphere and continue drinking. Upstairs, Zach is getting out the items from his bag. Looking at the mask and black clothing, he finally remembers something important. He needs to modify it slightly to be able to use it fully. Cutting a small hole in the jeans that would allow for him to use his tail, he looks at it and nods. I hope I don't need to use it, but I need to prepare for everything. Afterwards, Zach is fitting the mask to his head. He taps it, giving him a sense of satisfaction as he tests it. Okay, let's spin first. Sitting at his desk, he spins the dreidel. Shua, it falls to the side, revealing what looks to be a mouth. Congratulations, host, for acquiring language comprehension. After hearing a language enough times, you will adapt and learn it incomparably quicker than others. Please prepare for integration. Zach sits back and closes his eyes, expecting viscous pain to assault him, but all he feels is a tingling on each temple. After a couple minutes, it fades. I feel like this is going to be a useless ability. It might help with my French and Spanish classes, though. He thinks of all the mundane uses of this ability, while forgetting the world record achievements that could be gained. The system speaks up after a while. You have 5 points to allocate. Zach ponders and thinks of the system's answers last time. Let's do 3 stamina and 2 spirit. Show me the status. Zachary Miller, human plus male condition, healthy, strength 11, intelligence 10, agility 11, stamina 8, 11, spirit 8, 10, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV2, pain resistance, unveiling eye, language comprehension, body mods, prehensile tail, LV3 exp, 17/30, Looking satisfied, Zach begins to research the most crime-ridden places in London. He finds some suitable spots that don't seem too dangerous and lack surveillance. Let's go here. The news is always going on about this area and that it needs more police in it. Putting on a hoodie over the black clothes and putting the mask and other supplies into a backpack, he heads out. Sneaking past the room that his dad and Kev are in, he quietly shuts the door behind him. It isn't night yet, but it will take about half an hour to get to the chosen spot. He simulates fight scenes from movies on the way. By the time he gets to the spot, it's already dusk. Now I just gotta wait around and see what happens. After an hour or two of finding nothing, Zach begins to search around the housing areas instead of the commercial areas. After another 10 minutes, he hears a woman scream. He quickly takes his hoodie off, putting it into the bag and putting on the mask. I still feel kinda awkward about this, but fuck it. He runs toward the sound and reaches an alleyway. Peeking in, he sees a drunk-looking man grabbing a young woman who's wearing skimpy clothes with two other men watching them. Zach positions himself against the left wall of the alleyway and approaches the back of the two other men. With the lack of light, it's hard to tell what they look like, but this also helps him sneak up on them with ease. Zach thinks to himself, "I'll easily knock them out, save the girl and get her to call the cops." Thinking this, as he approaches the first man, he swings his fist in an arc, striking the man in the back of the head. Who the fuck? The man isn't knocked unconscious. It seems to be harder to knock out these older men than the 15-year-olds Zach has fought before. The other man looks back at him and kicks him. The kick misses as Zach retreats to put the wall against his back. The woman shouts for help desperately as this is happening. Regretting not using a weapon, Zach shouts at them, "You guys better run, 'cause I already called the police." You think the police care if you call? He remembers reading an article that says that police are afraid of this area. Shit. Zach manages to deflect a punch but receives another from the other guy. Taking punch after punch, his situation gradually turns grave. He drops to his knees as they continue hitting him, the girl screaming in the background as they do this. He gets more frustrated and angry after each hit he receives. At a certain point, he pulls the dreidel from his pocket and holds it tightly as they keep beating him. A glint appears in Zach's eyes as they go blank. "Stop!" he shouts as his tail flicks out from under his clothes, penetrating the first man through the shoulder, then proceeds to wrap around his neck. He stands slowly, ignoring his bruises. Holding the dreidel, he approaches the uninjured man while grinning. 12 Night Terror. Mike. What did you do to Mike? Stop. The man shouts as Zach approaches. Soon he can't retreat backwards anymore due to the walls. Looking around erratically, he sees the drunk and the woman staring at him from the sidelines. Help. He's gone crazy. They say nothing and hold their breaths. Zach's tail throws the man it's holding towards the drunk as he sprints to the uninjured man. The man tries to fight back. He attempts to block the hand holding the weapon but has no chance. Zach grabs the man's neck and stabs the dreidel into him many times. Zach finally turns and runs towards the last two enemies. "Stop, please," the man says with both knees on the floor and a large wound in his shoulder. Zach says nothing and stabs him in the side of the neck with the dreidel and leaves it there. Someone runs past him, and as he swings his tail to stop them, he realizes it's the woman who needed help earlier. "Monster!" the woman screams as she runs out of the alleyway. Meanwhile, the drunk man is still on the floor from the previous hit. Zach looks back at his work. He sees two mummified corpses and almost vomits. They deserved it. It was to save the girl. Yeah, I'm a hero. His brain goes at 200 mph to tell himself that they had to die. The drunk man sits there watching him, not saying anything. After a while, he begins to hear sirens and looks back at the drunk man. What do I do should he die? The drunk man sees the demon looking at him and pleads, "Don't kill me. I have a wife and family." Zach hears this and his heart goes cold. You have a wife and children, yet you attempt to rape someone. It was a mistake. I'll never do it again. Yes, you won't. As he says this, he steps on the man's body and, using his tail, he pierces the man's kneecap, permanently disabling him. Punishment is needed. Discipline is needed. You will become a better person with this. Zach says this and runs away from the sirens that are rapidly approaching. Using his tail, he latches onto high walls and fences and vaults over them extremely quickly. Normally, Zach would be excited by this, but right now his attitude is extremely bad. He keeps replaying what just happened in his mind when he lost control. I went it, failed my first strike and started receiving hits. I heard a whisper and it was already over. It felt like someone else was controlling me. Yes, someone must have made me do it. It doesn't take as long to get back to his house. He climbs through the windows to his room he unlocked before he left. He takes off his mask and sits on his bed trying to rationalize killing someone. After an hour of not coming to an answer, he moves to take his clothes off, but stops when he feels the adrenaline wearing off, causing him to face the extent of his injuries. He checks himself over. Luckily, nothing is broken, but his whole body is covered in bruises and small cuts. He is angry about his own weakness, but remembers the fate of the people who caused the injuries and calms down. It's now around 1 a.m. and he's still got school in the morning. He checks with the system and raises his stats without spinning before quickly falling asleep. Zachary Miller, human plus male condition, fine strength 11, 12 intelligence 10, agility 11, stamina 11, 15 spirit 10, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV3 pain resistance, unveiling eye language comprehension, body mods prehensile tail, LV4 exp 6/40. Zach finds himself inside what looks to be a dark alleyway. The atmosphere is heavy and he looks around to see where he is. It's very dark, so he can't see very well, but as he gets closer to the walls, he realizes that there seems to be something wet and sticky running down them. Help! Suddenly, he hears a voice. Turning around, it appears to be the drunk man from last night. He rolls on the floor side to side as he screams for help. Zach doesn't approach and just observes him. After a while of the rather peculiar scene, he turns back, trying to discover what this fluid on the wall is. Touching it and smelling it, it smells like it have iron in it, and it's thicker than water. The wall appears to be covered in blood. As he notes this fact, he turns around to the drunk man, about to say something but stops. The drunk man is holding a knife to his father's throat from behind. He looks at Zach while grinning. This is payback. He digs the knife into his father's neck, causing blood to spurt out as he drags it to the other side. Zach tries to stop him but realizes his tail isn't here. He runs to tackle the man, but as he's about to hit them, he wakes up, sweating profusely and panting. He touches his own face and realizes he is crying. Relax, it's just a dream. He tries to calm himself down while his heart is beating at a rapid pace. Hearing a knock at the door and a familiar voice, he jumps up. Hey Zach, sorry about yesterday. I know I don't really get what the school's like, but I will listen if you need me to. Dad. Zach jumps up, opens the door and gives his dad a bear hug. What's wrong? He notices the weird mode but pats Zach on the back while returning the hug. It's nothing, just don't leave, okay? Well, I have to go to work sometime. As he releases the hug, he pats his son's back a few more times. Did you lose weight? Zach looks himself up and down and realizes his belly and love handles are smaller than yesterday. You look taller too, must be a growth spurt. I'll go measure myself, Zach says while smiling brightly. He enters the bathroom and first steps on the scale before he weighed around 95 kg or 15 stone, which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize he is only 15 years old. Checking the scale, he seems to be the same weight. Disappointed, he checks his height and discovers he has grown from 5.3 ft to 5.4. System, is this an effect from the stamina increase? Yes, you can expect to see more changes as your body adapts to the stat change. Zach washes his face and realizes he has slightly less acne. Excited by the changes, he tells his father, and he looks really happy. I told you, our family has good genes. Your grandfather is over 6 ft, you know. Really? Yeah, it's a shame you can't meet him. Why not? He's busy with certain matters. Anyway, have you had breakfast yet? 13. Busted Zach and his father sit down in the kitchen with some cereal. A small TV is on in the corner broadcasting the morning weather. It's gonna rain today. Remember to bring a coat to school. Zach rubs a bruise on his arm and smiles. The TV switches the topic from the weather to a recent murder case. He slowly becomes quieter as his dad turns up the volume. Last night, it is reported that a woman was attacked by 3 assailants. She escaped, but when the police reached the scene, 2 were already dead, and 1 was crippled. The attacker is allegedly a monster who uses a tail to impale people, and a knife-like object that sucks blood. The reports are made by the survivor, who was drunk at the time, so no evidence apart from 2 mummified corpses could be found. They both take a minute before looking at each other. The first person to speak is the father. It's getting more dangerous around here lately. I think we better start saving what little money we have for a rainy day. Zach doesn't speak and just nods with a glum face. You know, this isn't the first time a supernatural report was made near here either. Lots of crazies running around. Dad, if someone's life was in danger, would you take a life to save one? It always depends on the circumstances. If someone was about to kill a friend or family, then I would intervene. It's not that I hate strangers, but I can't put my livelihood at risk affecting you and your mother. Do you think heroes can exist? No. Zach frowns and continues eating his cereal. His eyes light up as he sees some text in his retina. Spins equals 1. He tells his dad that he had forgot something and hops upstairs. Getting to his table, he gulps over the dreidel and thinks about what ability he will get next. He spins it and waits. Shua shua. As always, it falls to the side. The top-facing side reveals a picture of what looks to be a man going through a wall. Congratulations, host, for gaining the ability Phase. Phase allows you to move through solid objects at the cost of your stamina. The denser the object and the distance you travel through it affect the stamina consumption. Zach looks down at his hand and realizes he can't see it. Panicking, he looks at his other hand, finding nothing. What's happening to me? Host is being integrated with the Phase ability. So I will be normal in a bit. Correct? He breathes a sigh of relief and begins to see his limbs after a couple seconds, feeling like he has grown a new limb. He tries to flex the limb and finds his body becoming slightly ethereal and see-through. Still seated in his chair, he attempts to push his body down. Crash! He falls through his chair and onto the floor. Feeling the rapid drain of his stamina, he moves the chair out from inside himself and turns off the ability. Seems like I can only intentionally phase through objects. He quickly moves his hand through the desk, feeling no resistance after activating the ability. System, what happens if I stop the ability while phasing through something? The material with the strongest bonds will remain together, while the weaker one will be split. For example, if the host phases his current hand into a brick wall and stops phasing, host's hand will be split on the atomic level and disappear. Zach gets a cold sweat and stop questioning the system. Zach, you need to head out to school. He hears a shout from the kitchen and leaves for school. As he walks to school but feels like someone is watching him, he decides to take the scenic route. Casually walking into a park that, on the way to school, he ducks and hides behind a bush and waits. There, crunch, he sees a small body scampering in the direction that he was heading in, followed by a group of people holding weapons. They all have hoods up, but Zach can see their Middle Eastern-looking faces and realize they look kind of familiar. Where'd he go? You said he started walking through here. A tall man with a bat shouts at the young boy who was leading them. He did, I swear. The man slaps the young boy in the face and continues on the same path towards the school. Zach decides to call the police and confront them. He calls and tells the police the general direction that they will be in a couple minutes and prepares to confront them. He casually dips ahead of them and turns a corner looking directly at them. Everyone freezes for a couple seconds. The tall man looks at the young boy and asks, Is that him? He nods, and the tall man puts the bat on his shoulder and sizes Zach up and down. You know who you fucked with? No. His face remains stoic and says, I'm gonna have to break a leg or two. Sorry about this kid. His speed surprises Zach as his bat has already swung towards his head, but in preparation for the strike, Zach allows the bat to phase through his head. Due to the speed, the other men don't see anything weird, but the tall man is confused and almost falls over due to the inertia. Zach backs away as the rest of them approach, but they start to hear sirens approaching. Most of them look annoyed and frustrated. They look towards the tall man who says, This kid's weird. We gotta get rid of him today. They hear this and start running for Zach. He sprints in the direction of the sirens. In front of him are the fences of the park, and behind are the roads towards the school and possible police. He runs and jumps from a fallen tree trying to get over the spiked fence. But due to his inexperience with Parker, he misjudges the distance. Luckily, he can fix the mistake and barely miss it by phasing through them. The tall man who witnesses the close call squints his eyes and frowns as they run towards him, vaulting over the fence with ease. As soon as they vault over the fence, they are standing in front of 3 police cars and a young man with a heavy build. Stop, put your hands up. 14. Something deeper. The group of men seem to be dumbfounded as they don't move when they hear the command. The tall man looks at the police officer and scoffs. I want to see your sergeant. The 6 police officers call in a larger vehicle to carry the men to the police station. One of the officers asked the chubby boy Zach what the problem was. They were following me. Look, I got it on camera. He shows them the short cell phone video of the tall man talking to the young boy, and the audio of them beginning to chase him. You knew they were after you. I'm bullied in school and have good ears. He smiles at the officer while pointing at his ears. Can you come with us for questioning? Sure, but can you notify my school of my absence? Sure. Zach hops into the police car happily, and they drive to the local station. When they get to the station, he is directed to what looks like a cell. It's a blank room with a metal chair and table that are bolted down. The door has bars on it and locks from the outside, preventing any thought of escape for anyone except Zach. He sits in the room with a cup of water contemplating what to do if he has to escape. If he uses his ability while the cameras are still on, he will become a lab rat. Snap, crack, crack, someone unlocks and enters the room. It's a fat man in police uniform. He sits down and puts some files on the desk. Flipping through and rubbing his temples, he looks deeply at Zach. Clean record, although you have a problem. I don't know a young man who causes as much trouble as you, constant fights at school. Harassing students, stealing, and even assaulting your principal. Zach is dumbfounded by the sudden change of events and creases his brows. I did none of that. Reports don't lie, dumb kids do. But what are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe put you in juvenile detention. You probably won't survive if I do. What do you want? I want you to keep your mouth shut. Zach sits quietly. There is one way of you getting out of this. Apologize to Sajid Mansur. After you apologize properly, you will be given a debt amounting to £10,000, which you will have to pay back with interest. I can't afford that. Well, it may take a lifetime, but you will or die trying. He grins. As he says this, his double chin wobbles as he shows his yellow teeth. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. The fat man reacts first. Hello, an interrogation is being carried out at the moment. A deep voice is heard behind the door. You have no right to arrest him. Kev walks through the door and squares up against the fat officer. A tall, dignified officer with epaulets walks behind Kev. The fat man looks wide-eyed at the officer and says, Chief Inspector, do you need something? Yes, my friend asked me to contact him if this young man was ever in trouble. Here's his file. He is noting but a troublemaker. I'm starting to doubt the validity of these documents after discussing it with my friend here. Zach has no idea why Kev is respected so much but goes with it. The chief inspector lets Zach and Kev leave after discussing what happened with the men who chased him. Hopefully, we can do something with the evidence provided. Please do. Kev looks at Zach and laughs. 15 years old and getting chased by a mob with baseball bats. What you do to piss them off? Nothing. The principal is out to get meat because I beat his asshole son up. He stops and looks at Zach, playing his hand on his shoulder. I may be able to help you out now, but if you keep getting in this kind of trouble, I won't always be this quick. Yeah, I know. It's not like I want them to chase me. All right, by the way, I'm taking you straight back to school. I'm not that cool. After everything that happened today. Yup, you can come by and clean my shop once you're done. Fine. That tattoo still hurt, ha ha ha. He starts laughing. Zach remains stone-faced as spittle hits his face. They arrive at his large Range Rover, parked outside the police station, and head to his school. Have fun. Yeah, right. Kev drives off casually as Zach stands outside the school gates. He enters and heads towards his classroom. On the way, he spots a familiar person, covered in spray tan and heavy makeup. Grace is hard to miss. Hello. Zach says hello, but she notices him and quickly walks away with a frown on her face. He eventually reaches his classroom. Mr. Robinson is sat at his desk eating pasta out of a plastic container. Oh, Zach, we received a call from the police. I'm glad you're all right. What happened? I got chased by some gangsters and then framed by the principal's false reports on me. Should I report that to the higher-ups? No, you'll just get in trouble if you get involved. Mr. Robinson tries to change the subject. Okay, you didn't miss much but maths. It's break now. Since I missed maths, can I work now? Sure, what do you want me to teach? Can you do a French lesson? My French isn't all that great, but hopefully I can help your studies with my understanding. Can you play French videos or songs while we do this? I find it helps me concentrate, Zach says while grinning to himself wickedly. 15. Crash course. During the 20-minute French lesson, Zach gained many insights about his language comprehension ability. It's a lot more powerful than he first thought. After doing a small basic lesson with Mr. Robinson, he has become able to hold a casual conversation in French. You're a real talent. I have never met someone so quick to pick this stuff up. I have always been good with languages. I never properly studied French beforehand. So this progress is all in a day. You could probably master the language in a week or two. It's a shame I'm being suspended on Monday, huh? I can assign you homework and give you a few books. Zach thinks it over and gets an idea. Would it be possible to send me many different languages? Yeah, you're not planning to try learning all of them though, are you? I don't know. I would like to try see how far I can get. Mr. Robinson sets down the book he has open in his hand and closes it. Fine. Come by the classroom at the end of school tomorrow. I'll have a selection of books for you to pick from. Remember, I'll be taking them from the library with my own name. Any damage to the books and I'll be the one in trouble. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, Zach says with a smile. The bell rings telling the two that class has just started. There goes my break. Mine too. They both look at each other and laugh as students start entering the class. Hey Zach. Tom walks in with bags under his eyes and greets Zach. Dude, you look rough. Yeah, some problems at home. Don't worry about it, if you think so. Class resumes as Tom and Zach catch up on all the latest gaming trivia under the guise of actually doing work. After school, Zach says bye to Mr. Robinson and Tom then leaves. He heads out of school and goes toward a highly populated street to walk to Kev's shop. They won't chase me if there are people around, right? Likely, the system misinterprets the rhetorical question and replies. Is the system learning as time goes on? Likely, where does the system come from? Information limited. As Zach walks towards Kev's shop and talks to the system, he realizes that people are staring at him. Crap, am I gonna be attacked again? As he thinks this, he hears people walk by while talking to themselves. That weirdo is talking to himself. Let's go before he attacks somebody. The smile on Zach's face disappears, and he continues walking towards Kev's shop. As he enters, he sees a young woman with black hair, covered in tattoos, sitting on the chair. Sorry, am I interrupting? No, the trash is in the back. Just clean the place up for the cleaners to pick it up. The girl perks up at his words. You found yourself another lackey, Kevin. Don't call me that, and no, he's just helping out. She purses her lips and smiles towards Zach. Don't mind me, off you go. Zach goes to the back and starts cleaning. While the girl watches him leave, she says to Kev, he looks familiar, who is he? He's Mike's kid. He does have his eyes. Although his frame is a bit different. I haven't seen him in a couple years. Has he changed at all? That playboy found a job. Can you guess what he's doing to pay the rent? When we left, didn't he get treated? They tried, but he still can't work a normal job. So it's something you can do without concentrating. Many choices. He's a gigolo for a very wealthy woman. The girl hears this and bursts into laughter. No way. Don't laugh. It might be funny for us, but the job is just as dangerous as his previous one. Why's that? Because she is just as possessive over her employees as she is with money. In the back alley, Zach is casually absorbing the blood from the trash before he cleans it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he checks the notification. Absorbed human blood +1. Absorbed human blood +1. Absorbed human. Show me the status. Zachary Miller, human plus male condition, fine strength 11, 12 intelligence, 10 agility, 11 stamina, 11 15 spirit, 10 luck, 10 skill, quick retreat, LV3 pain resistance, unveiling eye language comprehension, body mods, prehensile tail, LV4 exp, 15/40. As he walks in, he finds the girl giggling on the chair. It wouldn't seem weird, but she is doing so. She must be a very peculiar person. Job's done, Kev. I'll be heading back. As he walks towards the door, he is stopped by the woman's voice. My name is Carmen. What's yours? Zach. Nice to meet you. He looks at Kev and leaves after the awkward introduction. Zach heads to the library to pick up some books. He doesn't have a lot of money to make a deposit, so he needs to choose wisely. He gets to the rather large building that has an academic air about it. Walking inside, he approaches the counter and asks for books about languages such as Russian, Arabic, and Japanese. What are you studying for? I'm gonna try become fluent in all of them. He says this, and the librarian almost coughs up a lung. She begins to say something but holds it down and smiles. She retrieves the books, takes the deposit, and says goodbye to the young genius/idiot. Zach walks back with a stack of books in his hands. He wouldn't be able to carry this many if he hadn't raised his strength or stamina. Or read them. Zach thanks God that he's the one that got the dreidel. 16. Books. Book and books. Zach gets back to his house while a tower of books wobble in his hands. Opening the door, somehow he walks into the house. Ouch! Crash! He bumps into someone and falls over. Rubbing his head, he looks at the person who had just been knocked over and sees his mother. Mum, are you okay? You walked into me, so no. It was an accident, sorry. Looks like at Zach angrily and walks into the kitchen. Zach sighs and begins picking up the books. He eventually gets to his room, sits down and breathes out. He starts putting the books into his small bookshelf. When he runs out of room, he starts stacking them next to it. With the books he'll get from Mr. Robinson, he'll have reading material for the week. With this thought, Zach pulls out a piece of paper that he had stashed in his room. Beep beep, Zach. It must be you because you're the only one who has this number. Yeah, I'm gonna be gone for a week and wanna know if I gonna get chased by some angry mobsters again. Not from the higher-ups. My bet's on the principal and his kid. Don't worry, they probably already forgot about you. If you say so, thanks, Kaido. Beep beep. Zach does the chores around his house and begins to study the Arabic books. Quickly night comes around, and he plays counter-fight for another 30 minutes before going to sleep. Zach finds himself on a beautiful beach with white sand and large waves. Another dream, huh? He attempts to dispel his wariness but fails. As he looks around, he finds a small hut. Approaching it, he hears voices. Get off. Help, shut up. Zach walks into the hut quietly and sees a woman strapped to a surgical table with her hand fixed upwards. A man is standing next to her holding a finger. Her finger. The woman spots Zach. Help me, please. The woman's face changes and morphs into his mother's face. The man looks back and laughs. The man takes on the guise of his father and shouts, You did this. This is what you deserve. Zach tries to stop him as he raises his arm. He's not fast enough, and the man's arm brings down a cleaver, completely severing his mother's head. Nuo. He wakes up sweating like the previous night. What's wrong with me? The rhetorical question is answered. Host appears to have early stages of PTSD. The thing war veterans get. How did I get it? Host murdered 2 people and crippled 1. An average 15-year-old boy would usually be more affected by this fact. Don't remind me. Is there any way to heal it? If host reaches level 5 and unlocks another system function, it can be solved. I guess I better hurry up then. Zach, I left breakfast on the table. I won't be seeing you off. Saya, his dad leaves in a hurry. Zach packs a few books in his rucksack and heads off to school. The trip is quiet, people walking past, blue sky, and a man about to punch. Zach dodges the punch at last second. What the fuck? He looks at his assailant and realizes it's Raheem. He looks at Zach and runs into a park. Zach follows to teach this punk a lesson. They run through the park and into a dark forested area where Raheem finally stops. This is it. You're gonna pay this time. He pulls out a machete from behind a log and prepares a striking stance. PFFT, you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me guess, Grace saw me and wanted you to deal with me. Doesn't matter who said what or where they say you're gonna die today. Somehow I doubt that. Did you come here with anyone? Obviously not. Any cameras? Stop fucking around. Why would I put myself at risk? Zach lets his tail unfurl out from behind him and hover mid-air over his shoulder. Raheem is visibly shaken and almost drops his machete. What the fuck is that? The question you should be asking is what you are to me, because right now all I see is blood. The tail whips in the air, smashing the machete out of his hand. He falls to the ground but quickly stands and tries to run. The tail sharply changes direction and wraps his ankle, stopping him in his tracks. Stop. You can't touch me. My family will never let you go. It's a shame nobody knows you're out here, huh? His face drains of blood, turning white. You can't die on me yet, we're not done. Zach says with an innocent smile. He hangs Raheem upside down and prepares the dreidel. Aren't you used to this? I'm only gonna make some hallow, Raheem. Zach laughs at his poor joke and jams the dreidel into his exposed neck. He is careful not to get blood on himself. Stop, please. His voice fades as his body loses moisture, turning into a mummy. Human consumed plus 20. Show me the status. Zachary Miller, human plus male condition, healthy, strength 12, intelligence 10, agility 11, stamina 15, spirit 10, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV3, pain resistance, unveiling eye, language comprehension, phase, body mods, prehensile tail, LV4 exp, 35/40. I was expecting more. Zach lays the mummified corpse on the ground and leaves the park as secretly as possible. He picks up a Starbucks coffee, on the way with the money someone donated to him again. When he gets to school, he can see Grace with her arms crossed looking at him dumbfounded. 17, slightly less fat Zach approaches Grace while looking her up and down. Is there something wrong? She blinks a couple times and then replies in a quiet voice, No. Nothing, I was just wondering if you had any trouble on the way. No, why would there be? Just asking. She turns around and walks into the school while trying to call someone on her phone. Zach thinks to himself about how she became such a bitch. He gets to his classroom and finds out that sports day is going to happen once his suspension is done. Luckily, Mr. Robinson approaches the class and tells everyone to follow him to weigh everyone and do BMI tests. They follow him into a sterile-looking room that has scales and other medical equipment scattered about. Zach starts to feel anxiety sink in and looks into the mirror. He takes a double check, but can't shake the feeling that he's gotten taller again. Must be the stat change effects. They all line up and get ready to be measured. Eventually, it's Zach's turn. He steps onto the scale, and it reveals that his weight is 100 kg. I have gotten heavier. All the kids around him seem to think it's funny and start giggling and making jokes. Mr. Robinson steps in and says, "Your weight probably increased because you seem to have had a growth spurt. Let's check." He gets his height measured, and it reveals that he has grown to 5'6" ft, slightly higher than all he peers apart from Tom. Now that I think about it, where is Tom? He called in sick. They also check blood pressure while everyone is here for a quick health check. Everyone heads back to the classroom under Mr. Robinson's lead and start doing normal lessons. Due to Zach's 1-point increase in intelligence, his studies are coming along nicely. This is excluding French and Spanish, where he excels above all his peers and has nearly become fluent in them. At the end of the day, Zach approaches Mr. Robinson for the book that they had agreed on. "You really are a genius with language. You can make a career out of this, Yauno." "Does it pay well?" "It depends on how many languages you can get under your belt and how lucky you are." "Luck has never been my strong suit. Thanks for the books, Mr. Robinson. I won't see you next week, but I'll be training for sports day." "You're training for sports day. Don't push yourself, okay? Also make sure not to damage those books." "I'll try, see ya later." As Zach is walking home, he is approached by a tall man who seems to be familiar. "Yo, come with me. Your friend Grace wants to talk." Zach knows what she wants but is kind of on the fence when it comes to killing her too. "What does she want?" "You'll know when we get there." He starts walking to an underpass as Zach follows. What he sees is 4 men and Grace standing in the middle of them. She greets Zach. "Hey Zach, these are my new friends. I want to ask you something. Where is Raheem?" "No idea. Did something happen to him?" "Bullshit. He said he was having a meetup with you before school. Where is he?" Zach looks around at the now 5 guys that are standing around. He notices that they are keeping their hands in their pockets like they are holding something. "I honestly don't know." Grace looks at Zach's face and frowns. "Is this revenge because started ignoring you? That stunt you pulled in the nurse's office, beating up Raheem beforehand. Are you that jealous that you have to destroy my life?" "PFFT, ha 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 ha." Zach starts laughing maniacally. "Don't tell me that you didn't know that Raheem has been targeting me ever since he started dating you. Either he hates all guys that you were friends with, or he just doesn't like me personally. I'm leaning towards the former because I didn't know him before Sajid turned up and ruined my life." "No, you started it." "I started it by protecting you, you ungrateful slut. Would you have been fine if I had just let them do whatever they want?" "No, you would be the same as you are now. A clown covered in makeup whose only use is a cum dumpster. Let me guess, you even let Sajid and Amir have a try." Grace's face goes red as her eyes tear up. "I didn't have a choice." "You had a choice when Raheem tried to kill me though. You were even waiting for him to get back. Is it because I humiliated you in school? So you do know where Raheem is." Zach checks around for people or cameras. "Yeah, you might see him on the news soon." The atmosphere changes when Zach says those words. Grace looks at one of the guys beside her and nods before running away. The 5 men pull out knives and seem to be wearing thick leather gloves. So she was gonna try kill me, even if I didn't know where he is. We already got paid. That's the answer I was looking for. Zach knows Grace isn't rich, nor does she have lots of connections. These guys must be street-level thugs trying to make a quick buck. If he didn't think that, he wouldn't try to fight them. As they approach Zach, he asks them, "Who's your boss?" They don't answer and keep advancing. Some split off to try block exits for his escape. Because there are no cameras or people around, Zach feels pretty confident in being able to win this fight. But Zach wants to try without using his tail, just in case he can't use it due to some circumstance. 18. Get ready for 69. As Zach prepares for a big fight, he hears a feminine scream followed by yells for help. "Get off me, pervert. I know karate, so back off." It appears that one of the men who split off caught a girl. "I can't just leave her here, nor can I fight them while she is here." Zach murmurs under his breath. Looking around, he still can't locate the precise location of the girl. There are 3 men blocking off the exit in that direction. "Guess I'll just go through them. Besides, if I kill them, then Grace will have proof that I'm dangerous and spread that info around, stupid slut." Zach suddenly bolts towards an exit. The men get ready to start stabbing, slashing, and beating. They stand in a line, making it difficult to go past without receiving a wound. Zach concentrates to reveal the black lines. He spots a massive black line on the right side of one of the guy's face. If Zach had to guess, it would be that he has a previous injury causing weakness. No matter how high his stats go, he is still only 15 years old. He prepares to activate phase to stop serious injuries, but ignores the small ones due to his lack of stamina. The man in the middle swipes with his knife, grazing Zach's arm. The short, fat man on the left decides to circle round to flank. The man Zach is initially aiming for seems to smirk as he winds up and attempts a underarm stab towards his chest. Zach can't dodge it as it will strike him in the face, but he mans up and pushes his head down while activating phase. The man seems surprised as he hits nothing, but it's too late as Zach has jumped up and right-hooked his weak point. The man falls to the floor weakly, hopefully not dead. He runs past them while the 2 chase after him. The shouts of the woman and sleazy laugh of a man get louder. Zach can't waste any more time and phases through a large wooden fence, buying himself and the woman some time. The fence happens to lead in the direction that he's heading and speeding up the interception. He can hear confused shouts from behind him as he runs to save the woman. "Bitch, shut the fuck up before I cut your tongue out, then do whatever I want." Fuck off, you sick fuck." Zach's speed increases slightly due to the severity of the scream. He is slightly tired due to overusing phase, but continues. He reaches what looks to be someone's garden shed that has been kicked open. Seems like no one's home, so the commotion is ignored. He runs into the room and doesn't think before stabbing the vile man in the back with the dreidel. "What the fuck?" The man stands up with the dreidel sticking out of his back and throwing the torn clothing onto the floor. Zach doesn't look at the woman and prepares to fight the man, who seems to be growing taller as he stands. He must be over 6 ft tall. "You wanna ruin my fun? Let's go." The man throws his massive body weight and tackles Zach to the floor. He starts pummeling his face, body, and whatever else he can strike. Zach can't activate any abilities due to not being able to concentrate. All he does is flail his arms in front of his face to try to block the blows. It has to be said that if Zach didn't upgrade his stamina, he would be in a coma by now. The man suddenly stands up and turns around. Zach looks and barely sees past his now black eyes. The girl seems to have stabbed the man with her high heel. Zach praises her bravery, but also curses her stupidity. Now that the man's attention is not on Zach and is back on her, he can barely move but manages to lift his head to look at her. He feels a sense of déjà vu. "Go, run away." He feebly tries to warn her. She is frozen in fear though and doesn't move. The man slowly approaches her. each step slow and forceful, like he is trying to show off his strength. When he finally reaches the front of the girl, he stops and breathes heavily. Zach closes his eyes. He doesn't wish to see what kind of vile treatment the man will inflict upon her. Bang! A massive impact causes Zach to open his eyes. He doesn't know whether this is a joke or he is dreaming, but he sees the man lying on the floor bleeding from every orifice: eyes, mouth, nose, and even ears. Zach slowly lays his head back, trying to figure out what just happened. He sees the dreidel now on the floor and picks it up. Strong human consumed plus 40. Thank God. He heaves and attempts to prop himself up. He sees the girl sobbing while standing over him. Why is she crying? We're saved. Zach splutters. We need to leave before the others get here. Others? They are after me. I'm sorry you got caught up in this. No, I'm just glad you saved me. She helps Zach up and lets him prop himself up on her shoulder. Don't push yourself. I know I weighed a lot. It's fine, let's go quickly. My house is nearby. Although the situation is terrible, the only girl's room Zach has ever been in is Grace's. And that obviously didn't turn out well. But there is no choice now. On the way, he manages to find time to check the status. Zachary Miller, human plus male condition, injured, strength 12, intelligence 10, agility 11, stamina 15, spirit 10, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV4, pain resistance, unveiling eye, language comprehension, phase, body mods, prehensile tail, LV5 exp, 35/100. She escorts him around a detached house and brings his broken body a couple blocks away and into a flat. Climbing the stairs to get to the top floor and opening the door that is numbered 69. Did you pick that number? He accidentally asks. She giggles and says, You really don't have a filter, huh? I get why they were chasing you now. Zach looks up and finally notices a name tag on her bountiful breasts, Zoe. He finally passes out as he takes a step inside her house. 19. What a freak! Zach is face down on the floor as he watches the giant man beat the girl to death. Please stop. Kill me instead. Leave her alone. He suddenly stops, approaches Zach, and lifts his massive foot over his head. Crunch. Zach sits up quickly from a bed while screaming. The pain that's supposed to be in his head is coming from his right arm and shoulder. Stop. Calm down. You are okay. A girl gently lays Zach's ridged body back onto the bed. Where are we? We made it back to my place, don't you remember? Yeah, my bad. Why do I hurt so bad? You were running on pure adrenaline, and by the time we got back you fainted from your injuries. Zach gets a cold sweat and looks at her deeply. He then looks down at his body and visually checks if he's still hiding his tail. You didn't take my belt off, did you? No, your injuries were only on your upper body. Zach doesn't trust what she's saying as he definitely feels leg pain. He lays there for a while trying to get a gist of the situation. Looking around the room, he sees a clean-looking bedroom covered in pink animals and furniture. Glances at the girl. She seems embarrassed by his inquisitiveness. We have met before, right? Yeah, you remember me from the fancy dress store. Oh, yeah. What were you doing there? Should you really be asking me that? Oh, she goes to give him an angry look but stops as she sees the seriousness in his face. On my way home, I saw you drop this when you were walking with one of those guys. She picks up a book that says French for Idiots and continues. I wanted to give it back immediately, but it looked kinda dangerous, so I followed you. When that girl got the guys to attack you, I tried to call the police. But I guess I was slightly too loud as one of them heard me. I tried to run but got caught. She tears up as she tells the story. That's when you saved me. She wipes the tears away and smiles. You're brave. I have pride too, Zach cuts her off mid-sentence. And really stupid. Why? That guy was busy with me. He would have gone down soon anyway, so why put yourself at risk? You know why he fell. Zach stops and tries to think of an answer that doesn't incriminate him. I stabbed him with some poison. He is definitely dead. Dead? She seems shocked by the sudden escalation but regains her calm. So why were they after you? Zach sighs. My ex-childhood friend hired them to beat me up or kill me. Or both. But why woo? Don't ask. Quiet consumes the room. How long will I be in bed? Your arm and shoulder have fractures. I was surprised when it was only to that extent. You should get yourself to the hospital. How do you know how bad my injuries are? I'm training to be a doctor, she says happily. So I can walk soon, right? A day or two in bed, a sling, and you should be fine to walk. Can I stay here till then? I can't go to hospital for personal reasons. You did save me. I'll just sleep on the couch till then. No big deal. Thanks, Zoe. You remembered. I saw your name tag on the way in. You still haven't told me your name. She puffs her cheeks and crosses her arms. It's really cute. I'm Zach. I need to use the restroom. Okay, I'll bring you there. Give me a shout when you're done. She helps Zach into the bathroom and leaves to make food. Thank God I'm injured or I would have jumped her. I should probably give my dad a call telling him I'll be away for a day or two. Zach calls his dad and lets him know he'll be staying at Tom's house. He seems surprised but agrees quickly. Zach sits on the side of the bathtub and pull out the dreidel. Time to level, I guess. I wonder if I can get anything to cure this PTSD thing. Or even my fractured bones. Host only needs to ask, can I cure my PTSD? Congratulations, host, for reaching level 5 and unlocking the soul store. Soul store. Host can trade consumed sentient beings/souls for various items. Anything, so the system has a stockpile of stuff waiting for me to buy it. Impossible at system current power. The soul store uses souls to fabricate matter and create items needed. So you can create matter. Isn't that on the realm of gods? Consuming souls is also on the realm of redacted. Show me a basic list of possible items. Eye of Scotty equals 10,000 souls. Infinity Gauntlet equals 1 billion souls. Immortality Mantra equals 1 million souls. Boots of Speed equals 100 souls. Serata equals 70 souls. Even stuff from Warframe. There is literally limitless possibilities. Correct, Okay, you got any medicine that gets rid of mental illnesses? Soul Strengthen Pill equals 1 soul, 1 use only. This will get rid of my illness. Correct. Side effect equals +1 spirit. How many souls do I have? Souls 4. The two guys in the alleyway, Rahim and the big guy, they all got completely absorbed. Makes sense. Okay, purchase. As Zach says these words, light suddenly appears in front of him. Particles gather together, concentrating into even brighter light, eventually become the shape of a pill. It drops into Zach's hands, and he observes it. The pill looks like a regular pill you would get from a doctor, except its color is constantly changing. Weird. Let's put all the bonus stat points into strength. After he says this, he gulps the pill down his gullet. He immediately feels a lot calmer, like chains being lifted. Zach's not sure whether it's the PTSD being cured or the gain in his spirit stat. Afterwards, he grabs the dreidel that always mysteriously close to him and gets ready to spin it. placing it on the floor and putting pressure on it ready to spin it. Crack. The dreidel sinks into the floor and cracks the bathroom tile. Zach is surprised by this and almost topples over backwards. He looks at his hands and squeezes the side of the bathtub as hard as he can. He lets go and sees light imprints left by his fingers. The strength increase seems a bit much for me right now. He goes back to the dreidel and lightly spins it. Shua shua. It falls to the side, revealing a dragon with 7 heads. Congratulations, host. Please choose from the Hydra bundle. Dragon eyelid equals nictitating membrane grows a second eyelid that can protect host's eyes when without affecting sight when needed. Additionally, the eyelids are as strong as dragon scale. 7 heads equals grows 6 more heads that have independent personalities and are able to spit different kinds of elements: fire, poison, frost. Poison-resistant gills equals gills grow under the host's armpits and enable the host to breathe underwater. Additionally, due to the environment where hydras exists, poison resistance is added. Please select one. I'm gonna be even freakier than I am now. Can I choose later? Host has to choose within 3 days or it will be randomly selected. Zach almost cries but forgets about it and checks his status. 20. Home sweet home. Zach ponders what kind of freak he wishes to become. He feels uneasy. It's almost like there is a comment war in some far-off dimension questioning his decisions. He decides it's more efficient to pick now and get the benefits instead of forgetting about it and getting a random one. 7 heads is obviously a no-go. Eyelid/nictitating membrane is good for protecting the eyes from unexpected attacks, but if it's unexpected, then I won't be able to use them fast enough. Gills provide poison resistance and water breathing. Theoretically, it's possible to filter chlorine, which could be useful in the swimming competitions that are coming soon. I'll pick the gills. Initiating body mod. A searing pain comes from under his armpits. The slicing and grating pain are like waves battering his body. He gasps for breath but stops as he feels he is about to burst. An effect of the gills is absorbing oxygen from moisture. It improves his lung capacity and efficiency in certain situations, although these effects may be limited if covered by tight clothing. Eventually the pain stops, and he feels like he grew another lung. He feels around the gills, but finds they are a lot smaller than he thought they would be. It seems the size has been decreased, but the organ that has been newly added is more efficient than fish. No wonder, since this belongs to a hydra, which means the tail belongs to an actual demon. He flexes the gills, trying to stop them absorbing the air, and they gradually close, leaving scar like lines under his armpits. Hey, you all right in there? Zoe calls from outside the bathroom. Zach doesn't know how long he's been in here, but he still hasn't relieved himself. Yeah, I got a bad stomach. I'll be out in a minute. Gotcha. Zach sits on the toilet, actually doing his business this time, and opens his status. Zachary Miller, human ++ male, condition, injured, strength 17, intelligence 10, agility 11, stamina 15, spirit 11, luck 10, skill. Quick retreat, LV4, pain resistance, unveiling eye, language comprehension, phase, LV1, poison resistance. Body mods, prehensile tail, hydra gills, LV5 exp, 35/100. Souls equals 3. System, you got anything that could heal my injuries? Healing poultice equals 1 soul. Bone manipulation equals 5,000 souls. Rapid healing equals 5,000. What does the poultice do? Speed up the healing process on those it's applied on. Single use only. Will take it. Light combines and condenses into a small jar of green herbal paste. Zach puts his finger in and begins applying it to his arm and shoulder, then applies the leftovers to his bumps and bruises. A soothing feeling comes from it, and eventually it dissolves into his skin, disappearing. How long will it take to heal? 1 day to reset and heal the bones. Nice should be enough to start training for the competition. Until then, ill study language. Zach emerges from the bathroom still limping as he did when he went in. Is food done? Yes, it's on the table if you're able to eat there. I'm not dead yet. They walk into the front room where some spaghetti and meatballs are laid out on 2 plates. It smells good, but how good can they be from a busy med student who doesn't spend that much time at home? They sit at the table and start eating. Unexpectedly, it's nice. It's good, thank you. No problem, I have only ever cooked for myself, so I have practice. You have time for all that in between your job and studying. It's hard, but I manage. They quieten down and enjoy the meal. She turns on the TV that's sitting in the corner. There was a body found in the woods located near Naval School. Authorities think it's part of a series of murders due to the state of the body. The autopsy discovered that the mummified corpse belonged to a young man named Rahim Shabazz. Teachers and parents are warned against letting children wander into isolated locations and being alone. Do not approach someone if you suspect that they are the perpetrators. Contact the police immediately. Other than moisture being completely sucked from the victim, he also has a broken neck and a severed carotid artery. The public seems to think this is the work of God and has started calling these killings retribution. Zoe and Zach watch as the news shows the general location that Rahim was killed in. This guy killed 2 other people the other day, didn't he? Yeah, but the police said that he stopped a rape. He's trying to play hero but is killing people. That's not a hero. That's a murderer. We are murderers too, Yauno. If he didn't kill them, then they would be out on the street again. We had no choice. Unless that guy has superpowers, then neither did he. 3 guys vs 1. If he had to worry about keeping them alive, then he would have trouble, I think. I guess. Zach argues his innocence as they eat and discuss the news. The news slowly changes the topic. The issue of human trafficking and child prostitution is still on the rise. Many people think that Muslim gangs may be the cause, but the police are supposedly too afraid of being called racist to stop them. This news channel is fair to everyone, but the gangs and crime syndicates that are being formed recently are getting bolder and bolder. A few colleagues of mine in this building have had children abducted by Muslim gangs. Zoe looks angry as he watches. You think those gangs deserve death? I don't know. Anyone who does that to children doesn't have a right to live, I think. Then stop advocating for life over everything else. People are awful most of the time. You weren't when you saved me. She flashes a smile and picks up her and Zach's plate to wash them. Can you pass me the French for Idiots book, please? Yep. She passes it to Zach, and he starts to study while sitting at the table, gaining understanding about language as a whole as he does so. 21. Foreshadow. Zach spends a few hours studying French, Spanish, and Arabic before he limps to bed. He looks to say goodnight to Zoe but finds her asleep on the couch. He lays down in bed, his body still aching and healing, but he is excited to finally have a good night's rest. Somewhere dark and cramped, Grace sits in a rotten chair. In front of her is a table, and a Muslim man dressed in a tuxedo sitting in the opposite seat. He asks her in a gravelly voice, "What happened to Kawyun?" "We found him dead not far from where that kid ran." "I don't know. I only paid your men to cripple him." He furiously slams the rotten wooden desk, breaking it in half. He is a 15-year-old kid, and you expect me to believe he can beat an expert. I didn't know he was strong. Please let me go. Unless you got 1 million stashed in those panties, you're not going anywhere. Men take her to the shack. No, no, no. She screams and sobs as she is dragged away. The man sits in contemplation before deciding. Zach, is it? I will hunt you down like a dog. Zach wakes up to the smell of frying bacon and eggs. I must be dreaming. Is this what it feels like to be married? I can hear you from here, you know. Zach sits up while keeping his mouth shut. You're lucky I don't work weekends, otherwise who would take care of you? I do have parents, you know. She grins and sarcastically asks, really? I thought you were the more roguish type. I'm this fat and you think I'm a rogue. Fat, you look pretty normal to me. Zach looks down and realizes he might have gotten taller again. I was fat yesterday, must have been a growth spurt. Yeah, nothing like a good beating to get you growing. She chuckles at both of their misfortune. You got any plans today? Sorry to stop your momentum, but I need to study. It's okay, it'll be out of your hair after breakfast. She seems surprised at his response but nods. As Zoe gets back to making breakfast, Zach checks the state of his body. He rubs his shoulder, arm, and bruises. His arm and shoulder are still a bit sore, but the bruises are completely gone. I should be able to go play hero again soon. Zach thinks to himself, System, is there an item that could tell me when and where crimes will be taking place? After he asks this, a weird startup sound surprises him. Cloth of Judgment equals 10 souls. Tattoo of the Wise equals 60,000 souls. Clairvoyant Skill Book equals 10,000 souls. Dark Fairy equals 500 souls. Zach groans and asks again. Anything I can use now? Universal Police Radio equals 1 soul. What does it do? Universal Police Radio equals can tap into the frequency any police radio. Well, I guess I will take that. An old-looking radio instantly appears and drops onto his lap. What happened to the cool, flashy entrance? Confused by the lack of sparkly lights and sound effects, he starts to question the quality of the radio. He presses a button to test it. The radio sparks up and starts changing frequency on its own. Bravo Charlie 5. 0 suspect on foot approaching Francis Avenue requesting coup. Zach turns it off before he hears anything he will want to move for. He gets up and eats breakfast with Zoe before she leaves for class. Saying bye to Zoe, he takes off the sling and packs his stuff. Hope I have an excuse to come back here. I'll give her my phone number. Just in case. He writes a note with his full name and number and leaves it on her nightstand. Is this how you are supposed to leave a note to a girl? Probably. He stops talking to himself after realizing how creepy it is and leaves the flat. Looking around for any would gang members, while trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. Zach gets his phone out and tries to find out his location. Getting Google Maps up and recognizing the area, he decides to drop by Kev's place to make a couple bucks. After a couple minutes of walking while still wearing his school attire, he makes it to Kev's shop. He enters, but nobody is here. The only thing Zach finds indicating someone is here is the trash can filled with bloody tissues. He picks it up and takes it out the back to clean. Absorbed human plus blood plus 5. Absorbed human plus blood plus 5. Absorbed human plus blood plus 5. Half an hour of cleaning later, Zach emerges from the back room. Still nobody here. He decides to better to get back home to study and rest than to wait for Kev for a couple hours. Zach calls his dad while walking home, telling him that he will be back soon, and continues walking through the depressing streets of London. Pat, pat, pat. Rain starts to fall, causing Zack to question whether he raised his luck or not. He starts running to avoid getting too soaked. He only just healed his wounds, and he doesn't think poultices work for viruses. He gets back without any mishaps and enters the dark house. With his mother being a shut-in drunk doing bare minimum, Zack has to do her work for her. Chores, cleaning, and sometimes cooking. He ignores her loud snoring as he continues to clean the house of bottles of alcohol and other crude things she leaves lying around. He hopes that one day she will attempt to fix herself up. One day. 22. Is it a plane, bird, or Superman? Nope. Zack sits at his computer checking whether Tom is online or not, looking at the counterfeit friend list. The Tom 26 is offline. It says he was online half an hour ago. Damn, just missed him. Thinking about his recent absences and home problems makes Zack regret not reaching out sooner. I don't know where he moved, so I can't visit him directly. I'll just have to see him on sports day. Actually, I should probably try these gills in chlorine to see if they are okay. And actually train for sports day. Being strong doesn't help my technique. If I want to win well, then I better train well. He looks up local gyms on his PC and checks that they have full facilities. All of them are too expensive for his current self. If I stop some crimes and accidentally come across some cash, then it's not bad. As he is thinking this, his newly acquired radio sparks to life. It quickly changes frequencies, revealing a variety of voices and problems. It suddenly stops on one that describes a robbery in a store he is familiar with that is close by. Man armed with a knife holding civilians hostage. Negotiations are being initiated. Zack ignores the rest and puts his hero costume in his backpack and leaves. The store is a corner shop run by a husband and wife pair. They offered Zack a job once he left school if he ever needed a quick paycheck, so Zack feels that he owes them. He sprints out from his front garden and accesses the system. Is there anything that can hide me from people when I need to escape? Maru's smoke screen equals one sole single use only. Makes user invisible to normal humans for 20 seconds. User becomes visible if they make any hostile actions during duration. Unstable flashbang equals one sole single use only. Blinds all normal humans near the explosion. Due to the unstable nature of the device, permanent injury is possible. Holy Hand Grand equals 10,000 souls single use only. Blinds all those that see the explosion and destroys all fluffy creatures. Mini Nuke equals 1,000 souls single use only. Destroys a large radius around detonation. A nuke, I guess it works, but Jesus, it'll take the smoke screen. A puff of smoke appears and drops a little purple gem in his hand. Just throw it and run, I guess. Zack concentrates on where he needs to go, but realizes that he arrived while he was thinking about the system. He thinks back to the layout of the shop and remembers that their roof kept having maintenance done on it. There seems to be some area between the shop and the flats above. Maybe it's possible to crawl through and get the jump on him. Looking around, he sees a blockade of police cars, news agencies, and nosy civilians. If I do this, I will get a lot of coverage. Not sure if I win that. His fears are replaced with confidence as he sees the frightened couple through the window with a man with a knife and, surprisingly, a gun wandering about the store. A gun, I'll definitely have to get the jump on him. I can't take any chances. He circles around the buildings to the back where a few police are stationed keeping watch. He sees a ceramic vent on the side of the flats that are directly above the corner shop. He ducks into an alleyway and puts on his mask and black clothing. He also allows his tail out and flexes it. The vent looks just big enough for his now thinner self to get into. Seems like the corner shop used to be a restaurant, or such a large vent wouldn't be needed. He sprints as fast as he can, his 17 strength stat boosting his speed not far from an athlete's. The police officers notice a black creature with a tail sprinting towards the crime scene with surprising speed. It jumps 6 feet in the air and uses its tail to cling to a pipe that leads up the wall of the building. It looks clumsy but nimble. They start to report it to the others, but get blown off because of the weirdness of the description. Zach concentrates as he is climbing up the sturdy pipe. The ceramic vent reveals a weakness slap dab in the middle. Clinging onto the pipe with all 4 of his limbs, he uses his tail to pierce it and climbs inside. Inside the store, an escaped convict waits for his demands to be fulfilled. He shouts again, "Get me 10 million or I'll start killing people. I also want my posse to be released immediately." Phlegm flies out of the skinny white man's mouth and onto the window facing the police barricade. They respond, not giving any leeway. "James, this can only end in 2 ways. One is you kill innocent people, and we rush you too. You come out and take the money we have prepared while we release your friend. Think calmly about this. You know that if you harm anyone, it won't end well." The negotiation goes on, and the police officers watch the madman through the window. He suddenly looks agitated and glances around the room. He turns the cell phone off that Hay were talking to him through and appears to start shouting at the hostages. "This is bad. We better intervene." He is clearly unstable. "No, if we do now, he will get at least 3 people or die trying." What do you think he's doing then?" The balding police sergeant looks deeply and squints his eyes. "There is something in the vents." Zach loudly crawls through the vents. His tail makes scraping noises that sound like it's from an alien movie. "I better hurry up, or he will start hurting people." He hears a man shouting loudly directly below him. "What's that noise?" "You think him an idiot. What is that noise?" Zach is surprised by his apparent volume. He looks down and concentrates on the vent below him, revealing a large black mark. "This might hurt." 23. Birth of the Demon. Zach pierces the vent with his tail and finally sees the inside of the shop. Poking his head out, he can see the hostages staring up at him, and the gunman pointing his gun in his direction. "Shit." Zach ducks back into the vent to try to avoid being shot. If Zach actually knew anything about guns, he could count the bullets and wait till he has to reload. Bang, bang, bang. Shots ring through the store as the madman shots at the vents and roof. "Come out or I'll kill her." He points his gun at an old woman with a walking frame. Zach is at a lose of what to do. If he tries to attack a hostage, will be hit, and if he doesn't do anything, who knows what could happen. He speaks in the deepest voice he can muster and says, "Okay, I'm coming out." Zach prepares to use phase if the man seems like he will shoot as he climbs out of the vent. He wraps his tail round his waist, making it look like a belt. "Come here." Zach drops to the floor and slowly approaches the man. He stops when the man is directly in front of him. The madman makes Zach turn around as he puts him in a strangle hold, with the gun pointing at the side of his head. He looks to the police autist. "I got a policeman hostage now. You better give me what I want." Zach's hand on the dreidel tightens as he prepares to counterattack. Outside the store, the police sergeant is dumbfounded by the mysterious entrance and failure of a stranger in a demon mask. People are trying to fucking play hero now. Is he fucking retarded? "Mark, who is that guy?" "Don't know, probably just another delusional kid." "Are the firearms unit close?" "Yes, they are almost here." The sergeant rubs his temples as he tries to think of a resolution. Over at the news broadcasters, they are greedily capturing everything that is happening. Short, young-looking girl is standing in front of a camera with the crime scene behind her. My name is Cecilia May, and right now I am standing in front of a hostage situation. The police are already on the scene attempting to negotiate with the suspect. Suspect is reportedly 40-year-old James Bunt. After having a mental breakdown due to his failing music career, he was institutionalized and was staying in Nightingale Hospital. After breaking free, he has taken a store hostage with roughly 10 people inside. From what I hear, negotiations are not going well, and we are unaware why he is running around the inside of the store now. The news camera zooms in on him pointing his gun at the roof. Something falls from the roof, and he appears to be screaming at it. After a while, a man in black wearing a demon mask climbs down from the vent with his hand up. A masked man who looks to be attempting to save the hostages has been caught. We are currently asking the police for information on this man. They see James Bunt put the man in a stranglehold and point the gun to his temple. The situation is turning from bad to worse. We have some local home owners to discuss the situation. Zach knows what to do but doesn't want to reveal too much. All of his actions are being recorded by those reporters. Fuck it, it's now or never. Phase. Activating phase and stepping backwards, Zach moves through James and appears behind him with the dreidel in his hand. James almost loses balance due to suddenly losing support from holding Zach's neck. What the fuck? Zach feels sorry for this man's poor mental state, but needs to stop him at once. Sorry. Zach stabs the man in the side of his neck. The man's panic-stricken face frantically tries to turn around, but Zach's fear of being shot makes him stab again and again. His eyes turn red as he continues. A minute or so later, he looks down at the mummified corpse with limbs scattered at ugly angles. Consumed human plus 15. Zach realizes that he was unintentionally using his tail to aid in the attack on the man, as it hovers over his shoulder menacingly. God. He glances around and witnesses the scared faces of the hostages. A demon. Monster. Monster, stay away. Mommy, I'm scared. Terrified voices bring Zach back to reality as he turns around and stares outside the window at the advancing cops. I need to get away now. Zach runs toward the window and activates phase to prepare for the possible bullets. Phasing through the window, he stops at the same time as the police. Put your hand up or we will shoot. Zach feels for the small gem still in his left hand and squeezes it, causing it to shatter. A billow of purple smoke comes out of the demon's hand, covering its body. Slowly it disperses, leaving not a single trace that it was standing there. Send the helicopter. Find IT. The authorities scramble to find this mysterious figure but fail. The police sergeant is dumbfounded by what just happened. Mark, do you think demons actually exist? We have proof now, don't we? A normal man can't disappear in front of our eyes without a trace. I don't know. Those Japanese eggheads could probably make invisibility suits by now. PFFT, whatever. All I know is we are lucky that we didn't fight that guy. The police sergeant sweats as he thinks of how to explain this to the higher-ups. Over at the news trucks, a young woman's eyes glitter in curiosity and excitement. She starts to report and show the footage of this mysterious figure and names him Demon. This is gonna be the scoop that makes me a national treasure. Halfway home, Zach is dressed back in his normal clothes. Why did I do that? I was normal before I stabbed him. He looks down at the dreidel in his hand suspiciously. I can't stop now. Even if there is a risk, I have to keep growing. Achievement unlocked. Mysterious Stranger increases stealth by 10%. Achievement unlocked. Famous Face Spirit +5. Achievement unlocked. Feared scares significantly weaker opponents. Achievements, show me my status. Zachary Miller Human ++ Male Achievements Mysterious Stranger, Famous Face, Feared Condition Fine Strength 17 Intelligence 10 Agility 11 Stamina 15 Spirit 11 16 Luck 10 Skill. Quick Retreat, LV4 Pain Resistance, Unveiling Eye Language Comprehension Phase, LV1 Poison Resistance. Body Mods, Prehensile Tail Hydra Gills LV5 Exp, 70/100. Souls equals 1. Looks like I gained a lot from this expedition. He gives a crooked smile as he walks home. 24. Broke but buff Zach returns home as the sky begins to fade to black. He gets inside and notes that his father is not home. Must be at work. He starts walking through the front room but notices the TV is on and his mother is passed out on the couch. Looking at the current headline, it states, "The Demon, Friend or Foe?" Oh my God, so embarrassing. I look nothing like a demon. He rubs the base of his tail. Maybe a lizard or cat with really dry skin. Glancing back at the TV, 3 people appear to be discussing the recent incident and emerging hero with someone over video chat. So Miss May, you saw the mysterious figure for yourself not long ago. Tell us what happened. Yes, I was covering the recently escaped James Bunt and was at the scene when it happened. The man was holding hostage a number of people and demanding ridiculous amounts of money. The police weren't cooperating, and the madman starting becoming more erratic. There was silence and a figure broke through the roof and stopped the madman. Sadly, due to the presence of ballistic weapons, James Bunt was killed. I have never seen powers that demon had displayed tonight. He is the hero of today. The middle-aged woman reporter seems confused. Is that right? From the video and feedback from the police, it appears that Demon had violently and brutally murdered James Bunt. When they announce it in an official statement, I believe that Demon's reputation will go from hero to killer. I have just heard that there is currently a warrant out for his arrest. Zach switches the TV off, not wanting to listen to any more of their drivel. I didn't even make any money, and now I got to deal with a warrant. What a failure. His change in mood causes him to go up to his room and switch on his computer to play Counter-Fight. Tom still isn't online, which worries Zach. Tom could be considered a Counter-Fight junkie and even has the mobile app downloaded. I'll send him a message, so hopefully he'll read it when he gets online. A few hours later, and Zach finally decides to quit for tonight. I could go out crime fighting again, but I doubt I would get away if I get spotted again. In the morning, Zach stretches out his limbs while yawning. Lifting the blinds, slightly bright light blinds him for a second. It's a sunny day, and he can feel butterflies in his stomach. Today I start training. He tries to go to the bathroom, but when he starts walking, something falls to the ground, making him almost fall over. Looking down, he notices it's his pajama pants. Did they rip or something? He checks them all over but stops when he sees that they are undamaged. He tries them on again and realizes that he must have lost weight. He forgets his pants and rushes into the bathroom. Stepping on the scale and waiting for it to check his weight, he can't hide his excitement. 110 kg. It's really 110 kg. He checks again, but the number doesn't change. What could be causing this? System, why have I gained weight, but my size is getting smaller? Effect of increasing strength is increased weight. Effect of increased stamina is compression. Do the other stats also act in indirect ways like this? Correct, tell me. Increased agility means increased coordination, reflexes, and flexibility. If your agility completely dominates the other stats, then host will be very lean. Increased spirit means increased magic compatibility, spirit compatibility, telepathy compatible. Stop. Just tell me the physical changes that increased spirit has. Becoming more charismatic, facial and body structure will gradually achieve the host's perceived ideal state. If spirit completely dominates other stats, then host's body will release a calming aura and will bewitch others unconsciously. That doesn't sound good at all. I can do magic. Host lacks the bodily components required to control mana. Frowning at this, Zach gives up for now. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, right. He remembers and checks his height while he is at it, and it comes to 5'7" ft. I wonder when it'll stop growing. After he's finished cleaning himself, Zach has breakfast and goes online to research exercise techniques that he can do without equipment. Due to his lack of experience with exercise, he finds it difficult to visualize doing them. He goes back to find a free spot with exercise machines, like the ones they have in America. Due to the good weather, there are bound to be lots of people using them right now. He finds one that is quite far away and will take a while to get there. I guess jogging counts as exercise. He sighs as he thinks whether or not he actually owns running shoes. Looking around to no avail, he decides just to use his school shoes, putting on a sweatshirt that has become too short and baggy, and some sweatpants that are adjusted with strings. He begins to jog in the direction of the gym. The old missing person posters have faded and been covered by opera posters. Zach speculates on their whereabouts as he runs swiftly, his gills and lungs opening and closing rhythmically. Since his stamina increased, his core body temperature is more stable, causing him to sweat less. He is still kinda chubby, but not to the extent before. I never knew it was so relaxing to run. Since Zach always had to run away from people, he memorized paths and made escape routes. Due to his large size, running was always difficult. Of course, this was all before he found the dreidel. Zach's hair flips him in the face while he runs, which annoys him greatly. My hair's been growing much faster lately. System, is this stat related? Stamina causes all bodily function to improve. This includes hair growth. Guess I should cut it soon. If I had money. Passerbys giggle at the chubby kid who is shouting while sprinting down the road. 25, scammed by a sham. Almost reaching his destination, Zach slows down while catching his breath. He takes a shortcut through an alleyway that he is familiar with. As stated before, Zach has memorized escape routes all over London. It's sad but efficient and has become even more useful lately. He approaches the exit of the alley and starts to hear whispers. The voices start getting louder as he steps out into the crowded street. Was this part of town usually this weird? The street is covered in fabrics and weird-looking stalls selling a variety of things. Looking up, he sees more fabrics hung from the Victorian-style windows, blocking the sun's rays on the stalls below. He looks left and right and sees a sign that says Sunshine Bazaar. I feel out of place. Almost everyone is dressed in white gauze, with the exception of a few people confirming that Zach had not gone back in time. Zach feels the need to ask someone what the occasion is, but is too anxious and self-conscious to initiate a conversation. Forgetting about it, he begins to walk in the supposed direction of the outdoor gym. Continuing on his path, he enters a part of the bazaar that is filled with games. Dice games, card games, guessing games, and even fighting competition. Shouts come from all around him, but one particular one draws him in. Young man. You look quite strong, don't you? Come on over and you can make a quick buck. A decrepit old man invites Zach over with a large smile, revealing his semi-toothless mouth. He squats over a small wooden table and has a 20-pound note lying atop it. Sit, sit. Attend this old one for a minute. What's your name, lad? Zach sits upright on his knees politely due to the previous promise of money. What's the problem? A problem. Huh, there's no problem. I just want to have a wager with you. Zach seems a little confused, but realizes he's about to be scammed. His newly formed pride won't let him leave without showing off a bit. Wager, I'll beat anything you got, old man. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Okay, it's simple. Beat me in an arm wrestle and you earn the 20 pounds. Zach hears these words and is assured of his victory. He's been upgrading his strength ever since he got the system and is now at 17. Okay, let's do it. Zach places his arm down on the table and waits for the old man to follow. The old man lifts up his long sleeve, revealing a skinny, saggy arm. He places his arm opposite Zach's and locks his hands with him. I'll count to 3 and then we start. Okay. 1. Zach balances himself, making sure he can't be pushed too easily. 2. Zach slightly moves his elbow to get a better angle on the old man. 3. The old man's arm inflates like a balloon, turning into a huge muscled monstrosity. What the? Bang! Zach doesn't have time to be surprised as he is buried into the floor. A few moments pass before Zach unstably stands up while rubbing his head. What was that, you cheater? Cheating? I don't recall any cheating. The old man grins and extends his hand as if asking for something. Zach seems confused and shakes his hand. I don't want to shake your hand, I want you to give me compensation. What compensation? The compensation for winning. Give me your coin. He grabs at Zach's neck and lowers his t-shirt's collar, revealing a bizarre golden chain with 3 coins hung on it. What's this? Zach is astonished at the necklace that has appeared around his neck and accidentally lets the old man grab a coin from it. Instead of snapping the chain, the coin phases through the necklace and connects itself to the old man's necklace. I did it, ha 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 ha. The man runs down the road, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Zach touches his neck, feeling at a loss of what to do. Was that important? I hope not. He gets a bright idea. System, what is this place and what is this necklace? Access limited. Okay, are the coins important? Very likely. Whatever, let's leave before I get into more trouble. This place obviously has some magical origin, so I'll come back later when I have access to the system. Walking forward towards the gym, Zach finds himself at the same spot that he was at before. He tries again, and the result is the same. Fuck, what is this, a time loop? I get it, it's one of those back from whence you came puzzles. Zach quickly backtracks through the bazaar, and as he walks the sun seems to be getting hotter. It's never been this hot in England before. He enters the alleyway and is relieved as the heat fades as he walks. He exits, and the sky is still bright and cloudless. The necklace also seems to have disappeared. Marking this down in his head, Zach tries to memorize the conditions of entry and carries on with his previous journey. Please nothing go wrong, please nothing go wrong. Zach mutters to himself as he approaches the park that holds the gym. It used to open up into a field, but with the increased awareness of the value of exercise, they turned it into a massive outdoor gym. He looks over the fence that encapsulates the gym and spots a dozen or so muscular men covered in body oil. They seem to be working pretty hard on the equipment and showing off to onlookers. I guess if there is anyone to learn from, it's them. He enters the gym while wearing his school shoes and scuffed dirty t-shirt. Zach certainly looks like he has no clue what he's doing. Someone will help if they see me struggling, right? 26. Strong men are people too. The gym has walkways that lead to different areas that focus on certain muscles. At least that's what it looks like to Zach. Walking through, he spots a potential target to replicate. He casually strolls over, ignoring the tens of other free machines that he could use. Zach watches as a thin man with muscular features sits at a machine after adjusting the weights. He grabs the padded arms of the machines and starts moving them around and toward his chest. His pec and back muscles tense as he moves the machine back and forth. Zach notes every movement he does as he waits by the side of the machine, signaling that he's using it next. 20. Kid, I'm done with my sets. He gets up and heads to an area with long bars with weights either side. Zach loses sight of him after watching him walk into the small crowd of people. Okay, let's have a go. He mutters to himself while sitting. As he is about to put pressure into his arms, someone stops him. Yo, hold your horses. You done a warm-up or stretched yet? Zach somehow didn't notice the near 7 FT man that approached from behind the machine. He playing with his silly-looking mustache that seems too shiny to actually be hair. No, I don't really know how. Ah, a newcomer, eh? Why didn't you say so? We got many trainers around here willing to give you a hand. Zach's face turns bright red. Well, it's kinda embarrassing, you know. Nonsense. Okay, tell you what, you can follow my routine while I'm at it. Zach suspiciously observes the massive man and asks, You think I can keep up with you? Nope, but you can try. The man shows Zach some basic upper body stretches and talks. So, what do you want from the gym? What do you mean? I don't want anything. I mean, you want to get into bodybuilder, lose weight, or just look good for the ladies. I just want to get stronger and lose some weight. You're on the right path then. Weight training for someone of your body type will turn you from marshmallow to reinforced steel in no time. After they stop stretching and warming up, he begins to show Zach the proper way to use the machine. You don't just push hard and let go. It's all about slowly applying pressure and slowly letting pressure go. It puts strain on your muscles and helps, while just using explosive power will hurt yourself. I think I understand. Zach does his first rep of many and continues to follow the man's instructions. He lowers the weight for Zach after his sets, which allows Zach to actually train. My name's Zach, by the way. What's yours? The name's Graham, by the way. You sure you never done weights before? I'm sure. Why? Because you're one of the strongest young men I have seen. You could go professional if you put more effort in. His smile beams, revealing his white teeth. Zach, you wanna be trained by me? Zach is caught off guard by this sudden invitation. He thinks for a second while Graham folds his arms and continues to smile. I don't think I can right now. Why not? I'm still in secondary school. Plus, I think if I started doing hard weights at 15 years old, I might affect my body's development. 15? I thought you were 17 at the earliest. For a 15-year-old to be able to be this strong is insane. Oh, is it? Zach enthusiastically continues with the weight training. This is a big deal. You have to train under me. I can't. I still have to study, do chores, and go to school. The big man wipes the single tear that's crawling down his face and slips a card into Zach's pocket. This is my contact information. After we are done and you have time, stop by my gym. I don't have any money. That's why I came here. I won't charge you, so don't worry. I just want to be there when you shock the world. He shakes his head and moves Zach to the next set. They take breaks after each few sets, and Graham shares a protein shake and food with Zach. Zach probes on Graham's motivation, only to find out that Graham is one of the organizers of this public gym, and the goal is to try recruit potential members. He did think it was pretty weird for people to help others for free. So it was just a ruse. He tightens his brows at the sudden conclusion. So you're only trying to recruit me, Graham? No, I see your value and want to help you gain a foothold before you launch yourself into the limelight. Ooh, I guess. Zach gives a weird smile while thinking that he's going to shine in a very different way in future. They finally finish their sets and sit down on a nearby bench, sweating and aching. Here, drink the rest of this. It will help you get stronger faster. He hands Zach a protein shake and gulps down the rest. Thanks. I would recommend resting today and tomorrow. You only just started, so you need to adapt your body. Okay, it'll go slow for the rest of today. I better go, it's a long way back. I would give you a ride, but I still gotta manage this place. Make sure to come visit my gym, yes. Yeah, I definitely will. Zach, feeling satisfied with his progress today, leaves in a cheery mode. He would skip if his legs didn't hurt like hell. Ooh, it's such a long walk back. He moans as he starts walking back while keeping a large distance between him and the Sunshine Bazaar. 27. 8th grade syndrome. Zach gets back after a long walk and goes to the kitchen to find food. Inside is a lasagna bake with a note on it that says, "I'm gonna be out for a bit. Don't eat it all yourself or you will gain the weight straight back." Ooh, Dad. He cuts half of it and puts it on the plate, ignoring his father's words, and heads to his bedroom to eat it. While he's watching his favorite TV show and chowing down, he receives a call. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Zach, it's time that you repay the favor. I have a job for you and it's pretty urgent, so tomorrow get ready and meet me at the train station. Beep, beep, beep. Wait, what time? What are we doing? Zach looks at his phone, annoyed at Kaido's spontaneous actions. I wonder what adventure he's got planned for me. Zach reads his language books in between eating and watching TV. After all of this, he lays his aching body on the bed. He eventually ends the night with a French storybook and falls asleep. Early in the morning, a chubby young man wearing track-suit bottoms and a white t-shirt is waiting around at a train station. Where is he? He taps his feet while crossing his arms and people watching. A small boy with a cap covering his face approaches him. He stands next to Zach and looks forward while speaking inconspicuously. What are you doing? Watching people. And, coming up with backstories for people who walk past. Kaido looks confused but continues anyway. Whatever, we have a job to do. Oh, can you tell me yet? No, come with me. He walks off with a brisk pace as Zach follows. They walk through the residential areas and towards a decrepit-looking mansion with no neighbors beside it. Kaido opens the door with a key and goes inside. Zach walks in but starts coughing due to the dust. What is this place? A secret base? More like a clubhouse. Zach's retort doesn't stop Kaido's advance through the mansion. They reach the area where the stairs would usually be. The stairs seem to have completely rotted and collapsed, leaving no way to reach the second story. Let's go, Kaido says, and somehow runs up the wall, reaching the destination. What the, come. All right. Zach takes a run up but slips and face plants into the wall head first. His head breaks through the rotted wall, revealing the bathroom on the other side. PFFTTTT ha 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 ha. He pulls his head out, causing dust and wood chips to fly out everywhere. Ugh. Shut up, it's my first try. Instead of wall running like Kaido, Zack gets a stable grip on a plank above him and uses his explosive strength to throw himself up to where Kaido is. Yeah, carry on. They continue into the building and eventually reach what seems to be the old master bedroom. It's got a metal double door instead of the traditional wood one. Kaido approaches the iron door and puts a few keys in the numerous holes. Click, click, thunk, the door unlocks and opens, revealing what can only be called a robotics lab. Zack follows Kaido inside while observing the unending tools, computers and weapons scattered around the place. What is all this stuff? No worry. He shuts the door behind them and sits down while signaling Zack to do the same. So you want to know the job now? Yeah, you are not against breaking and entering, theft and vandalism. As long as we have a good reason, it's fine. Kaido sighs and adjusts the way he's sitting as he tells Zack the mission. The mission is to break into Principal Jelani's office and take his computer's hard drive. Wait, didn't you tell me that Principal Jelani is a small fry? Yes, but that was before I knew he kidnapped kids and sold them. Wait, what? The goal is to secure incriminating evidence against him and send it to the police. Wait, you still haven't told me why and what crimes he has committed. Fine, the data that we are trying to secure are records that he is supposedly keeping marking down potential students for human trafficking. Things like vulnerability, relationship with their families, gender and health are all taken into account when he decides to target a particular student. What? He's responsible for the recent kidnapping. Not completely, but he is a big factor that allows them to do it safely. Fucking monsters. Zack slams his clenched fist down on the chair and grits his teeth. When are we doing this? Tonight, I will be with you while we break in. Due to the nature of the principal's business, his office is highly secured, and the security is even more so. Kaido stands and rummages around trying to find something. He pulls what looks like an iPad and hands it to Zack. While we are waiting for night to fall, I will show you how to use this so you can keep watch while I pick the locks. Zack tries to turn it on but fails. Kaido presses a sequence of buttons and the screen lights up. Account user, Master Assassin 23 log in. Zack looks at Kaido strangely and points to the name. Mr. Master Assassin 23, what now? Kaido turns around and ignores Zack while he is being made fun of. Just log in. Kaido goes through the ways the pad can be used while ignoring the account name. Is that all fine for you? Yeah, I might be a little slow, but I think I can manage. Okay, here, put this on. He throws a bag at Zack and inside is what looks to be a ninja outfit. You want me to wear this? Look, we match. Kaido shows his set while smiling like a kid just before Christmas. Fine. Zack walks to the bathroom to get change but stops at the door and turns around. Why did you pick me to do this? Kaido seems surprised at the question but answers confidently. You're the only one who I have leverage over while hating them as much as me. Zack nods. Good talk. He turns back around to get changed. 28. Stealth mission. Once changed into the silly-looking ninja costume, Zack returns to the room. Kaido is standing by a big table with a blueprint draped over it. Looking at it more closely, it appears to be a layout of Naval School. Kaido has drawn a big red line from a few possible entrances, possible camera locations, security and locks. How long have you been planning this? When I first heard of the principal's dealings, I started noting down everything I saw at school. This is the combined knowledge of my short time there. So what's the plan? Kaido approaches the map and starts pointing while talking. We will enter through the north side window. You will disable the cameras with the pad temporarily while we are inside. I don't know how heavily guarded the office is, but I suspect that we may have to knock out someone. Lastly, it may take a while to hack the computer and look for physical files, so you will have to keep them away from the office. Do this any way you can, running in circles, beating them, or just distracting them. Cool. So just follow you around, take out the cameras, and beat people up. Kaido sighs are Zack's simplistic approach but relents. Yes. What do we do until then? We still have a couple hours until nightfall. I want to test your strength and train you with a few weapons while we have the time. Okay. Come. Kaido leads Zack to a large room that looks sort of like a dojo, tatami mat floor with weapons on stands close to the paper-like walls. Kaido stands there in his ninja costume and flicks his fingers telling Zack to attack him. He wearily approaches, and while minding his strength sends a kick towards Kaido's stomach. He sidesteps the kick and sends one of his own towards Zack's knee, knocking him over instantly. Is this all? Nope, had I. Zack gets up and starts throwing unorganized punches left and right. Kaido deflects them all with finesse and moves in. He grabs Zack's arm and performs a beautiful shoulder throw, launching him a few meters away. Bang! Zack lands on his back feeling rather pathetic. All the advantage from the system seems like a joke to Kaido. You don't have any formal training, do you? No, just experience. No experience with a martial artist though, huh? One more time, I'll show you. No, let me show you the weapon you will be using during the raid. Kaido walks towards the katanas hung on the wall. Zack's excitement grows as he anticipates holding one. Kaido walks past them and into a storage closet. Wading deep into it, brooms and other cleaning utensils fall out as he looks for something. Got it. He hears a celebratory cheer from deep inside the closet. Zack's excitement died a long time ago. Kaido comes out holding a black rod with a button on it. Here, to use it, press this button, and to tune the strength, turn this button. He shows Zack the use and jabs it into him. Click. Bzzz. Zack falls to the floor while twitching. What the few like what's that for? Kaido laughs. Just testing that it works. Zack grumbles under his voice and gets up. He gets handed the weapon and starts swinging it around trying to get the hang of it. It's an easy weapon, just press the button and poke. On max it should knock a grown man unconscious. Got it. After giving Zack a weapon, Kaido decides to do a basic crash course on defending, deflecting, dodging, kicks and punching. They do this until it's night and prepare to leave. Do you have everything? Bag, rod, pad? Yep, you got everything. Pick, lock and lock. Ha. I do have this, but you will find out what it's used for when we get there. He holds up a flash drive and puts it back in his pocket. What do we do if we accidentally kill someone? Keep your hands off the corpse and do not leave any evidence. Gotcha. They head out of the decrepit mansion and towards the school. The time is approximately 11 p.m., so the only people still out on a Monday night are teenagers. Although some people find the ninja costumes funny, they try to keep away from busy streets. When they get to the outskirts of the school, they climb a tree and spy through the windows to check on the guards' locations. Why is the school allowed so many guards anyway? Do you remember the old break-ins that happened a while ago? Oh yeah. They staged those and used them as a reason to hire so many. That's kinda excessive. Yeah, well, so is selling children, but they seem to be fine doing that. Zack shuts his mouth at Kaido's irritation. A few moments later he perks up. Now, cut the camera and we will go. Zack was already prepared and presses the mini-game-like pad disabling the camera. Wouldn't they notice the camera being turned off in the recording? No, the pad loops the last 10 seconds so that it seems natural. Impossible. Enough joking, let's go. They sprint while sticking to the shadows and approach the window. They peek inside and don't see anything in the pitch-black room. Kaido picks out a few tools from his bag and starts fiddling with the window lock. Clunk, it's done, go. Zack climbs in first while Kaido repacks all the tools. The room they enter appears to be Class 3B. The class is pretty far from the office, but doesn't have any immediate cameras. They get in, but stop as they hear voices on the other side of the door at the end of the room. 29. Poker night. Zack and Kaido look at each other, quickly close the window and hide under the school desks. The squeaky hinges on the door squeal as the door opens. A torch darts through the room, barely missing Kaido. Coulda sworn I heard something. Footsteps sound as someone walks around the room. Zack's eyes slowly adjust to the darkness, allowing him to see the guard. A large man wearing black clothing, with what looks like a ballistic vest on. He looks to be black, with dreads and scars littering his face. Zack feels like this guy could be tough to beat if it devolved into a fist fight. He looks at Kaido with a questioning gaze, and Kaido tells him to wait. Guess it's nothing. The guard leaves and shuts the door behind him. Close one. Check the cameras on the other side of the door. Zack looks down at the pad accessing the security camera. He sees the guard sit on a sofa chair in the hallway. He lights up a cigarette while playing with a set of cards. He's sitting outside alone. Should we take him? Yes, wait here. Kaido stands up and goes to the back of the door. He stamps on the floor, making a dull sound just enough for the guard to hear. Turn off the camera for a minute. Zack quickly makes the camera loop the recording of the guard sitting down. Footsteps are heard again, faster than before. Squeak, there must be someone here. The flashlight seems to be shaking. It can't be a GG ghost, right? Seems like this massive guy is afraid of ghosts. Shame we can't prank him while we are on a mission. As the man walks in, Kaido starts to strike. He runs and kicks the back of the man's knee, boosting himself and enabling him to reach his neck. Kaido's short stature doesn't seem to faze him as he puts the nearly 6 feet tall man into a choke hold. Zack now. Zack runs and punches the stationary man in the face. Crack. His nose seems to have broken. Zack continues to try knock him out as Kaido holds him down. Get off of me. The man's fading voice is heard as the last punch knocks him out. Huff huff, what now? We gagged him, tie him and leave him here. You got the rope. I don't know how to tie knots, by the way. Kaido pulls rope out of the bag and cuts a long piece. I wonder what you actually do in your spare time. Computer games. Kaido searches the man, retrieving a funny-looking keycard, and pockets it. They tie the man and leave him under the teacher's desk. Zack kick him again just for good measure, probably buying them a bit more time. We still have to go to the second floor. Let's go, we haven't got all night. They leave the room. Kaido leads the way, observing everything from movement to sounds. Zack uses the pad to loop the security cameras. While walking down the hallway, light comes through a crack in a door. Kaido ignores it, but Zack approaches and looks through the crack. He sees a group of people playing what looks to be poker. Where did they find a poker table at school? Kaido drags Zack away from the room to avoid a problem arising. We have a job to do, remember. Sorry. Zack continues turning cameras off as they approach the stairs. Come on guys, I don't want to miss the poker. We have to guard the room. Oh come on, you think anyone is dumb enough to try to fuck with us? I guess. The two men walk past and towards the previous room, not noticing the chubby and Asian ninjas sat in the corner. That was easy. Shut up and concentrate. They go up the stairs and reach the office while turning off the cameras. Keep watch. Kaido sits and starts fiddling with the lock to the double doors of the office. Zack puts his back to the wall while looking towards the stairs. After a while Zack hears a voice. Man, wait here. I forgot my wallet. Shit, how long you got, Kaido? Another 5 minutes. We don't have 5 minutes, someone's coming. I can't stop now or the alarms will go off. Fine, I got this. Zack sneaks to a room near the staircase and waits. When he hears footsteps approach, he does the same thing Kaido did earlier. Stamping on the floor, he waits. The footsteps stop as someone walks to the door. The doorknob turns as a flashlight peers around the room. He walks inside and calls. Who's there? BZZT. Zack jumps on the man's back and covers his mouth while jamming a rob into his back. MMMMM. A muffled voice sounds as the man falls over unconscious and smoking. Zack searches him, finding nothing but a pack of cigarettes and a butterfly knife. He takes them and goes back to Kaido. What Zack finds is the double doors open and Kaido waiting beside them. We have a time limit until they come looking for that guy. Let's get to it then. They turn off the cameras in the officer and look for physical evidence. Kaido turns on the computer and inserts a flash drive. What the fuck? 31st base, meant what the fuck? What is it? It looks like it's bigger than we first thought. Kaido starts furiously typing, bringing up different scripts and files while speaking to Zack. It seems like there is more. It's encrypted. Some received files are more heavily encrypted than others. Principal Jelani only uses a weak encryption, so these others ones must be someone else. Can you solve them now? No, I'll download them and do it when we get back. It's gonna be a while. Zack looks back to the double doors. He closed them when he entered. Zack shuts the blind and covers some light sources to make sure they aren't spotted while inside. How big is that flash drive? It's a small one, so 100 GB. 100. This is small compared to the ones we have in Japan. When Zack's about to change his seated position again, the system speaks up. Mission, rescue operation. Accept. Yes/no. What is this? What is what? Kaido's voice sounds from the middle of the room. No, it's nothing. Zack repeats in his mind. What's the reward? Reward is EXP and an item spin. I accept. Mission, rescue operation accepted. Objective, find basement. Failure -1 level. What this about failure? You didn't tell me that. Host interrupted. Zack squeezes his temples in frustration. Hey Kaido, do you know where the basement is? Which one? There are 2 basements. One that the school uses and one I just found. Why? I need to head down to one. I think it's the secret one you just found. I don't know what you need to do, but we can't stay for that long. I'll tell you. But if you take too long, I'll leave without you. Kaido throws something to Zack. This is something I snuck away from my parents. If it gets really bad, eat it quickly. Zack holds the pill up and looks at it carefully. He asks the system what it is. Cyanide pill. If eaten by an ordinary person, they will die within minutes. A system recommends that you eat the pill. You're telling me to kill myself. If user wishes to increase poison resistance, then user has to ingest poison. It's still dodgy as hell, right? I could still die. 50/50. I'll just hold onto for now, thanks. Zack looks back to Kaido. Where is the entrance and what's down there? Gimme a sec. It looks like it's downstairs in the corner of one of the classrooms. When you're in there, it seems like there are traps scattered everywhere. You can use the pad to affect the electronic ones, but the others ones are gonna be trouble. It's fine, I'll go. Lock the door behind me. Zack looks both ways and closes the double doors behind him. He hears the click of the doors locking as he walks towards the stairs. Walking downstairs, Zack is greeted by the familiar hallway. The poker room is the second door down on the left, so Zack keeps a wide distance away from it. He searches every classroom, finding nothing but gum under the tables. An hour and still nothing. I hope Kaido's okay. Zack walks towards a lively room full of clamoring laughter. The only room left. The room that is housing most of the guards is the objective. Due to the darkness and Zack's sneak boost from his recent achievement, he thinks he could get around without wasting a soul. Looking through the crack, he sees a large table with people sitting around it. Candles light up the room just enough to see the cards. Royal flush. Come on, my bluff was perfect. Zack times opening the door with their shouts and manages to get in without alerting anyone. Sticking to the wall, he scuttles the right side corner closest to the door. He lightly taps on the floor, and it makes a normal sound. Next corner. Zack tries to reach the second corner, but is blocked by someone's chair being knocked over. He backs up quickly, avoiding everyone's gaze. Close one. He goes to the left side corner closest to the door and taps. A ting, ting, ting. A metal sound is produced. This must be the door. But how do I get it open? Looking around, Zack doesn't spot any switches but spies a bookcase that is locked behind pane glass. The key to the bookshelf appears to be on the waist of one of the guards. Fuck this. Zack phases through the floor and starts falling. WWWY is IT suo diep. Crack. Zack hits the floor like a rock and moans. He lies there for a small time, then rolls onto his front. Wow, didn't expect that. He turns his phone's light on to see around. It's a concrete floor and a ladder leading up to the door he just phased through. Shining the light around shows a long concrete hallway with seemingly no end. The only thing lighting the way is his cell phone. I'm gonna find some kind of evil genius death laser, aren't I? Zack begins walking, phone in one hand, pad in the other. It says rescue mission, but does it mean a person or something else? The system doesn't reply, but Zack knows it's listening. It seems to be sentient but tries to act inanimate. He doesn't know what to think and believes it wouldn't hurt him. Right. 31. That's exciting. Zack continues to walk while turning off the various electronic traps that freeze you to the floor, buzz saws, crushing walls, and poison arrows. He sweats as he looks at the various traps he deactivated. What the fuck is even down here? Tripping over what seems to be a tripwire, Zack's eyes go wide. Ooh, shit. The room starts to shake and floor starts to move. The floor drops, leaving on a few pillars behind. The visible sides of the room open, revealing flamethrowers that begin to spew fire all over the room. This isn't Dungeons and Dragons, right? The room starts to hard up as the wall behind Zack prevents his escape. I'm shit at Parker. He He shouts as she attempts to jump to the first pillar. He takes a long run up and barely hits the pillar. Ducci strikes the pillar with his chest and starting dangling off with his arms. Zack pulls himself up and looks around for the next pillar. The pillar is glowing red, probably due to being superheated. This is gonna hurt. Having limited time makes Zack jump for the next one. He lands on it and jumps off to the other pillar immediately. He barely gets atop it, but realizes parts of his ninja tabi have melted. One more to go, let's do it. He throws his weight as far as he can across the room. A flamethrower lights him up, causing burns on his arms and legs while lighting the ninja costume on fire. He gets to the other side, but starts rolling immediately to put out the fire. Ouch, 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 ouch. He continues to roll even after the fire is out. After he's done, he looks back at the floor that's slowly regaining its former appearance. Motion sensors. I thought I turned all of them off. He pulls out the pad and looks back. There is a tiny red dot that he couldn't see before. Ignoring his own stupidity, he carries on, and finally reaches a large metal door. He touches it, but pulls his hand back as the door appears to be super-cooled. This might prevent people touching, but it makes it rather brittle, don't you think? Zack looks at the pad to find any electronics, but only finds heat regulators that appear to be on the inside of the room. Look more closely at the door. There is a complex locking system that must have over 10 keys needed. System, you got anything for this? Skeleton key equals 1 soul unlocks anything with a keyhole. I'll take it. A keychain with no keys on it appears out of nothing and plops on the floor. Where is the key? Zack approaches one of the locks with the keychain and a really long key forms on it. Zack wraps his hand in cloth to prevent it getting too cold and inserts the key. Click, click. Click one of the locks, unlock. The key just used doesn't disappear and remains on the keychain. So if I unlock too many locks, I won't have any space on the chain anymore. Likely, He ignores this fact and continues using keys until the door unlocks. The massive metal doors creak open, revealing the interior of the room. Zack is dumbfounded by the sight. Inside is a nursery playground type thing with cameras everywhere. It is currently freezing, but Zack continues to look around. He spies what looks like an incubation chamber with a large egg inside. It is red with black spots speckled around. It seems to be giving off heat on its own, which seems weird for an unhatched egg. Zack gets closer and is surprised by the size of the egg. It's at least 2 ft. He uses the pad to loop the cameras and unlock the chamber. He does so without issue and grabs the egg. The heavy weight is not a worry to Zack, but getting out of the basement is. He begins to walk back, taking note of all the traps he had disabled previously. Reaching the ladder, dim voices can still be heard from above. Zack reckons he can phase 2 more times without passing out. He carries the egg in the bag behind him while climbing the ladder. He gets to the hatch and starts phasing. He pokes his head through the door and realizes that no one is here. He completely gets through and confirms that the voices are from upstairs. Shit, Kaido. He runs up the stairs and spots around 20 guards outside the double doors waiting to get in. Looking through the window, the officer seems to be full of green gas. System, is the gas poisonous? Likely, can I get through it? Unlikely, Fine. Zack gets the cyanide pill from earlier and throws it into his mouth. A savage pain starts to build in his body, but he ignores it as he waits for a notification. Level 2 poison resistance acquired. The pain slowly fades and Zack bursts into action. He runs towards the back of the guards and phases through all of them, and the door exhausting him. When he enters, his gills seems to be sucking in the gas, ravishingly causing Zack to unconsciously close them. Peering round the room, he spots Kaido in his previous spot with a rag wrapped around his face. He looks unconscious. Zack picks up his bag, flash drive, and all the files that they were planning to take and punches a hole through the computer. He picks up Kaido's small frame in a princess carry. He walks towards a barred window with a lock on it. He uses the skeleton key to unlock it and proceeds to jump out. A crack. Due to the weight of Kaido and the egg combined, Zack accidentally misjudges the distance, and Kaido's arm touches the floor before he does, causing it to break savagely. He starts running on the route they planned out before. He ignores the gawking people watching the ninja in burned clothing, carrying an egg on his back, and another ninja in a princess carry. He enters the woods and circles round, making his way towards the mansion. No sirens or alarms go off due to the cover of it still being a school, but Zack knows that he has stolen something valuable. He reaches the back entrance of the mansion and gets inside. Searching Kaido's bag for the keys to the hideout, he unlocks it and puts Kaido down on a sofa while trying to set the bone by tying the electric rod to it and keeping it straight. Zack sets down the egg, sits down next to Kaido, and passes out. 32. Not human. While Zack sleeps, a balding fat man arrives at Naval. With attendant in tow, he jogs towards the entrance in a huff. Reaching the door, he stops and breathes in. Guyuarits. The scream alerts all those in the vicinity to his presence as they all appear to report the news. Sir. There seem to be 2 intruders, and they managed to steal information from your office. The fat man, Principal Jelani, punches that guard in the nose in anger. How is it possible for 2 peoplet to beat you all? He looks around to the roughly 20 guards. One of them can walk through walls. Jelani looks at the man who just shouted. Are you sure? Yes. Was he carrying anything large? I think he had something large poking out of his bag. All of you stand guard around my office. Jelani also tells his attendant to stay with the guards. He walks to the poker room that holds the secret hatch that now even the guards know about. Grabbing the key for the hatch, he tries to unlock it but realizes it's already unlocked. Oh no. Going in and looking at the already disabled traps, he checks for his most valuable item. Gone. His eyes open wide at the missing egg that he paid almost his entire fortune for. Shit, SHT shit. Leaving the basement, he starts to dial a number on a disposable phone. Beep. 2 people just broke through all your traps and stole my egg. A weak voice filled with nonchalance replies. You said you wanted all the traps that exist, including the ones from Scooby-Doo. With the money you gave us, we couldn't use any big traps that would stop experts like spirit arrays or force fields. That's what I paid for. You should have been more specific. Fun having this chat, but I got 2 girls and a bottle of wine to finish so tata. Beep. Jelani sits on the spot, shivering in anger. In Kaido's mansion, Zack wakes up first. He rubs his head and sits up. It appears to be morning from the light, peeking through the boarded-up windows. Rescue mission completed, plus 50 EXP and plus 1 item spin. Host leveled up, plus 5 stat points, 1 spin. It's been a while. He looks back at Kaido, who is still in a drugged state of unconsciousness. Zack decides to level up now and puts all his stats into strength. He approaches the map that's laid down on the table and starts to spin the dreidel on it. Shua Shua. It stops on the number 30 and reveals what looks to be a fat lizard. Congratulations, host, for winning the G-Gen Salamander bundle. Please pick one. Sticky digits equals makes host able to use their digits, fingers/toes to stick to objects. Undying equals allows host to regenerate lost body parts over time. Fire spitter equals host becomes able to produce a fireball from their mouth occasionally. Requires fire resistance or host will take damage. The choice is Spooderman, Dead Pal, or the shitty Human Torch. I'll go with Dead Pal, thanks. I'll take Undying. Zach's heart starts to feel heavy, and after a few minutes the feeling spreads to the rest of his body. It continues getting heavier until he can barely hold his own weight while propping himself up on the table. This feeling stays for another few seconds before releasing. Gasp. Zach breathes in harshly. He had almost passed out due to the pressure, but it's gone now. Is it always going to be this shitty? Likely. Let's do the item spin and get this over with. He sighs and spins the dreidel. Shua again. It lands on its side, revealing a chain. Congratulations, host, on winning Prometheus's chains. A huge chain appears in front of him. Zach is barely able to lift it and completely unable to break it. How on earth am I going to carry this around? Item produced by the system can be stored. Store it then. The 20 feet of chains disappear, leaving no traces behind. Status: Zachary Miller, Demonic Lizardman, Male, Achievements: Mysterious Stranger, Famous Face, Feared Condition, Fine Strength 1722, Intelligence 10, Agility 11, Stamina 15, Spirit 16, Luck 10, Skill, Quick Retreat, LV4, Pain Resistance, Unveiling Eye, Language Comprehension, Phase, LV2, Poison Resistance. Body Mods: Prehensile Tail, Hydra Gills, Undying, LV6 Exp, 20/150. Soul. Demonic Lizardman. Host's race is constantly changing due to the various influences of the body mods. His eyes open wide at the casual mention by the system. So, Russell. Zach's reply is cut short as he hears Kaido stirring awake. What happened? He rubs his eyes as he spots Zach standing nearby. Gas was released into the room, and you passed out. Where are the flash drive and the files? Zach strolls to his bag, grabs the goodies, and presents them to Kaido. He seems very relieved as he falls onto the sofa limply. Did you get what you needed? Yeah, thanks for not leaving, by the way. Kaido grumbles, yeah. It's what friends do, right? Yeah. The two sit in awkward silence. It is suddenly broken by a phone going off. That's yours. I got it. Zach leaves to take the call. Zach. Where are you? It's his dad. I'm staying at a friend's house. Tom. No, I have other friends, you know. You do. His father's reply makes him want to vomit blood. Is everything all right? Yeah, just checking up. You have been spending a lot of time out lately. I made new friends, and I'm spending time with them. That good, all right, I have to go. Have fun. Beep. Zach returns to the room and spots Kaido sifting through the files even while injured. Why don't you go to the hospital and get that arm checked? Me and hospitals don't get on well. Zach thinks for a minute. I know someone in med school, unless you hate students too. Kaido thinks for a moment before agreeing. I'll need to see whether she's available first. 33. Vigilante of Justice. Zach dials Zoe's number and proceeds to call her. Beep, beep, beep. Zoe's phone starts to ring inside of her jeans pocket. Miss Foster, is something the matter? Her teacher seems amused at her misfortune. How was she supposed to know that she would receive a call in the middle of her presentation? She spent all her time learning and working, so the only contacts she has are her parents and manager. The call must be important due to the lack of people who actually know her number. Sorry, Mr. Dungworth, but I was expecting an important call today. Could I ask for permission to take this? If you had told me before we started, I could allow it, but you are midway through a presentation. So you refuse. Finish your presentation and then you can call back. Zoe grits her teeth at the obviously unfair treatment. Mr. Dungworth has hated her even since she refused his advances. She is not in the business of letting a 60-year-old married man take advantage of her. She can't leave now either due to the importance of the presentation. Whatever it is will have to wait. Okay, I'm sorry for the interruption. On the other side, Zach gets the message that she is unavailable to pick up the phone. Kaido, where are your parents? They are in Japan. Zach is surprised by the answer and replies fluttered. So you're on your own? No, I can talk to them over the internet. He gives a fake smile and turns his attention to the files that are undergoing decryption. Zach understands and changes the subject towards what Kaido has found. Well, we got what we went for. We got a large amount of evidence including what looks like Jelani's stash of child pornography. I won't be looking into them because, well, I'm not a monster. In addition, what I can figure out from the partially decrypted is there is an attack planned by someone related to Jelani. A Islamic cell is planning on bombing something, but I can't figure out what yet. A terrorist attack. Should we send it into the police? No, that's the last thing we should do. I have a sneaking suspicion that they have already infiltrated the police force. There was one who was working with Jelani. I almost got framed by them. Do you know his name? No, but I can point him out in a crowd. Kaido tries to move his arm but shudders in pain. Pass me those pills over in that cabinet, painkillers. Zach grabs the pills, gets a can of energy drink and hands them back to Kaido. He greedily shoves more than recommended into his mouth and continues. We are not solely responsible for removing traitorous Muslim extremists from the police force, but we are now responsible for stopping this bombing. As we have the information, we have the duty to stop it. Zach agrees with Kaido but decides to play devil's advocate. We aren't superheroes. Unless you have an entire agency of soldiers under you, we should hand it off to professionals. I get that you're scared. We are still 15, but who else can we trust? If they are in the police force, there is a small possibility they are in the army. Zach is stumped by Kaido's proposed question. Fine, if you can find out where, when, and how it is going to happen, then I will help. But if you can't in a meaningful amount of time, I think we should send it in to the police. My uncle knows a higher-up so he could be safe. Agreed. A few minutes later, Zach receives a call from Zoe. Hello, Zach. You called me at the worst time. Sorry. The reason I called it rather important, though. What could be more important than my degree? My friend almost died and has a broken arm, if that counts. Zoe goes quiet for a few seconds and replies, Zach, are you in a gang? What? No, why? Because you and your friend refuse going into an actual hospital and insist on my help. The only people I can think of that would do that are criminals. We are not criminals, but we are fighting criminals. The atmosphere goes weird and Zoe bursts into laughter. Ha, you PFFFTTT are heroes, vigilantes of justice. Ha, I didn't think you people existed. Zach stand with a frozen face. Are you done laughing? Hold on. Zach hears in the background someone howling with laughter for a couple seconds. Okay, I'm done, carry on. Can we just come over? It will be easier to explain that way. You can tend to his wounds while we talk. Okay, but I'll need to buy some cast stuff on the way back. I hope someone will compensate me. Zack holds the phone away and asks Kaido, I have no money for the cast materials, you. Don't worry about it, I'll cover it. It's my fault anyway. Duh. Yeah, your fault. Zack feels guilty due to his broken arm being Zack's fault. Yeah, we will compensate you. That's great. I can test out my skills and get paid while doing it. Ruin test. I mean treat. Okay, we will start heading to yours now. Be careful and do not come into contact of anyone who looks Muslim. The state of London is not safe currently. 34. I call dibs. Zack and Kaido climb the stairs to Zoe's apartment and knock on the door. The door flies open quickly, as if she was standing behind it waiting for their arrival. Zack raises a hand and greets her. Kaido just nods his head. Come in. They walk into the familiar front room and take a seat on the sofa. Zoe sits open them and immediately opens up with strong questions. Are you racist? Duh. Dumbfounded Zack replies, what? No, why would you think that? Well, you told me to stay away from Muslims. If that's not racist, I don't know what is. There is a very good reason I told you that. Zack turns his head to look at Kaido, who is enjoying the conversation. Can you show her what we found? You trust her. She's gonna be working on your arm, so you better trust her. Kaido looks at Zoe's innocent-looking face and agrees. Okay, but do not reveal anything I'm about to show you. He pulls a few files out of his bag detailing Jelani's conduct. This is me and Zack's principal. His name is Jelani Mansour and is a massive contributor to the slave trade. We have also found information that hint at relations with terrorist groups. While we were trying to obtain these files, I got injured. So no, we aren't racist. Zoe seems confused as to why they decided to tell her this but ignores it for now. So you two were actually trying to stop a slave trader. Someone who is instrumental to them. She scratches her head and asks, why don't you just report it to the police? We think the police has already been taken over. I have personally experienced this. Well, I guess I support what you guys are doing, but don't you think you should leave this to someone else? If you know someone, then tell us. It's not like we want to get involved. Kaido looks away as Zack says this. Right, well, I should probably do something to that arm. It should be painful, right? Yes. Zoe walks off, grabs a bag of supplies, and fills a small cup with hot water. She wraps a normal bandage around the arm first, then puts the plaster in the hot water and proceeds to wrap it tightly. And done. Just keep it still until the plaster hardens. She smiles and holds up a black rod. By the way, what is this thing that you splinted it with? She presses the button, causes electricity to burst out and crackle through the air. Woo-oh, cool. She seems to enjoy swinging it as the two watch. Kaido looks at her joyfully swinging it. If you want it, you can have it. We have spares. Really? You would do that for me? It's better for you to have something to protect yourself. Zack watches as the two of them bond over a deadly weapon. After waiting for the conversation to die down, he asks Zoe, you got anything else you need to do today? Yeah, I gotta work in like half an hour. Okay, we'd better go. I have stuff I want to get done, and Kaido still has to decrypt those files. Kaido looks like he doesn't want to leave, but Zack pulls on his not broken wrist while saying goodbye. Zack shuts the door behind him and looks back to Kaido. I call dibs. Oh, dibs. I want her. Finally catching on to what Kaido is saying, Zack instantly refuses. It's a battle between men. Whoever can get her pregnant first wins. As Zack exclaims this, he hears someone slap their face from the apartment behind them. They both look at each other in dismay. This is your fault. It's both of our faults. It's her fault for eavesdropping. Agreed. The two part ways, and Zack finally remembers the egg that is currently stuffed inside of his bag. Instead of going directly to Graham's gym, he walks back to his house. He gets back to his house and goes directly to his room. He sits on the bed and brings out the egg. The red egg that has black speckles on it feels warm to the touch. System, when will it hatch? Crack open to identify. Fuck that. Zack examines it for a few more minutes and remembers the place he stole it from. It was being heated by various sources before I took it. I guess it needs heat to hatch. Zack finds a mini heater and puts the egg under the desk. Behind the desk is a radiator, so it will be warm anyway. He puts the heater underneath the desk with the egg and covers the rest in cloth to hide it from view. I hope it's a dragon. That would be so sweet. Wait, do dragons even exist? He leaves the egg and brings out the chains of Prometheus. The chains drop into his hands, threatening to break his back. He sits on his bed to relieve some of the weight and examines them. The chains look like ordinary iron chain, apart from the tiny inscriptions carved along the entirety of them. I guess I can just use them to hold people down, or I can use them to train. The idea to train with them pops into his head as he thinks of the MMA fighter training. If I use these to train, will I increase my strength? If weight is enough, then, depending on how you train, all stats can be increased. Sweet. 35. Big boy buff Zack makes sure the egg is hidden well under the blanket and leaves the house. He heads towards Graham's gym, holding the note Graham left him. As he walks, the usual black vans in the area look a lot more insidious due to Zack's gained knowledge. Keeping his head down, he continues while remembering his escape routes. I'm not a young girl, so they won't kidnap me, right? Whispering sweet nothings to himself, he approaches a large building covered in glass. Clearly visible through the glass, a large swimming pool is present. A floor above that, a large room with exercise bikes are also being used. This must be it. Looking at the name on the note saying Gym Delirium, and the same name plastered across the building, means that he's in the right place. Zack walks through the automatic doors and sees the pretty receptionist looking at him impatiently. He shyly walks up and smiles at her quickly frowning face. Do you have an appointment? Yeah. Graham said to come visit any time. She looks at him angrily. So you have an appointment for now, yesterday, and tomorrow. I'm not a ghost if that's what you're asking. She gets her phone out and calls someone. You luring in kids again. Right, you said that about all of them. Whatever, he's here now, so come deal with him. She points to the corner of the room. Please take a seat here. Zack waits for 5 minutes and hears something stomping towards the reception. A huge man bursts in. Graham looks about the room and sees Zack. He starts walking towards him but is stopped by the receptionist. You're an ass. Graham doesn't look fazed and retorts. And yours brings all the milkshake, but I'm not complaining. She slaps him across the face and sits down. Graham approaches Zack while rubbing his cheek. Sorry about that. Shouldn't you talk to your girlfriend? Girlfriend. I'm just her boss, feisty little thing. Isn't that sexual harassment? What's that? Never heard of it. Okay, let's get to it. I have already set up a training schedule for you. Zack, allows Graham to pull him through a few rooms and up the stairs towards the weight training room. I have had this set up and waiting for you to come visit. The dedication shown by Graham creeps Zach out, but he ignores it and starts training with Graham. Under the coach of Graham, Zach is doing increasingly more difficult exercises which train his muscular strength, endurance, and cardiovascular fitness. Half a day of long exercise leaves both of them exhausted. Graham sits next to Zach and hands him a familiar bottle filled with brown liquid. Drink this, it'll help with recovery. It's okay, right? Graham laughs and slaps Zach on the back, exclaiming loudly, I'm not a drug dealer, it's just protein shake. I got you a chocolate flavor, so drink up. Zach trusts him and drinks it. It doesn't taste like chocolate and instead tastes of a muddy puddle. He manages to not throw up after he downs it. Good, ain't it? Yeah, could you get another flavor next time? Sure, I have a shop inside the gym, so pick up whatever fancies ya. Okay, this is going to be the last exercise of the day. Graham leads Zach to a large hall with lots of promoters shoving products in people's faces. Occasionally, we host for companies trying to advertise their products. This helps people get discounts and such while the companies get exposure. What we want today is exposure. He leads Zach through a crowd that is encircling a bench press. A man currently attempting a large combined weight of 80 kg is heaving away with a red face. Stop, he mutters in a quiet voice as the spotters lift the weight off of him. I want to get you into the big leagues, so what better way than to show off in front of the big boys? The man exits looking depressed, leaving the bench free. It's our turn. He leads Zach through the crowd, quickly becoming the center of attention. Graham clearly announcing that we are next and ignoring the massive line on the side has clearly earned the ire from some people. That's not fair. Some of us have been waiting a long time. Yeah, why do they get to go in? Graham straightens his back and reveals his massive frame. It's because I own the building. The complaints stop when he says this. The person running the show walks up to Graham with a clipboard. So you're next. Write your name, phone number, email address, and age here. If you manage to lift over your body weight, then you will receive a 10% discount on some of our products. Graham looks at the scrawny man who looks out of place. Give the paper to him. He's the one participating. He points at Zach, quickly making him the center of attention. That fat kid is gonna try my ass. Who knows, he might be stronger than he looks. Get out of the way so I can buy some new equipment. Zach looks at Graham while lowering his head. Do I have to? It's a great opportunity. Okay. He completes survey and approaches the equipment. Looking around to Graham, he asks while looking embarrassed. So how am I supposed to sit on this? The crowd looks at Graham's blank face. Didn't he just teach him this? How could he have forgotten already? 36. Big Boys Bluff. After a brief introduction to the exercise, Zach finally gets the idea. So I'll win something if I do this. Graham gets closer and talks to Zach with a quiet voice. Yeah, but we are here for the exposure. See that guy over there? He points his chin in a certain direction, revealing a bulky man in a suit. Why, yeah, he's a coach for the UK Junior Olympics. So I better not embarrass you, huh? Don't worry, we have just completed an intense session, so just try your best. Zach nods in confirmation. The organizer approaches. Please use this to weigh yourself. Your goal is to lift higher than your body weight. Zach's chubby body steps onto the scale. I weighed myself recently. I must be near 110 kg. The electronic scale starts calibrating while the crowd watches. 140 kg. Whoa, he's heavier than I thought. How is he that heavy? The jeers from the crowd express how Zach and Graham feel right now. Zach, did you swallow a dragon? Isn't it literally impossible for someone your size to weight so much? Zach tries to blow over this as it could lead to disastrous consequences. Can we just get on with the weight lifting? I'm kinda self-conscious about my weight. Graham pats him on the back. Don't worry. I'll change that body of yours into a Terminator. Sorry to interrupt, but there are still people waiting. The organizer stops Graham's talk as they decide what weight Zach will start on. 70 kg, half his weight should be a good start. Go up 20 kg each rep. Agreed. Zach, who has no say, lays down and prepares to lift it. His previous self would barely be able to lift 40 kg. Now that he has the cheat-like system to boost his strength, he doesn't want to expose more than he should. The two spotters stand ready to help him out if he drops it as everyone watches on in anticipation. Zach finds an equal distance hold on the bar and arches his back like Graham said. He puts all his force in lifting this weight that used to seem monumental. However, halfway through thrusting his weight, he realizes he put too much force into it, causing it to almost fly out of his hands into the ceiling. Using all of his strength to hold it in place, his forehead starts to sweat. First rep. Good job, Zach. Graham seems excited, but the crowd's attitude differs. He's struggling on 70 kg. What a joke. It must just be an obese teen trying his luck. They change the weight to 90 kg and wait for Zach to attempt to lift it. Zach, who knows what to expect now, puts less strength in and lifts it with ease. Bringing it down to his chest, he completes the rep. Second rep. You got this, Zach. Show him what's what. They put 110 kg on the bar, and Zach lifts it with ease again. Third rep. Zach realizes that lifting the weight with ease is drawing attention to him quickly. He decides to tone it down for what he hopes is the last rep. They pop 130 kg on the bar. You got it, boy. Zach starts to lift the weight carried by Graham's encouragement. He attempts to pull the bar apart and bend it to give the impression that it is difficult to lift. A drop of sweat falls off of his brow as he completes the rep. Fourth rep. Last one, Zach, you got this. Everyone's eyes are on Zach. He doesn't know whether to fail the rep or to complete it. What is the positive of completing it? A discount and a possibility of doing the Junior Olympics. Might as well keep my opportunities open. They put 140 kg on the bar and stand at the ready. Zach makes a show of lifting it, his arms shake, back arched to the max and his breathing labored. Fifth rep, he's done it. Zach sets the weight down expecting cheers, but all he hears are a few claps and confused voices. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Graham tries to cheer him up. What do you mean? You're 15 years old and this strong. You could grow up to be the strongest man in the world. He looks around and makes a mental note of the Olympic coach making a phone call in the corner. I think we got his attention. Mission beat Graham in a test of strength. As Zach and Graham leave, he gets notified by the system. Hey Graham, before I go, can we have an arm wrestle? What, you think you can beat me? You're getting ahead of yourself. I just wanna try though, pretty please. Zach blinks his eyes at Graham like a puppy dog. Fine. Him and Zach sit at a table and get ready to do an arm wrestle. Go easy on me. Never. Zach concentrates on Graham's revealing lines of weakness in the wrist and part of the hand. He positions his elbow in a way to take advantage of this and places his fingers on the points on Graham's hand. 3.2. 1. A slap. Graham's hand loses all strength and is almost buried into the table by Zach. "Oi, you done this before, haven't you? I just wanted to try something I read on the internet. Mission complete, +5 strength, +2 stamina. It'll get you back next time you come in." He huffs a few complaints before leaving Zach to his own devices. Status: Zachary Miller, Demonic Lizardman, Male Achievements, Mysterious Stranger, Famous Face, Feared Condition, Fine Strength 22-27, Intelligence 10, Agility 11, Stamina 15-17, Spirit 16, Luck 10, Skill, Quick Retreat, LV4, Pain Resistance, Unveiling Eye, Language Comprehension, Phase, LV2, Poison Resistance. Body Mods: Prehensile Tail, Hydra Gills, Undying, LV6 Exp, 20/. Still have no idea what my change in race means. He rubs his aching body and decides to head home to do some reading. 37. Big Boys Cuffs. It's Wednesday, 5 days left until sports day. Zach is very excited to show everyone that he's not just a fat loser. While he waits for that moment to come, Zach decides to continue his language studies, gym with Graham, and most importantly, crime fighting. He hasn't made use of the all-purpose radio that he owns and decides to use it tonight. He spent a few hours studying Arabic when he got back from the gym. Suddenly, his radio bursts to life. Mentally ill man spotted in the subway. He is likely armed. Surround his destination and approach with caution. Zach contemplates whether he wants to participate and gain nothing from it, unless... Is it ethical to kill a mentally ill man? He reaches an answer rather quickly. It's fine, like euthanasia that animals are subjected to. If someone is so ill that they can't function, putting them out of their misery is the humane thing to do. Zach packs his outfit and head out. It's not night yet, which makes Zach rather apprehensive about going out now, but the crimes won't wait for him. He listens to the reports from the radio. A suspect has gotten onto the subway from South Kenton and is heading towards Piccadilly Circus. Units have been sent. Zach is quite far away from Piccadilly Circus and decides it would be faster to use his full strength to get there. He ducks into an alley and changes quickly. Walking out wearing black clothes and the Halloween demon mask, a tail hangs behind him. He starts sprinting at significant speed towards Piccadilly Circus while using his inhuman strength to bypass obstacles. As he speeds past, people watch and pull out their cell phones to record this black blur. He almost reaches the Piccadilly subway entrance when he sees a man swinging a kitchen knife around, wildly running out of it, quickly followed by a large group of police. The man strikes a couple people with the knife, causing light to medium wounds. Police cars start to appear on the four-way intersection covered by spectators. They start to try evacuate you spectators for fear that they might also be harmed. The police officers, who are not armed with guns, try to corral around the psychotic man with riot shields. One police officer gets too close and doesn't protect his neck enough and gets slashed across the throat. Blood squirts from his neck and onto all those close to him as he slumps to the floor and slowly dies. Zach, who has just reached the scene, is disgusted by the spectators who are filming this heroic officer's death on their cell phones. They notice him and all point their cameras at the demon cosplayer. "Oi, they can't be the real one, can it? He only shows up at night though, doesn't he?" Zach is glad the attention is now away from the corpse of the officer and focuses his attention on the eerily familiar man slashing with a knife. Back, evil pixies. Leave me alone, I haven't done anything wrong. Eh? He shouts maniacally, probably while having hallucinations. Fuck this, I'm gonna end this now. Zach runs up and vaults over the line of police officers with the dreidel in his hand. Landing on top of the man, he stabs the dreidel into the man's chest while crushing the hand holding the knife into paste with his foot. Zach's tail moves in a threatening manner towards the police to keep them at bay, while he removes this tumor on society. The man continues to shout as he wails, "Get quieter. Diemuance, my wife, my child. Everything was taken from me. Diemuance. Diem." He becomes unconscious due to blood loss, but Zach maintains his posture as the police try to negotiate with him. "Step away now. If you proceed any further, the consequences will be dire." Zach observes one man who is on the radio. He listens up while his own radio buzzes into action from his back pocket. Requesting armed backup. Code 10, I repeat, code 10 in progress. A police captain speaks up while holding his hands out, showing no hostility. "You're the one they call demon, right? You are on the side of justice, I assume." "Yes, I am." "Then wouldn't it be wiser to let the judicial system handle criminals?" "Duh." "If that's the way you think, then continue to ignore your fallen comrade and beg for this monster's life. Why should this man's life be more valuable than a police officer's? It's an unfortunate accident. He knew what he signed up to." If you were armed and shot this man on sight, he would still have his life." As Zach says this, he pulls the dreidel from the now mummified corpse. Human consumed plus 20x plus 1 soul. The spectators seem intrigued by this and start shouting at him. Magic. Demon do exist. I need to call my priest. There must be a logical reason for this. Different explanations come from the crowd as Zach thinks of an escape route. Suddenly, a van pulls up, and a small framed woman covered in leather with a full-face helmet jumps out the back of it. Another few unmarked black cars pull up and start to oppressively evacuate the citizens. Anyone who refuses to leave will be arrested. The warning work as the crowd begins to disperse. The woman walks up and reveals a decorative sword that is strapped to her waist. She flashes it at Zach and says confidently, "You better come quietly or it's gonna get rough." Zach concentrates on her and finds that there are no black lines revealing themselves. At this sight, he can only think one thing: well, oh fuck. 38. Big boys cut. The situation is dire. Zach finds himself completely surrounded by police officers, men in black suits, and a single woman holding a sword. Looking around, he finds no easy way to escape. The only way Zach can think of is to run into the subway. The limited space and crowded walkways make getting all of those police officers through impossible. The woman suddenly speaks up. "I hope you're not thinking of running." She places both of her hands on the sword at the ready. Zach can feel the pressure emanating from her as sweat drips down his face behind the mask. He can an idea. If he spends a soul to get the smoke screen that he used last time, he can probably escape. But Zach is hesitant to waste a soul on another escape. His power level won't increase if he keeps wasting his resources like this. He turns and runs towards the subway at ridicule speed, while leaping over the officers blocking the way. Zach can't look back for fear of losing speed, but can feel that the woman quickly approaching. Steel scrapes across the wall behind him, barely missing him. "You're crazy." The subway hasn't been cleared out by the police yet, so the woman has to stop her attack for the meantime. Zach runs through, pushing past people, knocking them over as he moves. "Sorry. There isn't any time to regret hurting someone as his life is on the line." This woman clearly isn't normal. He eventually reaches the platform where a train is about to pass without stopping. Looking back, he sees the woman swiftly moving through the people like she doesn't even exist. He smiles through the mask and jumps backwards into the oncoming path of the train. Stop! His actions shock all of the people on the platform and panic ensues. The train passes while Zack activates phase. He is inside of the train while the train is still moving. He hasn't got any momentum, so as soon as he stopped the phase, he is going to be rolling through the cabins until his speed matches the train's. He deactivates phase and starts rolling, smashing through one of the cabin's doors and into the people riding the train. Smack! He luckily hits a large man who looks like he can take the hit. The large man is thrown to the back of the cabin, knocking people over as Zack lays on the floor breathing heavily. Glad that's over. He looks up to make sure the large man is all right. Oh boy, that hurt like hell. The man stands up, revealing his suit and black mask. Fuck, another one. Zack picks himself up, ignoring the pain caused by the rolling. He tries to run through the destroyed cabin door, but quickly realizes that someone is standing there. You're an annoying guy to catch. The woman stands there holding her sword. Are you a ghost? Stop following me. Zack has almost run out of ideas. He phases through the side of the train, heavily smashing into the floor as he rolls to stabilize his speed. He slowly comes to a halt and looks to the train to make sure they are not following him. Bang! The back of the train is destroyed as the large man jumps out, landing heavily. The woman follows and jumps out gracefully, planting her sword into the floor, stopping her momentum. They approach Zack's beaten and battered body that is ironically not even caused by them. End of the line, buddy. The woman yells confidently as the large man walks beside her. I guess this is what you call a train wreck. Ha ha ha. The terrible joke causes the woman to try stab him with the sword. Zack is confused by this act, but is surprised as the sword is deflected from his skin. You always do this, my line was cooler. Fuck off, bitch. Zack takes the opportunity while they squabble to summon the soul store and buy the smoke screen. Smoke starts to gather around Zack's hand as a little purple gem starts to form. The duo notice this sudden change. The woman flicks her wrist, severing Zack's hand. He holds the stump and rolls on the floor while screaming. Smoke screen placed in inventory. Zack can't bring himself to act due to the severity of the pain coming from his severed hand. Shall we unmask him? I want to do it. They start squabbling again, this duo. I will kill both of you. Zack's anger masks the pain as his eyes emanate a red glow. Keep squawking, pipsqueak. Where do we put the cuffs on now? Zack brings out the smoke screen and wills it to appear inside of his mouth. Crunchy bites into the gem, hard, and smoke bursts out of his mouth, engulfing him. He retreats while making as little sound as possible. Even the blood squirting out of his severed hand is covered by the smoke screen. The woman starts slashing her sword through the tunnel. White lines leave the sword, destroying anything they hit. You lost him. No, you lost him. The two start fighting over who is going to take responsibility over their failed mission. Maybe he started running this way. Better than nothing, let's go. They start sprinting through the tunnel towards the direction the train left. Zack stands from the floor still bleeding and starts heading in the opposite direction. Status: Zachary Miller, demonic lizardman, male, achievements: mysterious stranger, famous face, feared condition, heavily injured, severe blood loss, severed left hand, strength 27, intelligence 10, agility 11, stamina 17, spirit 16, luck 10, skill, quick retreat, LV5, pain resistance, unveiling eye, language comprehension, phase, LV2, poison resistance. body mods, prehensile tail, hydrogills, undying LV. He uses his remaining hand to climb the ladder. At the top is a manhole cover. He tries to lift it, but it doesn't budge. Last shot. He puts both legs onto the ladder, pulls his remaining hand back while propping his back on the wall behind him. Pushing as hard as he can with his legs, he uses all of his strength to punch the manhole cover. Dink, it doesn't move. Fuck. His hand is bent at an odd angle, probably broken. What did Zach expect? He's punching heavy metal with his bare hands. He props himself on the ladder and pushes through the pane to get his phone out. He has a signal, probably because he is so close to the surface. I have no fucking idea who to call. 39. Bruther Raj no. Zach thinks through his options. Kaido. Broken arm. Tom ignoring calls. Zoe could patch me up but might be busy. Fuck it, call Zoe. Then Tom, and if they are both down and out. Kaido, beep beep. Hey, Zoe. You visited in the morning, could it be you fancy me? Stop joking around, I'm really hurt. Could you pick me up at? Zach realizes he doesn't know where he is. 1 sec, don't hang up. He listens for the cars going over. Vibrations let him know when it's safe to go. And now, Zach phases one last time out of the manhole and end up laying down on the street with traffic heading for him. Beep. Get out of the road, psycho. Zach limps to an alleyway and tears the mask off of his face. Zoe, I'm in an alleyway on Holborn Road. Bring a car, I don't know where my hand is. Bring something to stop bleeding. Zach, speak to me. Zoe shouts at her phone while on the till at the costume shop. Her manager realizes something is wrong. Is it something urgent? Yes, I think so. You can go. You will have to do overtime, though. Okay. She runs out of the store and calls a taxi to take her to where Zach is. She stops at a pharmacy while waiting for the taxi and buys bandages and bad painkillers. It doesn't take long, luckily, due to the good traffic. She pays the taxi. Stay there, I'll be back in a minute. I need to pick up my friend. The taxi driver speaks in a heavy Indian voice. Hello, please note, I cannot take somebody who is too drunk. He's not drunk, stay here and I'll pay extra. She runs down the street looking into every dark crevice looking for Zach. After about 6 minutes of looking, she stumbles across a boy covered in blood laying on the floor unconscious. Passerbys must have ignored him for fear of getting involved. She approaches him and tries to wake him but stops when she sees his severed hand. Zoe pulls all the medical supplies out of the bag she had brought and starts treating it. Really? What the fuck have you been doing to get your hand cut off? After creating a makeshift tourniquet, she rolls him over to pick him up and drag him to the taxi. Somehow, she is even more surprised. A tail drops from Zach's lower back and creates a metallic sound as it scrapes across the floor. Zoe doesn't know how to react. Her day is getting weirder and weirder. She doesn't even know how she became friends with this weird kid. Fuck, I'll ask when he wakes. She tries to sling him over her shoulder like a fireman but finds his slightly chubby frame is impossibly heavy. She ends up dragging him to the taxi, leaving a trail of blood from his shoes on the floor. I am sorry, miss, but I cannot take your friend in my car. I'll pay, just take us home. No thank you for cuming goodbye. Wait, zoom. He drives off leaving a trail of smoke. I'll call another one. Beep beep. Hello, this is Brutha Sanjay's taxi service. What can I do for you today, my Bruta? Me and my friend were just at a fancy dress party and need a taxi home. Could you pick us up on Holborn Road? Use, I can do that. It will cost 40 rupee pounds. Okay, be quick. I'm in a hurry. She sits Zack down on a trash and props him up against the lamppost directly next to it. After a while of waiting, their taxi shows up. He rolls down his window and introduces himself. Hello. My name is Raj. Are you the young lady who wanted a taxi? Yes. My friend fell asleep, so I would rather not wake him. That is fine. Please jump in. She drags Zack into the car and puts a seat belt on him. Unbeknownst to her, a surprised taxi driver behind their own is following them. The taxi driver starts to ask Zoe about all sorts of things, where they are going, where they come from, their relationship, whether she's a virgin. The conversations start getting really personal when he asks her whether or not people know where she is. She tries to ignore it, but starts to panic as the taxi drives past her house. Hey, you missed my house. My bad, let me find a good place to turn around. The door's locked to prevent any escape. Due to the car separating the driver and the passengers, there is no chance of escape. Stop, where are you taking us? I am taking you to your destination, young miss. She can see a vicious smile appear on his rotund face when she looks into the rear view mirror. 40. Sanjay saves the day. Sanjay. Zoe gets her phone out and tries to call the police. No connection. They seem to have some kind of jammer in the car. She can feel herself panicking even more. The stories that Zack and Kaido told her before had already affected her lifestyle. She starts rummaging through Zack's pockets and bag to try and find something to get them out. A radio, some keys. She stabs her finger on something sharp. Pulling it out reveals some kind of spinning top. It looks sharp enough to be a weapon, and thinking about Zack's situation, I don't think he will mind me using it. Last but not least, she takes his phone and tries to call the police, but to no avail. The taxi driver puts on the radio and switches it to the Indian radio. Looking out of the window, the taxi driver appears to be heading towards a private wooded area. Marking it down in her memory, she slams the dreidel at the corner of the window. It cracks the glass heavily, but doesn't shatter. She hits it again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Crash. The window cracks, folds, and falls onto the street, completely shattering. Zoe thinks that the only way out is to jump. She holds onto Zack tightly and starts shuffling out of the window. The taxi driver notices the banging and turns around to see them trying to escape through the window. He slams the brakes on, causing them to be thrown onto the floor of the car. Zoe is winded by the impact of hitting the floor and Zack landing on her. No. Raj, the taxi driver, gets out of the front seat and walks to the shattered window while holding a large knife. He opens the door and grabs Zoe's hair. You little whore, how fucking dare you damage my property? He starts to pummel her face with the handle of the knife, causing cuts and bruises. She tries to defend herself by stabbing him in the arm with the dreidel. Putchai. I'm going to kill you, bitch. He brings the knife back to stab Zoe, but he stops and collapses to the floor. Another Indian man approaches behind his collapsed body, holding a heavy-looking drinks canteen. Zoe cries. She thought she could escape, but now that more of them have come, it's over. Leave me, please, go away. He steps back, astounded by what he has found. Hello, my name is Sanjay. You left before you paid the fee. I don't suppose you could pay me. Zoe is surprised by this man's introduction, but is still weary due to the situation. Would you like me to call the police? She looks at the collapsed man, Raj, and thinks about what Kaido said before. The police force has been infiltrated. She thinks for a minute, but stops when she sees Raj's face start to wrinkle and lose vitality. She looks at the weird dreidel still lodged into his arm and notices it's giving out a low red light as symbols on it start to glow. No, don't call the police. I was wondering if you could give me and my friend a lift, though. This also includes hush-hush money. That would be fine, but could you please pay the previous fee before I drive you? Thank you very much. Sanjay seems like an all-right guy. Not only did he save Zoe and Zack, he also upholds his principles in even this situation. They both pick Zack up and lay him down in Sanjay's car. It's a crappy little hatchback, and when compared with Raj's BMW, it's like going back in time. Zoe pays him the money she owed previously, and the money for the ride. Young miss, is it okay to leave that man on the street? I think this is a private area. His friends will find him soon. After some small talk with Sanjay, she gets his personal number, and they both carry him to her apartment. Sanjay leaves with a smile after helping, and Zoe finally relaxes. She has finally made it back to her own place. But it's no time to relax. Zack is still seriously injured and needs medical care. She drags him to the bathroom so she doesn't get the carpet dirty and undresses him. I need to change his clothes. There is nothing dirty about this. Zoe checks her wardrobe but finds no clothes that would fit him. Apart from her lingerie, it will have to do, she thinks to herself. She chants a personal mantra while trying to change him into clean clothes. While doing this, she notices some odd things on Zack's body. While raising his arm to put a see-through robe on, she notices pulsating gills that seem to be sucking in air. Zoe doesn't even comment on the huge tail sticking out of his coccyx. She pulls on it, and it stays in place, showing it's not a prop. Zack, are you an alien? She finishes clothing him and tries to clean the wound where his severed hand was, but almost falls over backwards when she sees muscle fiber and skin start to form at visible speed. So this is why you didn't want to go to the hospital. She leaves him on the bed and starts to tend to her own wounds. Her face is black and blue due to the beating she took earlier. She disinfects the cuts on her face and covers them with plasters. Hopefully they won't scar. Exhausted, she forgets Zack lying on the bed and accidentally falls asleep next to him. 41. Batman's Robin. Congratulations, achievement unlocked. Familiar fighter grants the skill contract and allows you to make familiar contracts with people and allows you to boost their abilities. They can also use equipment you buy from the soul store. Human consumed plus 20x plus 1 soul. Zack slowly wakes up. Lying in a warm bed, he looks around. I called Zoe, so this must be her place. He spots her lying on her back next to him. Zack makes a big deal out of still being asleep and casually rolls over. He wraps his arm around her and tries to cop a feel of her breasts. But his hand is missing, so he just rubs his stump on her. Yuha, Zack. Zoe sits up and rubs her eyes. Looking down at the alien next to her, she heaves a sigh in relief. Thank God he didn't see me asleep with him. She shakes him awake, calling his name. Zack, who is trying to do an Oscar-level performance, wakes up. Zoe, I guess you helped me out then. Yes, we almost got into trouble, but some taxi driver saved us. What's his name? I want to thank him. His name is Sanjay. I got his number so we can meet up later. But I have a few questions I was hoping you can answer. Yeah, sure, like what? Are you an alien? Zack jumps up now, only realizing he is wearing lingerie. The see-through dress allows his junk to hang freely in front of Zoe. He covers himself in the bed sheets as if he were a girl who was just exposed. Zoe tries hard to keep a serious face as she continues. Zach, are you an alien? Duh. No, why would you think that? You literally have a tail and gills. It's cosplay. I try to take them off, they're real. Duh. Zach decides to give up and present his tail to her. She touches it as it sways in the air. Well, some unforeseen circumstances have led me to discovering an artifact that will allow evolution. And you evolved with it. I want to evolve further, but it requires fresh blood. She steps back, giving him a suspicious look. Look, I haven't killed innocents. He wraps the bed sheets around himself and turns the TV on. Today, videos and reports on the demon have come out on Piccadilly Road. Videos show the masked man wading into a crowd of police and goes on to kill a madman who had already injured many and killed the police officer Mark Muggan. Interestingly, though, all footage relating to what happens after has been mysteriously lost. The populace want answers, but the police refuse to comment currently. People have conflicting views on this masked vigilante, but most see it as a mercy killing that will stop further injuries and deaths. I will be reporting on further information at a later date. My name is Cecilia May. Back to the studio. Zoe sits and starts to process what she has just heard. You're the demon. It's a crap name, but yeah. That's so cool. Zach didn't know, but when Zoe was younger, she was a superhero fanatic. When she lived with her parents, she would collect all the Marvel and DC figures and comics. Eventually, though, her family became worried and banned her from anything related to heroes. Zach may have just accidentally opened up Pandora's box. He doesn't know what to say at her surprising outburst. So, that spinning top thing is the artifact, I'm guessing. Duh. Zach wonders how she knows and nods. Does that mean I can gain powers too? The system can only belong to one. It says that it can only belong to one person. Her excitement dies down, and Zach feels bad after crushing her dreams. But I think I just unlocked a way. Her ears perk up like a dog. System, how do I make her a familiar? To form a contract, user must make a verbal agreement that both parties accept. Then the host will drink a drop of the contractor's blood, and vice versa. Do you really want this? It's gonna be a lot more trouble than you expect. Yes. Okay, do you promise to never hurt, betray, or act in any way that would prove negative to me? Are we getting married? What is this? Just accept it if the conditions are fine. I have to do this to form a contract. Yes, I promise. Using his tail, he pricks her finger, causing blood to form. He licks the blood from his tail and pricks his own hand. Presenting the blood to Zoe, she does the same. Contract formed with familiar Zoe Foster. Zachary Miller, demonic lizardman, male, achievements, mysterious stranger, famous face, feared, familiar fighter, condition, injured. Severed left hand, strength 27, intelligence 10, agility 11, stamina 17, spirit 16, luck 10, skill. Quick retreat, LV5, pain resistance. Unveiling eye, language comprehension, phase, LV2, poison resistance. Contract Zoe Foster. Body mods. It says you can spin this, and you have a chance to win something. Win something? Like what? Body mods items. I won some chains once. Body mods. Stuff like my tail. I would say not to spin it because you would literally cease being human. Zach attempts to warn her on the severity of the decision she's about to make. No, let's do it. He hands her the dreidel. She cradles it like it's the most important thing in her life. Putting it down on the table, she spins it. What she gets shocks both of them. 42. Wardrobe malfunction. The dreidel falls to the side and reveals an image of a droplet. It glows red as the system speaks. Congratulations, familiar has unlocked Fey Bloodline Bundle. Elf Bloodline grants Elf Mana Circuit, which allows user to control mana, changes race to Elf and slowly changes physiology. +2 Intelligence, +2 Luck, +2 Spirit, -2 Strength, -3 Stamina. Succubus Bloodline grants Demon Mana Circuit, which allows user to control mana, changes race to Succubus and slowly changes physiology. +2 Strength, +2 Intelligence, +2 Spirit, -5 Luck, -2 Stamina. Werewolf Bloodline causes transformation during full moon, changes race to werewolf and slowly changes physiology. +4 Strength, +4 Stamina, +4 Agility, -2 Intelligence. Zoe looks on at the options and is dumbfounded. I don't know what all these are. Why? What did you get? Elf, Succubus, and Werewolf Bloodlines. She goes on to list all of the benefits to Zach. He sits and thinks about all his previous gaming experience and breaks it down for her. So, I'm gonna say what I think these are strong at. It might not be all correct, but it should be close. She nods. Okay, elves are typically good at magic and all that spiritual stuff. In games, they are typically healers and priests. They are usually depicted as beautiful, have long ears and weird hair colors. Succubi are demons from the sin of lust, I think. They grant sexual favors to mortals in exchange for souls or similar things. They typically have wings and claws. I remember reading in a monster manual that they can charm people they look at. Do I really need to explain what a werewolf is? She nods again. Zach rubs his temples while thinking if Shiz is even listening. Werewolves turn into massive wolves during the full moon. I played a game where they could choose when to change, but it might be different. They are typically a lot stronger than humans, faster reflexes, and still retain wolf aspects while in human form. Things like ears, tail, and retractable claws could be part of it. Got it, yes. What are you gonna pick then? You probably can't use mana if you pick werewolf. Is mana important? I don't know. I think you would be able to use magic. Really? She shakes him by his shoulders excitedly. I can't even use magic yet, so don't keep your hopes up. And now that you already spun, you have to pick one. She thinks for a moment. She can't go around with Zach and abandon her current life. Can she? I think I'll go for one that doesn't make me a monster. Sue either succubus or elf. Zach thinks about it and determines that having a familiar that eats men's life force to live doesn't sound that great. I think you should pick elf. You sure? He nods. I'll pick elf bloodline. Please hold still while the bloodline is integrated. Zoe suddenly starts screaming. Zach runs up and tries to help. What's wrong? My body, everything burns. Follow me. He pulls her to the bathroom and pushes he into the shower. He twists the cold water tap, turning on the shower. It still burns. Just bear it with it, it will be fine in a minute. This lasts for 10 minutes. What Zach is most surprised about is the fact that the neighbors haven't complained yet. Zoe sits there in the bathtub exhausted. It's finally over. Zoe Foster elf female achievements Zach's familiar. Last of the elves condition healthy strength 7-5 intelligence 14-16 agility 9 stamina 9-6 spirit 10-12 luck 9-11 skill. LV3 medicine credulous, LV1 mana control, LV0 healing magic, LV0 spirit magic, immune to sleep body mods, elven circuit. LV1 exp 0/10. I have to say, it's a good look on you. What is? Zach takes a photo and shows it to her. The pictures reveals her long ears and pale skin. Her previous golden hair has a trace of white in it. Wow, hey, these clothes are kinda tight. Could you grab me another set, please? It's probably just them shrinking from the water. He leaves and searches her room. He tries to ignore some of the more raunchy clothing while grabbing them. Here you go. He puts them on the floor next to the tub and leaves. After a while, she walks out wearing clothes that are clearly too small for her. PFFTTTT haha. Stop it. Nuo, you look like an adult wearing children's clothes. This is serious. I am a lot taller. He eyes her up and down and measures his own height to her. Damn, you're right. I can't believe this. Neither can I. My wardrobe is ruined. He tries to console her while she runs through her room looking for clothes that fit. It's fine, we will go shopping today. How's that? She stops and looks about the room at the torn clothes and destroyed wardrobe. Looking down at him cutely, she nods. Oh, okay. 43. Clearance sales. Zach and Zoe calm down and start to think about what to wear while they buy clothes. He looks down at the see-through lingerie and the sheet wrapping around his waist. You didn't throw away my other clothes, did you? No, although the shirt is completely covered in blood and the pants are similar. It's fine. I think I have some spare clothes in my bag. She looks down at him with her 6'ft height and long ears. Can I borrow a shirt? All of my other clothes are, like, really tight. No, I can't be walking around with blood-stained clothing. You're already missing a hand, why not? It'll grow back. Wait, it will. Yeah, it's an ability from the system. She looks surprised. Wow, so cool. You're the one who got the cool race. I'm stuck here with gills and a tail. He sighs to himself, thinking that he's still unlucky even if his stats don't say so. Zoe dresses in tight-fitting clothes. She rips the bottom of some jeans, making her able to get her feet through. The shirt looks like one of those belly shirts teens would wear at nightclubs. You should probably put a hat on too. Why is my hair weird? No, you idiot, you have super long ears. She touches the ears, only now realizes how weird they would look. Okay. She walks to a drawer and pulls out a beanie. That fine. The beanie covers her ears and the top of her head. A bit of her fringe sticks out, giving an impression of fashion. He sticks his thumbs up. Looks great. Remember, you're permanently gonna have to wear that. No, I can wear other hats too. Whatever. Zach tries to open the door with his left hand, but feels like an idiot when his stump touches the doorknob. You are technically disabled now. I guess I'll be polite. She opens the door like a gentleman and lets Zach go first. He can't retort with anything because what she said was true. Zach keeps his left hand in his pocket to try stop association with the demon if anyone spots him. Zoe walks along in uncomfortable clothes, begging to go to the female clothes store first. As a man, Zach naturally gives his consent and waits outside the busy-looking store. It's a Thursday morning. Why is it so busy? Zach thinks to himself, confused. Looking at the windows, he notices a clearance sale tag. The clearance will end in about a week. I have a bad feeling about this. He watches as girls carry huge amounts of bags out of the store and almost falls backwards when he sees Zoe, who has changed into new clothes, carrying a mountain. She huffs and sweats like what she's carrying is literally gold. It wasn't as heavy as this before. Your strength was lowered, remember. She looks as if a light bulb just lit up in her head. Give me some help then. Only a little, okay. She dumps the whole mountain on him. The The weight feels almost non-existent, but the quantity makes it hard to balance as he walks. Why did you buy so much? They said today was the last day of the clearance. Duh. The only thing Zach thinks at that moment is, idiot. They scammed you. The clearance ends in a week and you bought all of this. No, they seemed pretty trustworthy. Whatever, if you have money to spend on stuff like this, then I won't intervene. She shows a weird face, but Zach doesn't notice. As they walk, Zach gets an idea. If you really plan on joining me to evolve, then don't you need a mask? Oh, you're right, but I have to do overtime because I had to save your ass. Can't you just quit? I'm almost certain we can make money stopping crimes. Oh, really? How much have you made so far? None yet, but I have high hopes. She laughs at his naivete, not realizing the irony. It'll stick with a stable job, at least until you actually make some cash. Oh, it's a deal then. They visit Zoe's work and pick up Plague Doctor mask. It's the same type as Zach's that is used for paintball, so it should be pretty durable. They decide to drop by a coffee shop to relax, mainly for Zach due to him lugging around all Zoe's stuff all day. Should we split the cost? I'll pay. I know you aren't exactly rolling in money. And it's a thanks for helping me shop. You're the one who came to help me. I also got you involved in this mess. No, this is like a dream. I always thought all I would amount to was a mediocre doctor or even a nurse. Now that I have the chance to do something bigger, I need to take it. I'm glad you see it that way. They talk about generic stuff until it leads to the topic of Zoe's past. Well, I guess you're the closest thing I have to a friend. I'm half American. I was born in England but moved to the US when I was younger. When I got older, I wanted to be a doctor like my dad. He wanted me to learn in the same medical school he did. So he sent me here. I don't know anyone here, and every time I try to make friends, I get ignored. My mom wanted me to study in an American school, so they had a fight over it. Are they still together? No, but I decided to come here to get away from them. It was kind of funny. They moved out, but both lived opposite each other, across the road. They would have disputes every other day. The neighbors found it hilarious, but for me it was a nightmare. It's better now though, right? I don't know, I haven't talked to them in months. The card they gave me for rent, clothes and food still works, so I guess they still care. Zach doesn't know how to talk about delicate subjects like this, so he tries to tiptoe around it. They probably do, otherwise they wouldn't still be paying for you, right? Yeah, you're probably right. How about you, Zach? Don't get me wrong, you seem pretty messed up. It must be weird at home, right? What do you mean messed up? I mean, you kill without batting an eye, and even while missing your hand you are still calm. Isn't that the traits of a psychopath? Zach thinks back and realizes he does seem pretty calm about his whole situation. I guess I am a bit weird, but I still have feelings of love and hate, so I can't be a psychopath. Maybe you're just more resilient than I am. I still can't get over killing that Raj guy. They talk it over and try to rationalize their actions. The topic moves to Zach's past and living situation. He talks about his mother, the bullying, the betrayal, and finding the dreidel. Zoe listens intently, not making a sound until he's finished talking. You say you're unlucky, but aren't you the luckiest? Oh, why do you say that? You found the system, didn't you? Yeah, I guess you're right. A pleasant atmosphere is created between the two as they sip on their drinks. 44. Regret the two wrap up the conversation and finish their drinks. Zach picks up the mountain of bags and follows Zoe out of the store. They start heading back to her apartment. Taking a glance at Zoe, he realizes that they might be attracting a bit too much attention. Looking around, he notices all the guys taking glances at her, while their girlfriends pull them past. Until now, this hasn't been a problem since they were in heavily populated areas, but as they approach the rather desolate area that Zoe's apartment is in, the glances from the people around them start to feel more aggressive. We should probably hurry up before we get into trouble. Why'd you say that? You not notice the stares you're getting? She takes a look around and notices the glares. It'll be fine, you will protect me, right? She pats his back while he carries her bags. Whatever. Somehow, like a bad manga or novel, they get approached by two guys. Hey lady, leave your butler and spend some time with us. They look Zoe up and down and lick their lips. Zoe, hold the bags, I'll take care of this. Zach tries to take control of the situation but is stopped by Zoe. No, I think I got this. The two men start to laugh at their conversation. What are you gonna do, punk? Zoe approaches while whispering something, walks up to them with her hands held out. She pokes one of the men in between his brows, and he falls backwards unconscious. Spirit magic +1 level. The second man tries to wake his friend up, but to no avail. Zoe waves her hand at him. The man feels the wind starts to pick up as a sharp sound rings through the air. A cut reveals itself on his cheek and starts dripping blood. Touching it, he almost shits his pants. He leaves his friends and runs as fast as he can away from them. Zoe looks at Zach with a beaming smile. I did it. What was that? Spirit magic. I thought it was level 0 though. I think it normally wouldn't work on normal people, but for people with low willpower it seems to be strong. Weak willpower, they looked pretty strong. Those sorts of guys give in to their temptations too easily, causing their souls to be weak. They look big due to following their baser urges, but lack willpower. Doesn't that mean I have a weak soul? When my magic gets stronger, want me to check? Yes, please. They pull the unconscious man to an alley and Zoe pulls something from her pocket. Zach looks at this. What? I just found this in my pocket. She shows him the pure white cross. The bottom of it is sharpened like the dreidel. System, what is that? Familiar system. Can be used to draw blood for shared X, but cannot be used to spin for rewards. It's for drawing blood, take some of that, guys. Oak, She hops over and stabs the cross into his arm. The part around the cross shrivels and wrinkles as they hear a notification. Familiar +2 exp, host +3 exp. Let's assume it's 3-2 share rate then. Why do you get more? She huffs and crosses her arms. Because I'm the host. They eventually get back and Zach drops off all the bags. I'm gonna be busy until Saturday. Give me a call when you need. Will do. Zach leaves and heads back to his house. On his way back, he gets a call from Tom. Zach, some fucker killed my dad. Taking a moment to process the information, he replies. What? My dad managed to get out of the asylum. He may have hurt a few people, but he didn't deserve to die. That fucker they called a demon stabbed him to death. Zach is taken aback at the mention of his other alias. Thinking back, he did look familiar, but who could have known that it was Tom's dad? Look, calm down. Where do you live? I'll come round and we can talk. Yeah, he hangs up the phone. What have I done? This is by far the worst thing I have ever done. Zach doesn't know how to handle the fact that he killed his friend's father. He gets home, changes his clothes, checks on the egg and runs back out. It takes half an hour to get to Tom's house. He knocks on the door of the two-story house and waits. He can hear sobbing through the door on the inside of house. Someone walks up and opens the door. Tom looks at Zach, bags under his eyes and his clothes disheveled. "Hey, Booth, hey." Zach follows Tom inside and sits down in the living room. "So, what's been up with you recently?" He looks deeply at Tom. 45. Boy Detective Tom sits silent for a minute before collecting himself. It's not been good, dude. First my parents get divorced and now this." They got divorced before this." Zach's previous experience with the family was great. There was no indication at all that things weren't going well. After my dad got diagnosed with schizophrenia, my mom decided to get a divorce. This only make it worse, and he had to be institutionalized. Why would she do that? I don't know. Is that her upstairs crying? Yes, though she only started to cry when I mentioned you were coming. So, what are you going to do now? Tom shakes his head at Zach before replying. No idea. I guess I'll try live normally. But I still can't forgive that guy who killed my dad, Zach. If this happened to you, what would you do? Zach tries to think of a way to calm him down before he does anything rash. I would never be able to catch that guy, so I would leave it to the police. I would also seek help from a psychiatrist. You need to talk to something who knows what to do. Yeah, I guess you're right. They continue to talk for an hour about school, friends, and bullies. After trying to cheer Tom up, Zach leaves due to it getting late. Walking out of the front door, he gets a notification. Mission: find out the true killer, reward level +1. Zach stands there confused. System: I was the killer, wasn't I? Host: did take the life of Oliver Jennings, but there was someone behind the scenes. Can you just tell me who it is? Unlikely. How much time do I have? 1 week. The killer must be in another country by now. He sighs and walks back home. Getting home, his dad greets him while sitting on the sofa sipping on a beer. Hey Zach, you been busy this week, haven't you? Yeah, you have as well. You have been out quite a lot of the time. He kicks his feet up and replies in an exhausted voice. Work wants me to be in for longer periods. I don't know how far they are gonna take it. What do you actually do, Dad? I'm an agent for a famous person. Really? Who is it? I can't tell due to confidentiality. Sorry, Zach. Zach finds his father answered dubious and walks upstairs. Checking on the egg under his desk, he finds no visible changes and decides to continue studying language. Through the week, Zach has almost completely learned French, Spanish, and Arabic. He is also trying to study Japanese, but is finding it a rather difficult language to comprehend. He finishes the night by playing a game of counters fight with Tom. He gets the lowest score due to only playing with one hand. Zach wakes up and runs to the bathroom to inspect his body. It seems like the huge increase in strength is having a rather large effect. Looking into the mirror, he sees a young man who is roughly 5'10" ft. The previous signs of obesity are no longer apparent, and Zach looks like a normal teenager, albeit a rather tall one. Finally, after remembering the most important thing, he looks down at his severed hand. What he sees is bone, muscles, and tendons without skin. He's able to move it, but it seems rather weak. Zach decides to wear a glove on it to hide the grotesque scene. He decides to weigh himself. His previous weight was 140 kg, and he wonders what he weighs today. 150 kg. The scale stops working at 150 kg. Zach doesn't know exactly how much he weighs, but it's more than 150 kg. Looking satisfied, he takes a shower and gets ready and goes to the gym. He meets with Graham and has an intense workout session. +1 stamina. After he's done, he gets a notification that his stamina went up. Seeing this, he burns with determination and wraps the Prometheus chains around his body. Even with his boosted strength, he can barely lift it. He stabilizes his body and starts a slow jog to Kev's tattoo shop. Zach heaves and sweats to the amusement of the passerbys. To him, the chains weighed a mountain, but to others they look like ordinary chains. The image of a teenager struggling to move with some measly chains seems to be funny. Ignoring them, he eventually gets to Kev's shop. It's open, so Zach puts the chains back in the inventory and walks in while sweating. As he enters, he puts his weird hand in his pocket to avoid questions. Looking around, he spots Carmen getting another tattoo. She notices Zach and greets him. "Hey, Zach, give Kev a minute to finish this, okay?" "Okay." He sits down in the corner and watches as Kev tattoos her arm. The tattoo appears to be surgical cutting indicators on her left hand. Zach gets chills, as this situation feels all too familiar to him. Kev finishes the tattoo and finally notices Zach. "Oi, I haven't seen you for a couple days. You can't abandon your uncle like that." Sorry, I was busy." He huffs, "Well, it's fine. I have been busy recently, so you might have not been able to get in." Really? What do you do besides tattoos?" "Just some old work, nothing important." The conversation ends and Carmen sticks around and chats with Kev. "I'll just go clean the back then." +1 exp, +1 exp, +1 exp, +1 exp, +1 exp. After getting around 10 exp worth of blood, Zach decides to check the status. 46 Special Ops. While Zach was cleaning the trash in Kev's shop, he thinks of ways to complete his new mission. He has no fucking idea. System, give me a hint." "Unlikely, oh my god." Zach still has a week to figure it out, but with his current intelligence, he doesn't have a clue. "Maybe I should ask Kaido to give me some help." He finishes cleaning and gives Kaido a call. Beep beep, hello. "Hey Kaido, if you're free I could use some help with something. I'm busy decoding this, but sure, I can spare a few minutes." I have a friend whose father recently passed away. Can you find anything suspicious relating to him and his family recently?" "Sure, but it might take a while." "How long will it take?" "If I do it in my off time, it'll take around a day." "Is that so? That would be great, thanks Kaido." "No problem, just remember you owe me." Yeah, beep." Zach hangs up the phone. Kaido is a useful guy to know, and maybe his only hope to find the killer. He enters back into the shop and gets ready to leave. Kev speaks up when he sees Zach about to go. "Be careful where you go. If you hear police sirens, head in the opposite direction. Don't ask why and just listen to me." "Will do, Saya." Kev Carmen. She nods to him as he leaves. He leaves the mall complex and realizes it's around 1 p.m. It's cloudy, but sunshine peeks through. It's gonna rain soon. Zach mutters to himself. As he walks home, he spots a rainbow form like a shooting star as it streaks across the sky. It looks surprisingly close to where he is currently standing. "I thought rainbows were caused by refraction. If that's the case, why is it so close?" Thinking that it's weird, he decides to let his curiosity win and starts to head towards where it ends. It looks like it stops a couple miles away, and unlike a normal rainbow, it doesn't get further away as he approaches. Mission rescue, reward equals. Zach looks around expecting to find something or hear someone. Finding nothing, he checks the notification again. I can get more than one mission at once. Correct, Why can I not see the reward or topic? I got the mission by following the rainbow, so I guess that's where the mission is. He continues following the rainbow, walking through busy highways, woods, and small towns. Zack eventually reaches a rather large forest. Looking up, he can see the rainbow up close and ending in the center of the forest. He walks inside and continues on. He looks around as he goes and spots weird flowers and creatures. Something runs past a ridicule's speeds. Looking back, he sees a black deer with a sparkling gold horn. What the hell? It continues to run until it's no longer visible. He starts jogging to the rainbow, expecting to find someone being attacked by a mythical creature. Help someone. Hearing a scream from a man at the end of the rainbow, Zack dashes into the clearing where a field inside the forest seems to have been formed. What he sees confuses him. A little man in a green outfit is standing on a large convertible car with heavily armored human soldiers surrounding him with rifles drawn. "You, help, they are trying to rob me." The little man shouts in a high-pitched voice towards Zack. The soldiers look around and spot a teenager looking at them. "Civilian, get back from the prohibited area, or we will be forced to fire." How did he find his way here? Commands and other conversations start coming from the soldiers. Zack pretends to leave and runs into the forest. Mission: rescue the leprechaun. Reward equals leprechaun's favor. Zack had already decided to save the little man, but it turns out that he's a leprechaun. Zack feels kind of stupid for not adding two and two together. A little man wearing green with gold at the end of a rainbow. Am I retarded? He circles around to get closer to the back of the soldiers. They have rifles, so Zack has to be quick. Zack peeks through the bushes and sees the soldiers start to converge on the leprechaun's position. Concentrating on them, he releases his tail and spots the weaknesses. Surprisingly, they're lacking weak points, but their guns have a large black spot in the middle. They are ordinary humans, so I am much quicker. Hold a few hostage and break their guns. He prepares like a sprinter about to start a race. Pushing off the floor with all his might, he sprints towards the soldiers, and due to him getting a better position, he catches them off guard. As he's about to strike the first person, Zack realizes he isn't disguised. The massive blunder causes him to question his game plan, but decides it's too late to go back. Getting up close to the captain of the group, he uses his tail to pierce toward the weak point. Crack. The gun breaks in half like bad plastic, and unfired bullets fall out covering the floor. Before the bullets touch the floor, Zack had already grabbed another 2 rifles from the teammates of the captain. Snap, he breaks another 2 in half. The other 6 soldiers who still have their weapons look on as Zack summons the chain and wraps it around the necks of the 3 close to him. Put down your weapons or they die. 47. Expert gunplay. Zack looks deeply at the soldiers aiming their weapons at him. He applies pressure on the chain wrapping the necks of the others. Drop them now. Suddenly he hears a noise from one of the people he's holding hostage. Uke. They start spitting blood and slump onto the floor lifeless. The other soldiers start opening fire on Zack. A few bullets hit him, arm, leg, and stomach. He quickly uses phase to try dodge as many bullets as possible as he charges at them while letting go of the chain. They soldiers seem surprised when the monstrous teenager starts charging towards their suppressing fire. Get down. One of them look like they have had enough and throws a grenade at Zack's feet. Zack sees it but doesn't stop running. The grenade explodes, throwing fragments everywhere, almost hitting the leprechaun. The little man falls backwards into his car while screaming. The car doesn't seem to be damaged by the fragments. He finally reaches the soldiers or jams the dreidel into one of their eyes. He tried to do it non-lethally, but they didn't really give him a choice. Ah! A short scream is followed more gunfire as Zack uses the soldier's body to block the other bullets. Human absorbed plus 25x plus 1 soul. Zack starts to feel the pain in his wounds intensify as he moves due to the internal bleeding but carries on. After having a short rest behind the body of the soldier taking gunfire, Zack phases through the body he's holding and jumps on another soldier. The soldier tries to draw a knife from his boot to slash at Zack, but receives a stab to his heart. His body armor doesn't seem effective against the opponent's peculiar weapon. Human absorbed plus 25x plus 1 soul. There are 4 gunmen left and Zack is already exhausted. He grabs the machine gun that the soldier dropped and moves behind the leprechaun's golden car. Bullets ricochet off of the car and don't seem to do any damage. The soldier realize that they can't complete the objective and decide to retreat. They start shuffling back while maintaining an aim of Zack's position. Russell, someone comes from behind them. Zack takes a peek and sees a black deer impaling a soldier on its golden horn. It retreats once it's charged, dodging the fire of the other 4. Zack sees an opportunity and starts shooting wildly at them. He hasn't ever held a gun, so he misses all of his shots and finally runs out of bullets. Seeing the situation quickly turning grim, the 3 uninjured soldiers start running. "Don't leave me." The one injured by the deer screams in despair as his comrades disappear. "They saw my face. I can't let them get away." He starts sprinting towards the 3 trying to escape. The deer comes galloping through, impaling another soldier before carrying him off into the forest. Zack's sprinting speed is far faster than the soldiers, and he quickly catches up to them. They start blindly firing behind them with their pistols but can't seem to hit him. Zack, who's keenly aware of how much it hurts to be shot, keeps out of the gun's arc as he runs for them. He jumps up and uses his tail to propel him towards them like a monkey. Due to his large strength stat, this causes him to fly at a ridicule speed. He lands on one of them as something makes a large crack sound. It appears to be the soldier leg, as it's bending at an odd angle. One more to go. The one who just injured his leg starts firing his pistol at Zack, causing him to use phase. Zack, already being injured and fatigued, doesn't manage to catch the last soldier. He quickly loses sight of him and returns to the injured soldiers. They are still conscious and have weapons, so Zack finishes them off quickly. Human consumed plus 25x plus 1 soul. A human consumed plus 25x plus 1 soul. Zack remembers the 3 that committed suicide and decides not to waste anything. Human's blood absorbed plus 15. A human's blood absorbed plus 15. A human's blood absorbed plus 15. Zack sits on the floor exhausted and looks around. Mission complete. The leprechaun pokes his head out and sees Zack sitting among 3 corpses. "Are you okay there?" "I just got shot, so yeah, I'm great." Confused, the leprechaun walks over. "I didn't think bullets wouldn't hurt you." "It was a joke. They definitely do hurt." "Ah, sorry." The leprechaun pulls something out of his pocket and sprinkles it on Zack's wounds. An odd feeling envelopes him as he feels the bullets digging their way out. The bullets fall out of the bloody holes as the holes start to seal up and heal. "Wow, what at that? A healing powder, obviously." "Is it common?" "Obviously not." Zack, who is starting to get annoyed by this little man's big attitude, decides to be straightforward. "I saved you. Can you provide a reward?" He fumbles with his pockets and has a questioning look on his face. "What do you want? What have you got?" "A lot of things. You're gonna have to be more specific." 48. Pint-sized Paco. Zack looks at his status and sees his 2 lowest stats, agility and luck. Thinking about what he needs the most and what would be more useful, he comes to the conclusion that luck is currently more significant. Looking at the little man with a ginger beard and green clothes, he asks, "Do you have anything to make me luckier?" The little man thinks for a moment before going to the trunk of his golden car. He buries his head inside and starts throwing unwanted things out behind him like a comedy sketch. Finally, he pulls out a silver horseshoe and hands it to Zach. "Lucky horseshoe plus 5 luck." The horseshoe doubles Zach's current luck, thinking back to before when his life was not going very well due to his low luck. He begins to imagine how effective plus 5 luck would be. "Thanks, you better take care of it. It's considered valuable even to the Fae." "Oh, the Fae, fairies and centaurs." "Yeah, you familiar with them?" "Only in storybooks. I didn't even think leprechauns existed." "We're just as real as those hobbits. And I'm sure Fae exist in the human world. I've seen dwarves walking around before." "Duh. Are you sure that you didn't just see a midget?" "What's a midget?" It's someone who is physically deformed and appears smaller than normal humans." Are they cursed?" "No, I think." "Probably not." Zach is still trying to come to terms with the mythical creature standing before him before he decides to get some answers. "So why were those people attacking you?" He walks back and leans on his car as he speaks. "They were bandits, right?" "Is it uncommon for theft to happen in the human world?" "No, but it's uncommon for a legendary mythological being to be mugged like a common person." "I'm legendary." The little man seems excited by Zach's words and starts shaking. "Not you particularly, but your race. Legends of your race being at the end of rainbows, rewarding those who find them, have been spread around." "Ah, that's probably me." "Wait, how do you know it's you?" "Because I'm the only leprechaun to travel between the Fae and human world for thousands of years. My name is Paco Straddle, and I am 47-23 years old." "Why does a rainbow follow you?" "Oh, this." He points up at the rainbow leading from the exhaust of the car to the sky. "Yeah, that. My carriage is powered by stardust, so its exhaust looks like this. It's quite fabulous, no?" "I guess it is. Does that mean the rumor of a leprechaun at the end of a rainbow sitting on a mountain of gold giving out rewards is just you driving a gold car?" "I do trading, so I guess I give out rewards." "Who do you trade with?" My biggest market is an island near here. They called it Ireland." "Duh. That explains a lot. Actually, I haven't caught your name yet." My name is Zach Miller. Nice to meet you, Paco. If you get a chance, can you show me around the Fae?" "I don't know. It might be hard because humans are prohibited." "A lot happened in the past." "I understand. Is there any way for me to contact you?" Yes, actually." He pulls out a triangle-shaped green crystal and places it in Zach's hand. "Say my name to it, and place it on the ground that has access to the sky, and it'll be there in a couple hours at most." Can't you just use a phone?" "Those little boxes humans use to talk to each other. They don't work cross-dimensional. It's a shame because they seem quite convenient." Zach thinks about whether attaching the gem to his phone would work, but realizes it's an idiotic idea. "So what do you trade?" Just green clothes. They are surprisingly popular." Zach almost shits his pants at Paco's response and prepares to leave. As he's about to walk away, he remembers the deer that was helping him out earlier. "Hey Paco, do you know that black deer from earlier?" "Oh, that just a forest guardian." "Forest guardian. They appear in forests that have a connect to the Fae. They come in all shapes and sizes." The forests in the human world mostly have no connection to the Fae, causing no guardians to be present. Then, why did that one appear? The stardust that powers my carriage in from the Fae, therefore anything in contact with it has a connection to them. So it will disappear when you leave. I think it'll return to a normal deer. Fair enough. All right, I should probably go before that guy brings reinforcements. You should probably leave too. I was just going to the toilet and they attacked me. I'll continue then leave. Thanks for the assist. Zack waves to him as he tries to navigate his way back through the forest. As he's approaching the highway that he had previously been at, he sees the black deer walk up from the side. It looks deeply at him with its intimidating presence and completely white eyes. 49. Balance glancing at its shimmering golden horn reveals a severed leg still pierced on it. Zack assumes it's from the soldier that got away. The deer bows its head towards Zack respectfully, letting the leg gruesomely slide off onto the grass below. Hello, It tilts its head sideways like it's trying to understand him. He tries to communicate with it, hoping to gain something from this encounter. He tries to get information from the system. Can it understand me? Likely. Hearing the response, Zack looks towards the deer and asks, "Can I do something for you?" Its eyes concentrate as Zack says this. Opening its mouth, a peculiar voice comes from it. "Please leave, Gem." Confused, Zack fumbles around his pockets and pulls out the triangular gem that Paco had handed to him. "You mean this?" The deer nods and replies, "Without. Cannot. Protect." As it says this, a young fawn walks out from behind it. Its pitch-black fur matches its parent. It looks up expectantly at Zack. He thinks about it for a moment. If Zack decides to leave the gem, the forest will flourish, and the creatures will mutate into Fae guardians. If Zack decides to take the gem and ignore the request, the deer will turn back into ordinary animals. The forest will probably be excavated by humans. I can always come back for it. If it's an emergency, I wouldn't call Paco anyway. With determination, Zack gouges the floor with his fist and places the gem underground. He swiftly covers it with dirt. He marks a nearby tree with Paco's name and looks at the deer. "Thank ye." It walks backwards a short distance before bracing itself to run. Confused, Zack takes a step back and prepares for a charge. The deer dashes towards a nearby boulder. It headbutts it as hard as it can at an awkward angle, breaking the golden horn on its head. The sword-length horn falls to the ground as black blood comes from the remaining horn on its head. It looks back at Zack. Bowing its head, it takes the fawn away and heads into the forest. Zack, who almost peed himself, recovers quickly and takes hold of the horn. Horn of majestic stag. Curses wounds caused by inhibiting healing. The golden horn is about 1 meter long. It hasn't got any sharp edges apart from the point, which feels like it can pierce anything. Zack is confused to how it broke on the rock, as it feels harder than stone. The horn almost reminds him of the rapiers he found in games. Would it be funny to just take the gem back now? After thinking this, a huge acorn the size of a coconut lands on his head, almost knocking him out. Okay, I won't take it, it's a joke. He manages to put the horn into his inventory with the horseshoe after attempting it. After thinking that divine retribution has it out for Zack, he leaves. He notes down the location in his head, making sure to mark the entrance when he exits the forest. I have enough exp to level, don't I? I better get that done before Kaido calls me. He starts jogging home. After Paco sprinkled him with that healing powder, Zack feels like he could run forever. He eventually gets home. He never noticed before, but his mother literally doesn't move from that couch. Zack checks her pulse and finds she is still alive, Breathing a sigh of relief, he heads upstairs to level up. Checking the egg and finding no changes, he sits on the bed and talks to the system. Can I level? Level up. 5 allocated stat points and a spin available. I put 2 points into intelligence and 3 into agility. He spins the dreidel on the table and crosses his fingers. Shua shua. The dreidel finally lands on its side and reveals a globe. Congratulations on winning the elemental bundle. Please choose one. Fire manifestation. Ability belonging to fire spirits and demons. Makes host immune to fire as long as it doesn't eclipse host's ability. Allows host to manipulate fire based on spirit stat. Water manifestation. Ability belonging to water spirits and nymphs. Makes host immune to water as long as it doesn't eclipse host's ability. Allows host to manipulate water based on spirit stat. Earth manifestation. Ability belonging to earth spirits. Makes host highly resistant to physical attacks. Allows host to manipulate earth based on spirit stat. Lightning manifestation. Ability belonging to lightning spirits and angels. Makes host immune to lightning as long as it doesn't completely eclipse host's ability. Allows host to manipulate lightning based on spirit stat. Lightning belongs to angels. Elements inherently belong to certain alignments. Earth is neutral. Fire is generally evil and lightning is generally good. Although it isn't always the case, people affected by these elements will lean towards these alignments. So if I choose lightning, I will become a good person. Morality is based on what the host believes is moral. The element will only push host in the correct direction. Is it the same as fire? Will I become a worse person? Likely. Does this allow me to cast magic? Magic requires mana. Elemental manifestation makes your body able to control elements, but not magic. Think of it like the host's phase ability. I will choose lightning. As he says this, the lights in his room blow up. He can see out of his window that all of the lights in the street are also out. The lights are exploding like a wave heading outwards. Zack doesn't know how much damage he just caused, but he doesn't have time to care, as he feels static shocks all over his body. Pricks, stings, and shocks happen on his body millions of times per second. He almost passes out due to the stimuli caused by this, but his whole body goes numb after a few seconds. After half an hour, he begins to gain his sense of touch back. He checks his body for changes and finds black marks that cover his shoulders and back. The marks look like the glass statues that lightning makes when it hits sand. At least Kev can't give me my first tattoo anymore. What Zack failed to see was that his eye color had changed from brown to a vibrant blue. Due to the absorption of nearby electricity during transformation, host gained +5 spirit, +5 stamina. Show me the status. 50. Warehouse sitting on his bed and looking at his hands that have static electricity sparking around them. Zack feels like he could break the world in half. Obviously, he is not dumb enough to believe this feeling, but nevertheless it's there. Enchant lightning. Looking at his status, he notices an ability that wasn't there before. He tries to activate it by flinging his hands out in a Spider-Man pose, but nothing happens. Abracadabra. Stupefy, a serious punch. Nothing Zack does seems to work. In frustration, he picks up a stapler from his desk and throws it at the wall. Suddenly, electricity bursts to life around the stapler as it flies towards the wall. Bang! It strikes the wall and creates a large EMP-looking shock wave. The wall has a surprising large dent in it. Lucky that England builds their houses sturdily with bricks. Good job my dad's not home or shit would hit the fan. Zack continues to test out Enchant Lightning. The general feeling around the ability is that he can enchant objects with lightning. With more practice, he feels like he could enchant his body parts. Well, now that I caused millions in damage, and the electricity isn't working, ill just sleep. Sighing to himself about the trouble he has caused, he coils up in his bed and falls asleep. Unbeknownst to Zack, the egg under his desk starts flickering with fiery lightning but stops after a while. The next morning, when Zack is going to the toilet, he finds that he has grown yet again. He has reached the height of 6 ft, and his skin seems to be paler. Looking into the mirror, a handsome face with white skin and golden eyes look back at him. He doesn't bother to check his weight due to the scale not being able to calculate the change. He does his normal routine, running in the morning and going to Graham's gym while waiting for Kaido to call him. Halfway through a session with Graham, he receives a call. Expecting it to be from Kaido, he picks it up and cheerfully greets. "Hello." He looks at Graham while on the phone with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a gruff voice speaks over the phone loud enough for Graham to hear it. "I kidnapped your mom, you little fucker. Ha ha ha, I don't know what I'm gonna do to her if you don't come quickly." Duh. Graham's face drops as the nearby gym members look over. Zack doesn't know how to react. Why would someone kidnap his mom? The man already hung up the phone, but his phone reverberates in Zack's mind. The lightning's effect of purifying his thoughts and making him less vulnerable to becoming enraged doesn't seem to be working. He grits his teeth as he receives a text. "This is the address. You tell the cops and your mum dies after we are done with her." Zack knows how the state of the police is and wouldn't contact them anyway. "Sorry, Graham, I'm gonna have to go for a bit." "You need any help?" "No. I got this." Graham is confused by the calmness of Zack. The call doesn't seem to be a prank because of the way Zack reacted. The phone rings again. Beep, beep. "I'm coming, don't touch her." "Yo, Zack, it's Kaido." "Not now, tell me later. I need to do something." Due to Kaido not knowing about his abilities, he can't bring him along. Plus, any chance of him getting hurt would result in Zack not bringing him anyway. These guys mean business. He still can't think of who would do this. Zack jogs to the location given to him. He drops by a clothes store and buys 2 black shirts. Due to it still being daytime, he knows that the black clothing won't help, and they already know his identity, so buying a mask won't do anything. As he's approaching closer to the place stated, he wraps the black shirt around his face, having only his eyes visible. He puts the other shirt over his current one. He is expecting to be covered in blood, so hopefully he can ditch this shirt after he's done. He reaching what looks like a warehouse used for storing meats. It kind of looks like a slaughterhouse he saw in Resident Evil once. A big warehouse door is wide open. It seems to be open to welcome him. Zack knows it's a trap. For whatever reason they decided to mess with him, he's going to kill all of them. He has to, they already know who he is. He goes around the building and climbs up a pipe to get to the top of the building. He walks over what should be a large room. Using phase, he sticks his head through the floor, revealing the situation below. What he sees is a person with a bag over their head. Should be his mum. The door that was open is the only light source. Around the door, 3 large men with machetes stand in blind spots ready to strike. On the other side of the room are 2 people with pistols, and another one who looks like the leader. He speaks while he smokes a cigar. This kid should be an expert. He killed Kwawian, who was a monster. Keep your eyes peeled. I want to kill him myself, so maim him. The man is wearing a turban and has a large beard. Is he Sikh? You guys had fun with that little slut yet? Her screams make me so horny. He speaks vulgarly to his friends as he waits to murder a teenager. Scum like that don't deserve to live. When he hears about him talking about a girl, he begins to worry about Zoe. No, they would talk about her racial characteristics. Whatever, I can't save people I don't know. He begins to plot his attack while sitting on the roof of the warehouse. 51. Massacre. Zack checks the other rooms while looking through the roof to confirm how many there are. He checks all the rooms, finding most of them to be completely enshrouded in darkness. Not wanting to be spotted, he decides to not light the rooms up to see what's inside. He circles back round to the roof over the henchman and gets out the stag's horn. Enchanting it with lightning, he phases through the floor while on top of the gunmen and starts falling towards them. No one notices the teenager with a shirt covering his face enter the room, and Zack manages to get a sneak attack on them. He leads the attack, stabbing one of the gunmen through the back of the spine. The small rat-looking man next to him is startled by Zack's sudden appearance and tries to point the gun at him. Zack's tail flicks the gun out of his hand as he's removing the horn from the corpse. The rest of the people in the room are alerted by the sound of spluttering and coughing and start to run towards his location. The leader backs up while shouting orders at the men near the door. "What are you waiting for? Kill him." He runs out of the room while Zack is being pressed down by the henchman. The rat-looking man runs away to pick up his dropped gun, but feels a pain in his side. Looking down, he sees a spinning top that starts to shimmer with golden electricity. What the hoo? His body straightens up as he falls over sideways, twitching. His muffled screams intensify as the power increases. The men holding the machetes watch as their comrade continues to spasm with blood pouring out of his eyes and ears. Zack takes the opportunity, thrust his lightning-clad weapon at them. They quickly come to their senses and parry the blow. Zack almost laughs as he expects them to be electrocuted due to conduction, but is confused when he sees them still try to attack him. He backs up quickly, almost falling over the rat-looking man's body. His experience with sword fighting is non-existent, and no matter how strong he is, if he gets stabbed, he is pretty much dead. The three men continue pushing, causing Zack to back up into the next room. The room is completely dark with only the few sparks of lightning from his weapon illuminating it occasionally. Looking around while defending from attacks, he sees various hooks with meat and blood dripping off of them. His feet make splashing sounds as he walks back onto the wet floor. The men who are familiar with this environment split up, intending to flank him. Zack doesn't try to take the opportunity to attack them due to the possibility of being counter-attacked. The atmosphere is tense as the swaying hooks and darting shadows cause Zack to react. Due to him previously using phase, his energy is not the best. Zack thought it would be easy to take them down due to his previous experience, but it seems they are well versed in melee combat. Suddenly, a shadow attacks from the front, causing Zack to block it with the stag's horn. The impact causes the shadow to shudder and lose its footing. Zack stabs at it with the horn, but feels a grisly pain in his back as a machete plants itself in his shoulder. Die, freak! Zack almost loses focus due to the pain, but manages to use his tail to stab the shadow behind him in the chest. Blood flies as many large holes fill the chest of the man behind him. The man falls to the ground bleeding as another shadow comes from the side and strikes the tail. Ting! A metallic sound rings through the room as the tail is unscathed. The shadow's hand becomes numb due to the impact of the strike. He expected the tail to be severed, but the result leaves him dumbfounded for a second. This lapse in concentration allows Zack to strike as he kicks him in the chest, blasting him off into the darkness. A scream follows the strike as the shadow appears to have hit something while flying away. One shadow remains. It looks around at its fallen comrades and decides to run. He sprints as fast as it can towards the entrance of the building. Zach follows and spots the leader coming back into the building in a car. The machete-wielding henchman jumps into the car as a machine gun pops out of the top with him manning it. This should do it. The henchman starts unloading the heavy machine gun on everything in the room, including the hostage with a bag over their head. They explode into a bloody mist as Zach watches. Mom! Completely enraged at the apparent demise of his mother, Zach launches himself at the car while activating phase. Behind him, the warehouse walls are being demolished as the bullets pass through him. Zach feels something burning on his chest as he runs. Looking down, he sees flecks of blood coming off of his skin as the bullets pass through. It seems that these bullets can cause minimal harm to him, so he phases through the back of the vehicle as the dismay of the machete-wielding man. He looks down, seeing no trace of the masked teenager. Gritting his teeth, he starts to swivel the machine gun around, but doesn't realize that he had already been stabbed through the heart. Fook, yo! He dies in agony as his body twitches from the lightning. 52, totally normal. The shooting finally stops. The leader heaves a sigh in relief as he hears someone mutter their last breath. Sitting in the front seat of the car while calming himself down, he shouts to the back of the car where he assumes the last of his men are. All right, boys, you're getting a raise. That guy was a monster. He pulls out his phone and starts texting someone. Zach, who just impaled the last machete wielder, calms down as the blood trickles from his chest. He thinks for a moment about how to get the most information out of the leader so he can destroy this sick organization. He remembers the last words of the man he just killed and thinks he can imitate it. The voice is nasally and sounds sort of muffled, so Zach covers his mouth and holds his nose while asking, "Boss, was it okay to kill that hostage?" The leader keeps texting as he replies, "Don't you remember? We hired the prostitute last night and tied her up here for a laugh. Didn't expect her to explode. At least we don't have to pay now, right?" Hahasha. Shocked by this pleasant revelation, Zach asks again, "Then where did you hide that kid's mum?" "What are you talking about? I only needed to get that little retard to come down here. If he actually called the cops, what would we say if we had actually kidnapped someone? At least the hooker would cooperate." Zach runs out of ideas quick and finishes the round of questions with a stupid one. "So boss, I'm gonna order a pizza to celebrate. What address should I send it to?" "We're going home soon, so send it there. I'll get someone to clean up these bodies." "I can't remember the address. Could you remind me?" The leader looks frustrated by the series of questions. He leans out of the window to complain but stops as he notices the corpse hanging of the mounted machine gun. "Sorry boss, guess your time's up." Zach wastes no time and plunges the horn into the leader's temple, instantly killing him. Piece of shit. Zach is reassured that his mother is safe by the leader's attitude, but still can't help but feel sorry for the woman who was obliterated. He remembers that he didn't see one of the henchmen die, so he goes to confirm while walking back into the dark room. Turning on the flashlight on his phone, he sees a gory scene. The henchman has the hook piercing his shoulder as he hangs on it. The only thing preventing him falling off is the hook digging into his clavicle. The pain he is experiencing must have made him go unconscious. The blood collects at his feet and drops off of his shoes in large amounts. Zach remembers something important and grabs the dreidel from the rat-looking man and moves on to the others. Consumed human plus 15x plus 1 soul. Consumed human plus 15x plus 1 soul. Absorbed human blood plus 15x. Absorbed human blood plus 15x. Absorbed human blood plus 15x. Absorbed human blood plus 5x. Absorbed human blood plus 20x. Zach also absorbed the blood from the splattered remains of the prostitute. Status: Zachary Miller Yin-Yang Dragon Kin Male Achievements Mysterious Stranger, Famous Face, Feared Familiar Fighter Condition Bleeding Strength 27 Intelligence 12 Agility 14 Stamina 23 Spirit 21 Luck 10 plus 5 Skill. Quick Retreat, LV6 Pain Resistance, Unveiling Eye Language Comprehension Phase, LV3 Poison Resistance, Contract Zoe Foster Lightning Immunity, Enchant Lightning Body Mods. After a long wait, someone picks up the phone. I don't want to fucking attend your World Wrestling show, so fuck off. Mom. Oh, it's you. Yeah, it's Zach. Well, what you want? Nothing, just checking on you. Well, stop that, I'm fine, go whine to your dad. I love you, Mom. The other end of the phone doesn't speak and hangs up after a while. This kind of interaction with his mother is common, so Zach decides to try not speak with her. Still, he's happy that she's okay. Looking around at the devastation, Zach takes a look to see if he can find anything good. He finds 3 Glock-looking pistols, some without any ammunition left, 3 machetes, the large mounted machine gun that still has plenty of ammo, and a card with a mermaid on it. He takes the card and looks it over. It's metallic and seems important but doesn't find anything useful on it. He puts it in his pocket for safekeeping. He looks over to the pile of weaponry and dried-up corpses. System, is there any way of storing these weapons? Host can use souls to buy a dimensional storage bag. A totally normal bag equals 5 souls. You sure this can store all the weapons? It's magic. It says it's normal though. Fine, a totally normal spatial bag equals 6 souls. Why has it increased in price? Changing name is difficult. A vein appears on Zach's forehead as he buys the bag. A shopping bag drifts onto the scene with a logo on it saying, Zach's property. Just as Zach is about to tear it up, he calms himself down and tries to shove the weaponry in the cheap-looking plastic bag. The mouth of the bag stretches over the object like a snake devouring its prey. Okay, you can fit the pistol. How about the big one? He covers the mounted machine gun with the plastic bag and finds that it disappears. The plastic bag feels like it's got nothing inside, allowing Zach to scrunch it up and put it in his pocket. He takes it out again and tries to take a pistol out. Sticking his hand inside, he grabs hold of something and pulls on it. Bang! Suddenly, the mounted machine gun shoots out like a cannon and hits the wall heavily. That's not what I wanted. The warehouse starts shaking after the impact, and Zach bolts out of the entrance before he's buried, because of this stupid bag. He continues to run away from the collapsing warehouse, fearing to be connected to the corpses inside by anyone witnessing him. 53. Late update. I know it's a bit late to tell you guys I'm dropping this, but since it's been a couple months and I'm still getting messages from a few people that stuck around, I need to cross the T's and dot the I's. Yeah, I dropped the novel because I didn't really have the motivation to carry on doing it. To be honest, I didn't think I would manage to complete it anyway. I dropped the book and continued lurking on this site, reading some really amazing stories that have been coming up. It makes me want to improve and maybe write as well as these guys. I don't really have the dedication to tough it out through a whole book, so don't get your hopes up on any future releases. It'll still be around on the site reading, so if anyone has any questions, feel free to send a message.